in. The talent that we would lose. And these students want to come and solve problems that we have here in the United States. We have, and it's such a beautiful thing that we have here, that we are cutting ourselves at our knees when we're hampering our universities from providing the best research. And, recently when Israel bombed the Iranian headquarters of their scientific institutions, why did they do that? They cut out the science. They said that's what we're gonna bomb, so that we could stop their science of whatever they're building to come at us. We are starving our
Doing
institutions.
that for free.
We are doing our enemies' work for them. That's a blip. We got to do better. And I share your frustration, and I see it at the university level. And the students just want to learn. They just want to solve problems. This BS, this political BS, that's my generation. We got to do better. Our youth, we got to do better. And sometimes we just got to get the hell out of the way. And that's kind of where I feel like going back to, you said, look, our K-12 public education system serves well over 80% of our students in this country. Our country's growth is dependent on how well we protect public education. Our higher education system is the envy of the world. It's at risk of being damaged from within. We got to protect our higher education institutions. We got to improve them. I'm not saying that they're perfect. I'm not saying our K-12 is perfect, but we got to improve it. We cannot do our enemies' work for us by eroding education in this country, or else we got bigger issues down the road. That's my story, and I'm sticking to it.
All right. Hey, I really appreciate it.
Good chatting, man.
Where can people find you? Is there any way you can find
for
you
sure.
And then also, did you want to talk about, because you do consulting now?
Well,
and everything,
yeah, Cardona Solutions, cardonasolutions.com. It's kind of like what I'm thinking about my next chapter. And I really want to work, across the aisles just to really, let's make sure that all students have options when they graduate, college and career options, right? So I'm working in blue states and red states around, look, let's move all that stuff. Where can we find common ground around giving students access to skills, to careers, to higher education? Another thing is, as much as it gave me great hair, FAFSA is easier to get now, right? And why are we not expecting the FAFSA completion rates to match our graduation rates? I think we're at like 70% of the students in the country filling it out. Imagine how much federal dollars are available for states if we got students to fill that out. I want to help that. And then leadership development. How do we support post-partisan America and leaders, making sure the leaders have the skills that they need? So cardonasolutions.com, but you can find me on all the socials at Teach Cardona, whether it's LinkedIn, Facebook, Instagram, at Teach Cardona. At the end of the day, I'm a teacher at heart, and titles change, passion doesn't. I really want to make sure all students in this country have the same potential, reach their potential, and have the same opportunities that I had growing up.
Awesome.
Cool.
Well, thank you so much, Miguel, for joining us here.
Yeah, man.
Yeah,
thanks for your time. It was a really good conversation. I loved it.
Cool. Thanks a lot. I appreciate
thanks.
it. Intro screen? Yep. Cool.
That's good.
Of different.
50% of the time.
You said Rottweiler free.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. I would say so. Yeah.
Yeah.
If I was, to really get into it, there's just no dog that I cannot defeat in the arena of combat. More than 50% of the time. I'm not saying, I can't lose on a bad day. I'm just saying, statistically on average, I would defeat any dog in unarmed combat to the death, pretty confidently.
And you guys go around speaking just so I can see the mic level.
This is a quick test of Ryan's mic level.
This is a test of Sam's mic level.
This is Bryce. Hello.
How's that?
Wait, do it again, sorry.
Nice. Hey,
This is a quick test of Ryan's mic level.
this is Sam's mic level.
Bryce's mic level. Hello.
Yeah. Quick back into it.
One sec.
Okay, wait 1 second.
Quick test of Ryan's mic level.
Oh, wait,
we are super live.
Super
Let's
live.
go. Super duper
I'm
live.
watching all of you. Amongst
Yeah, what's up,
everyone I've
guys?
ever argued with in the subreddit.
Shout out
Now I
favorite
get banned.
DGGers. Okay,
Favorite
shout out.
DGGers?
Hi.
Myself.
Wait, I don't know if you want to be
Myself,
shouted out.
obviously.
But everyone in the DGGP server.
me.
Okay, I'm thinking of all of you in my mind right now.
Much love.
What's up with bearded Darius? I really hope I'm not bearded Darius.
Yeah, that's-
Jesus Christ. The worst canvassing interview I ever got was a guy turns on the camera and he says like, okay, like we're doing normal questions. He's like, wait, can we skip this question? He's like, you kind of know me from stream. I'm really like one of the orbiters. I'm like, which orbiter? He's like, I'm just like Darius. And this is in a canvassing program house interview. I'm like, that's probably. There's a lot of crazy orbiters. Probably in the mid tier, which is like not a good thing. Okay, is this good for Mike? Okay.
I'll see. I'll watch the chat complaints.
Yeah.
All right, yeah. Who are these people? You will find out very soon. Okay, the mysteries will all be revealed.
Today, I am joined by.
Sam?
Wait, I'm sorry.
Yeah, you gotta say it.
Hold on. No, I know your names. It's Sam, Ryan, and Bryce, but I just got triggered. Wait, real quick.
All right, we're hopping into intros.
No.
No.
Hold on. I'm sorry.
This is more important.
So you do this professionally, right?
Yeah.
Okay, I was just
Hold on. I'm so sorry. I'm trying not to Fed post right now. Okay.
Okay, let's not fed
Locked
post.
in.
I think 2 minutes ago I retweeted the video of the shooting and I said this is what people like Asmongold cheer for. And then I think 1 minute ago Asmongold tweeted a video cheering for it. So I'm just.
Nice.
Another.
Okay. Anyway, stop. Okay.
Let's focus.
Coming back in. These are my lieutenants, the blue shirts, of the DGG political action. What? Was that funny?
It was very.
They can't hear you talking when the mic's not there, so
Haha.
nothing you said.
It
matters.
was funny. Haha.
So yeah, these are the guys that do all the behind the scenes organizing right now, getting hopefully our canvassing stuff and everything. Not hopefully, definitely our canvassing stuff and everything ready to go for the upcoming blue wave political season. That will definitely be great for Democrats, assuming we have elections. And they wanted to chat about some stuff today to raise awareness about the general existence of the DGG political action community for people that wanted to join. I guess talk about future events we're going to be doing. See if any of you guys might know Bill Clinton, Hillary Clinton, or Joe Biden. Want to put us in touch with him for an interview?
That'd be great.
Although if you want to, that'd be great. But otherwise, yeah. Go. Who's going first?
Me. My name is Bryce. I am the executive director of DGG Political Action. I got involved with the 2024 canvassing houses. I ran the Las Vegas house. So we ran the Las Vegas event purely without any PV funding or anything from there. And that also went into the PA event. We just saw a lot of good success since that point. And personally, I wanted to see what DGG could do outside of the election year. So yeah.
Mr. Sammy, go next.
Also, Bryce runs, he's being too humble, he also runs Pragmatic Papers. He is the Manimal on Reddit and Discord, so if you recognize that name, you like the Pragmatic Papers. This guy's doing that on top of all his politics stuff, so big shout outs. My name's Sam, Flowtrace, Z-tier orbiter, runner-up, Bracket C, DGG of the Year, 2024, big reps. Got involved canvassing program, just going to events, I want to say 2022, the second Georgia event was my first one. Got involved with 24 program, ran the Ohio and Montana houses, and like with all the people who ran the houses, was involved with many of the other different things that year, running events, doing a lot of the digital and technical tools, just all around. Yeah, super excited to be here.
All right, and I am Ryan McPartland Xeraphont on DGG and Discord, and I am the outreach director for DGG Politics that we're calling it internally. Nobody outside of us knows what DGG Politics is, so we're using Digital Ground Game, okay? If you ever hear that name when we're reaching out to Cardano and stuff like that. I'm the outreach director. I was the Pennsylvania canvassing director in 24, and I put together the Cardano call, which was super fun. What do you think of that, Steven?
I thought it was good. I'm always worried that for a lot of these talks, it really just depends on how good of a conversationalist the person is. Like they could be doing anything, and sometimes it's entertaining, or they could be in a really entertaining role, but they just aren't an entertaining conversationalist. But he was a really good conversationalist, and I mean, cabinet level secretaries are nice to chat with.
It's like
always.
fantastic.
Yeah, for sure. Yeah,
It was super
it's
cool.
like your top guy on education for 4 years. So
Yeah, we met a lot of interesting people on the campaign trail in the 24 program, and he was my #1 guy for like I was in a room with him and 20 organizers, and everyone's asking him questions. It was like a little like low-key cafe thing, and I was like, this feels like primo stream content. And I was like, I shook hands with his staff, shook hands with him, talked to him a little bit, and then kept in touch a little bit, and we got this done. So it was super awesome.
very good.
All right, so I'm gonna give just a quick context for the goals for our conversation, just to make it easy for August to timestamp things, and also to let everyone know what's going on. True, yeah. But the 4 key topics, and we'll do a little bit of yapping aside this, but the 4 key topics is going to be the history of the canvassing program. DGG has done events, we've done canvassing houses, we've done a ton of really exciting stuff. So just kind of touching on that history. So if there's one place where people can go right now, people need to go through a pile of Reddit posts and YouTube
wiki.
clips. The wiki, that's true. There is a way, okay? But this will be good for the YouTube audience and for a lot of people who just watch videos. So I'll go through the canvassing history. The next one is going to be the 26 program. The key idea here is that the 24 program, we got blessed by the Progressive Victory program, which brought in $1 million in fundraising, that full-time legal and HR support. And we're going to try to incorporate the fundraising capacity, the legal capacity, all these capacities into DGG. So wait, was that funny, Steven? I'm curious. I wasn't intending
no,
to
you
tell
just
a
said $1 million in legal, and I just for some reason it just funny to me.
Oh, I see. Yeah, that makes sense. We actually have a lot of experience.
Yeah, go ahead.
Okay, we'll keep going. But we want to bring those capacities into DGG so that we don't have to rely on other outside orgs that might not be perfectly politically aligned or run into other issues with, and we'll be able to do really exciting stuff. So the goal for 26 is probably not as ambitious as 24 because we're building this up, but we will have events. We will probably have some form of canvassing houses. We'll talk more about that. The third key topic is, let me check my notes. Oh yes, the server. So you guys here as this big audience about people who are canvassing 20 like 8 hours a day, knocking on all these doors and running these houses, and you probably don't visualize yourself here for the hundreds of thousands of people who are watching on YouTube. But hundreds of thousands, yeah, little bit of a misspeak. Okay, but the DGG Political Action server is a place where everyone can take the first step and then everyone can take the next step. The goal of this place is wherever you're at, if you have a 1 hour a week or 10 hours a week and you want to contribute to the broader project. This is what I like to tell people. We'll leave it at this for the intro. Is when I'm in Pennsylvania, like we're already one of the biggest groups that are present there. If DGG, if we get like 1% of our people active, we're like one of the biggest grassroots orgs in the country. And we'll get on this later, which also transitions to the last topic, which is the longer future, the broader scope of where we are. But in terms of the new media problem, we are on the front lines, and there is no one else. It's us and our extended friend group. It's Unfuck America, it's us, it's Progressive Victory, but it's people we know in our extended friend group, and we're like this Cardano interview, going to be pushing the front lines of bringing these people on and stuff. So pretty exciting stuff. Let me see if I have a segue into our first topic. Do we want to talk about the history? So how did the canvassing program get started? Thank you, Sam. How'd you get started with like the politics stuff and like the live action?
I heard you the first time.
Steven
Oh,
remembers.
he knows.
Yeah, how did we get started the first time? I'm trying to think if
So many good ways to describe it.
was it Georgia? Was that the first place?
Yep.
I think it was for the runoff elections.
Double
For
Senate runoff. It was
Osaka and
Osaka
Warnock,
and
yeah,
Warnock, yeah.
where we single-handedly got both those politicians elected by 100 vote margins.
Which year was this?
2020.
Warnock for Warnock was 22, I believe.
That's what
It
we
was
said.
both. It was 2020 because
Oh,
Yeah,
okay.
there was a second one. Try to keep up.
Yeah.
Leader of what? Comms director? What were you?
Outreach director. Okay.
You should outreach.
Listen, I'm
Somebody
not the
with some brains,
historian.
okay?
Okay, I'm the outreach guy.
But yeah, we did that. We iterated on that project quite a bit until I think we developed a decent rhythm of how to run things from kind of like top to bottom, from reaching out to candidates to working with these the mysterious van program and getting lists of doors to knock on. And
Omaha was, I think, the next one, I believe.
yeah, we did Omaha after that. We did. There have been a few events that have been set up.
Georgia 22 for then the second Warnock race.
What was the first one you did, Sam?
I first was there at the second Warnock one, 2022, Savannah, I want to say. It was on the coast.
Sounds right. Beautiful place, yeah.
Yeah, it was really very hot. That was like, gosh, I think that was like the weekend of Thanksgiving or like maybe even like the first weekend after. It was like really, really close because all these runoff elections, they don't know they're happening until like all the votes are tallied. And then like legally they have to like announce it within a certain deadline. So it's basically the case that every, professional organizing, setup is like putting it together super last minute because they don't know is there actually going to be runoff in Georgia until they count every single vote. And it's within that, I believe it's a 1% margin that it's legally required to go to runoff to make sure.
Yeah. So this was the first one that I know about. We had 300 people in like 2 hotels, and everyone went door knocking for 8-hour shifts, 2 days, and then hang out afterwards.
Basically, yeah.
Yeah. So it's like the pretty standard template for one of the DG political action events. And I can speak to this. I just wanted to talk about like this is how I started in the program. Is that I heard about this. I thought it'd be a fun weekend, so I came down. And what was fun for me, what was like a unique kind of situation, is that I thought I was an introvert like my whole life. Okay. But it turns out that I just have absolutely nothing in common with these people. I'm not interested in talking to them. But when I show up to this thing, okay, every single table you go to, people are starting with a shared baseline of reasonable like neoliberal policies, and then everyone has like interesting insights branching off of that. So you can pull up on any table, and it's just like these people are all super aligned, super fun to talk to. I just had a good time. So
They all play autism games.
that's true.
Yeah. It's, no, I mean, I think it was in the 2022 event. It was like the day before everyone like got in officially Friday night. It was actually Josiah, Pondering Politics, just started impromptu organizing like, hey, who wants to go to pizza? And like it started, I remember it was like a Discord group chat with like 12 people, and then we realized, oh, there's gonna be like 50, 60 people. So like we got a channel on the server, and like we're like calling these people like, hey, there's gonna be like 60 people and stuff. There was like karaoke. I did Rap God. A bunch of people did a bunch of different songs, which I nailed, by the way. All the events are super, super fun. Like door knocking is always a really rewarding experience. People are always like, I didn't expect this to actually be fun. But even outside of that, just hanging out with people, going back to lunch, going to dinner, the community night events and stuff. What was there? It was a Smash tournament. I think that was happening the final night of in like 3 different hotel rooms. They had 3 different Smash setups, and someone set up a bracket with like Discord like handles and stuff. And I don't remember who won that. Definitely not Blair. He sucks. But
does, yeah.
yeah, no, they're always a ton of fun. Yeah.
Bryce, how did you first get involved?
I first got involved with the 24 canvassing program. I was a Reddit guy. I just always scroll on the subreddit, and I was kind of looking for something new to do in my life. And I saw the post that Sejin put up, detailing like, hey, the canvassing houses are happening in 2024. It was like $500 a month, free rent, all that stuff. And I figured, why not? I've always had like an interest in politics. I've been watching Destiny since like 2020, 2021. But like one of the things I struggled with was I didn't know really how to get involved because a lot of this seems like a walled garden sometimes. And I figured this would be a good route. And the thing that I thought I brought to the table, because this was, as far as I was aware, like the first time that anybody had ever done something like this, is that I have a lot of experience with leadership. Right? I've been leading teams since I was like 14 years old on my like basketball team in high school. So I figured that if there's one thing I can bring to the table, it's not politics knowledge. I'm not the guy to go to name off every House of Representatives person. Yeah, dumb as a rock, but good at leading. People like me, so that just wound up being a really good transition for me into politics. So yeah.
Any questions, Therese?
Why would I have a question about history? I was there for this motherfucker.
He knows already. True.
What's your second point?
Yeah, no, we'll just keep going through it. So basically, the next thing I want to do is bridge, like, how the fuck did we get from doing, like, these one-off events and stuff like this to doing something the scale of the 24 program and kind of what goes into that, and then kind of the context for this, something to think about as the viewer. I don't know which camera's on. Oh, this one's on. To think about is, like, where are these components and where are they going to come from in the future? And that's what we've been thinking about for the past few months. So the story of how this came together, and correct me if I misspeak.
Yeah, I actually know a couple of the more details, like about how it all came together for 24. It was Christian, or Sejin, obviously, is sort of the godfather of all this
Doxed.
stuff. That's already public. Has worked super hard on all of this, and he got in conversations with the folks over at Progressive Victory pretty early on. I want to say in 2023, in anticipation of that 24 program, about can we collaborate? What would that look like? Let's think about it. And from that, got paired with Progressive Victory. In particular, a lot of the sort of senior leadership of Progressive Victory are like very real political professionals who like have like 20, 30 years of experience working on campaigns, working on different PACs and things like this. And they really brought a level of funding and resources, infrastructure that previously we didn't have. All of this stuff is just off the back of us, of volunteers, people in the community who happen to have experience in leadership or politics, or just have a dedication and a drive to make it happen. And that's why it's been so successful. But we really were lacking that component of like a real like professional organizer class to really empower us. And just to be super honest, I mean, like they launched us a way further than we ever could have gone. The budget alone, in the 2024 program, I don't know if people like really appreciate this. In Omaha, it was like 1.5 houses for like 2 months. In 2024, it was 6 houses for 6 months, 6 events. We knocked over 330,000 doors. That's more than every other like canvassing thing that we've ever done in the community put together. It was a massive scale up.
And that the door knocking you're talking about there was just the people running the houses full time,
Plus the
not
events,
plus the
yeah.
events. Do you remember the split there? Wasn't it like, was it almost 50-50?
No.
Or what was the?
I want to say it was like 60-40 houses to events.
Oh, so the houses knocked more doors.
Yes.
Yeah. So that's so of all the doors that we knocked that I think Sam called it the election stream to give us credit for. I think over half of those came from just like the full-time people that were living in these houses and knocking doors. Yeah.
Yeah, and to be super clear, I mean, like, it was like the majority of the people coming out were from DGG and were from our community, but there does also have to go to credit. I mean, there were Voshers there were people who weren't from any community, were just like found PV randomly through like social media and stuff. I would say it's like 80 to 90% us, but credit where credit's due. There are people who, you know, are more progressive that showed up when it mattered and tried to help us win that election. Unfortunately, it didn't go that way. But yeah, that program was really special. This was the biggest thing we've ever done by a mile. It had huge impact. It was probably one of the most effective programs on a dollar to doors basis in the entire country. If you like dig into our metrics and how we're able to do things so cheaply, because we have a passionate community, people who are willing to come out, and people pay for their own hotels if they can afford to. You know, that's the real strength that program had, is we had the community already, but being able to really professionalize it and supercharge it. And it's something that we're thinking a lot about, you know, how do we try to maintain that level as we sort of return back to doing it on our own? How we take the knowledge, the connections, and the experience and try to, you know, get ourselves to a similar level.
Well, really quick, you spoke on something there that is just a pet peeve of mine, because a lot of people look at like 360,000 doors knocked throughout the 2024 cycle, and then they look at the very top of the ballot with Kamala Harris and her loss and go, oh, well, it doesn't mean you did anything. And it's one of the most annoying fucking things that I can imagine talking about, because when we look at just Nevada, right, Susie Lee and Jackie Rosen, House Representatives and our senator, they won by like less than 10,000 votes each. We look at that Supreme Court seat in North Carolina, that was like, what, 200 votes? Yeah, like those are seats that we 100% made an impact in. Like, yeah, we couldn't swing the fucking national election, but on a local level, we had an impact. In each one of the districts, I looked this up, we had less rightward shifts than the rest of the country. And I don't know how much of that is us. It's impossible for us to know, because obviously we can't look and see who we canvassed and who they voted for, but we made an impact, and it's just disproportionately felt at a local level rather than the national. And we knew that going in, to be fair.
The other thing I would say, the other thing I would talk about, like benefits of the program from 2024, is not just, you know, the electoral results, but all the people who, you know, Bryce mentioned earlier, always had interest in politics, didn't really know how to get involved. For a lot of young people today, the path to become engaged politically, you know, doesn't really line up with how we live our lives. The way you got into politics back in the day was like you go to like your local, you know, neighborhood political precinct meeting, maybe you go to your county party meeting, and you know, these things still exist, you know, but they're pretty, you know, mediocre, to be honest. There aren't a lot of people engaging with them, particularly young people. I mean, in the same reason, you know, there's a death of all sort of in-person local stuff. I mean, political local stuff is even more so suffering. When I look at the program, one of the things I'm most proud of from 2024 is all the amazing people who came in with very little to zero political experience and came out of that really capable organizers. And I get messages like pretty consistently of like, you know, someone from the Nevada House who is now like organizing and working on like a mayoral campaign, or someone who was from, you know, the North Carolina House and is now working to like help raise funds with the Georgia State Democrats. All of the people came out of that program with a real skill set and the ability to like actually like, okay, you feel like you care about these things, you want to do something, you come out of this program, you will be empowered to go and do things. You'll know exactly what to do, how to do it, how to be really good at it.
Nice. Steven, do you have any thoughts on the margin question? It's one of the ones that comes up from time to time. Is like, oh, we're not actually doing anything.
I mean, we are doing stuff. I mean, and you can't know until the end of a race, and you don't want to be the person who's like, oh god, that was a few hundred votes, and I could have been involved in that. And then it's also just kind of like a dumb mindset. If for no other reason, rather than looking at the impact that you might have individually, think about what somebody on the right thinks that they can do individually, because those people are all, you know, working at every level to make things happen. So at the very least, you could be a counterbalance to them. But yeah, I mean, like you know, do you as an individual person doing one thing, you know, matter? Like maybe not individually in that one thing in that one action, but if everybody has that mindset, nothing works. So you can all have to kind of. You know.
It's exactly the line that I give at events and stuff is to say like, we add this margin, let's say it's 100 votes, whatever it is. But if there's 10, 15 groups of our size, which there are in that area, and each of those groups is using the same principle as us, are operating under the same idea, and they all say, oh, well, my 100 votes isn't going to make the difference, or isn't likely enough to. You know, we all have to do what we can. That's what I always think.
Yeah.
Awesome. Okay, so we've been blazing the 24 program, talking a lot about PV. Why are we not working with PV again? It sounds like that was a good deal. And you know, I'm not trying to shit on them, obviously. I want to start with that. Okay, I love PV. We couldn't have done what we did without them. Or I'll give more context first, I guess, about their kind of trajectory, right? I think that makes sense. So basically, the way that this kind of worked is that, and correct me obviously, but in 22, so earlier than us, Sam D, he was kind of the leader for Progressive Victory, and he's looking at the problem we're all looking at, the new media problem. What the fuck is going on with Democrats and young people in new media? And he's looking at people like Steven, people like Vosh, and he's kind of exploring the space. And he rules out Hasanabi, or not rules out, but chooses not to start there. And then you know, we work with. He started with Vosh, so that was kind of the start of Progressive Victory. Was Vosh and like a Vosh kind of project, and then we came in 24, but they were building their operation from 22. So the situation we were in is that a lot of the leadership, who we relied on and who were super important, were from like Vosh's community, and then the canvassing program was largely from our group, which Destiny's community. Yeah, when I say our group, I'm talking DGG. So that was kind of like setting the stage for what happened. And then I guess there's the two key problems is like budget issues and alignment. But I do want to focus because I don't want to drag the program, right? It's important that we realize that these people brought us 10 years into the future, that there was a clear vision that nobody else because these guys, the founders, you know, Sam and Eric, the main two, are from the DNC kind of group, like they're from that area, institutional Democrats kind of, and they came down and helped, and you know, so props for that. The two key issues were probably alignment and budget stuff, which eventually came to a head. So anyone want to take this one, or I don't want to get
I mean, I would say like, you know, just to be super clear, it's like Progressive Victory were really good partners to us. You know, did everything work out perfectly? No, but like, you know, nothing ever does. Like I can name a ton of like shit shows that happened in like the previous events in Georgia and stuff, because like, look, like organizing is not like a neat little thing you can do. Like it is a very chaotic environment. They took, frankly, some pretty big risks, both in terms of the amount of autonomy they gave us, who you know were coming in from DGG, that they gave, you know, Sejin and the other leadership, and they also, you know, gave us a ton of money as well that we had a lot lot of discretion over. So, they were great partners. Obviously, look, there are some political differences. There was the New York event for Jamal Bowman that, look, no one here likes Jamal Bowman, obviously. But you have to be able to distinguish between, a flawed ally and an avowed enemy. And at the end of the day, these were people who were showing up to help us win the presidential election. What was probably the most presidential election ever. And, we'll see if it keeps that throne in 28. There are people who, understood that, look, we might disagree about, which primary support is, but there's no question of them, when it comes to the general, we need Democrats to win. And, that means, moderate Democrats like Joe Manchin in Montana, who they spent a ton of money on with the Montana program trying to elect. And that also means, like more progressive Democrats if they're the ones that make it to the general ballot. Obviously there's disagreements, but, if we let those disagreements, deny us what was an amazing program, we're never going to win. I know there's also, some questions about the budget stuff I can speak to. The Montana House, I don't know if it's super well understood, but had to shut down unexpectedly pretty early throughout the year. And the person who ran that house, me and the people I was working with were the ones most affected. It's just a matter of, if you ever saw those headlines right around the candidate swap, that when people were pressuring Biden to step down, Stephen, do you ever see those headlines that were like, donors are saying they're withholding X millions of dollars until Biden steps down? Does this ring a bell? Did you see those headlines?
Yeah, I saw so many of those headlines.
Yeah, so a very small percentage of that money was the money that program was running on, which is a credit to this is why the institutional support is so strong, because they're able to get these big super PAC grants monies where a lot of the fuel for all this stuff flows from, and that's something that was largely out of our control. Were there better budgeting solutions that could have happened? Could we have had a better safety fund? Yes, but ultimately look, we're building the plane as we're flying it because we don't have any other choice. We didn't want to wait until 2028 to try and deploy our online community as strongly as possible to stop Trump from winning. We're going to throw everything we have at it right now because our democracy is on the line. You see in the news today why that was so important. So I would say yes, the program was flawed, but the people at PV, the leadership, everyone over there, they were giving it their all. They were good partners, and I've got nothing for love with those people, even though I don't like Jamal Bowman.
Cool. Thoughts on budget? Questions on budget? Awesome. Yeah. Do we want to talk about house roulette or Russian roulette, but with the canvassing houses? So Pennsylvania was safe, okay? I was told when the budget issue started, I was like, Ryan, you are a good man. You are the best of us, and your house is safe. Also, Pennsylvania is a particularly important state. The rest of you motherfuckers, fucking spin the fucking gun. The other houses were on the line, so it was fun. It was a beneficial experience. We turned to our benefit. We had a couple of houses that did some fundraising. So Ohio raised for themselves, I think $10K or something like that. So yeah, it was fun. We made the most of it, but it was stressful to be in that living situation.
Yeah, and again, I'll just add, the people at PV, those people who like Jamal Bowman and stuff, I won't name any names or give specifics. Those people know who they are, but there are people who took enormous personal risk, personal career risk, financial risk in order to make sure that we only had to close one of the 7 houses.
Yeah.
They threw everything they possibly could at it, and without them doing that, it could have been a much scarier story in terms of the program just disintegrating.
Any questions about alignment or budget stuff on PV, Stephen?
Not much. I think one kind of community concern going forward, and now that we're kind of more organized on our end, and we've got more, I think, leadership and representation on our end, has to do with supporting candidates that I think the community would consider as being grossly misaligned with the community. My guess is that won't be as much of a problem for the upcoming midterm season.
I mean, I'm partial to a couple of Republicans, but besides that, we should be okay.
Is Kinzinger running again, or?
No, I'm trolling.
Yeah, okay.
We're probably gonna have to have a D next to the name, but
yeah. I mean, I think it's an interesting question though. We always talk about the left eats its own, circular firing squad. The right is so good at getting in line, but then how do we actually navigate that when there are people on the left who progressive victory,
we would just choose people who don't want to eat our own. That's pretty simple. We'll get it. We got it.
I agree there, but I think when you then look at the actual the way the sausage is made, a lot of when it comes to organizing is working together, kind of tit for tat. And to be honest, and they were transparent. That was kind of part of the strategy. Is we want to make sure that we have do a couple things for progressive candidates in primaries, or the people at PV felt part of the reason why they wanted to do that was so that we could try and get buy-in, so that when we come to the general election, certainly you're not going to get Hassan, but you can get people like Vosh and people that are more progressive than us, but not like tankies, more bought into this project. How do you feel about is there any tit for tat there? Is there any allowance, or is it just the hard line is the people who eat their own?
We should talk about the stuff stream.
Folks should talk about
no, none of these motherfuckers. No, fuck them. We're not trying to win any favor from these motherfuckers anymore. Fuck no.
Don't worry, guys.
I don't think there's anything wrong. So when I look at somebody like Mamdani, okay, Islamic terrorist. No, I'm just kidding. When I look at somebody like Mamdani is unequivocally clear that the Democratic Party is large enough for Democrats in New York and Democrats in West Virginia, and that all these people have to exist under this umbrella of we are fighting for democratic things. I personally, I don't know, I guess maybe we'll get into whatever our future points are for future plans or whatever, but I'm not as interested in trying to primary the fuck out of blue Democrats in plus 40 districts. People can spend their money and their time on that shit, and I'm never trying to win or curry favor from people who are on the socialist communist left, because they're never ever coming to our center. If anything, these people slowly begin to eat their own when it comes to their AOCs, their Bernie Sanders, and their Mamdanis. They start to eat their own on it. So the fact that you're never bringing them over to center causes ever, so I just don't think it's even worth it. I would support a progressive, I would support a fucking a Bowman over any fucking Republican, but I think focusing on building up those strong center left races and fighting on that ground, I think is good.
I super agree there. I think to me the interesting thing is, as you say, they start to eat their own. AOC and Mamdani, those are people who used to be a lot more progressive, but when they see how the sausage is made, there's some tempering, there's some meat in the middle. To me, I guess what I say is I don't want to leave those people behind who look, again, you're never gonna get the tankies, but Mamdani used to be a lot more we are not gonna vote for Biden stuff, and now he's a lot more strongly in line with the Democratic Party.
Yeah, that's true, but AOC I wouldn't have supported initially if I was doing any canvassing program. Mamdani I think I would have, because while Mamdani might have said some crazy shit 3 or 4 or 5 years ago, or whatever, I think his election was ran well, and his message was like pretty incorporating of different types of political ideas. You know, AOC is at a good place now, but I just think we've made so many compromises to people that are never going to be fully in support of the party. And it's also like, you know, I give this advice for personal relationships. If you're fighting with your partner all the time, you're investing so much energy into just getting to neutral, and you're not building something great or building something more positive with a partner. And I think when it comes to commies and shit, I think it's the same thing. Like, why spend so much time just trying to convince somebody to vote for you? Like if you're one of these people who are like, I'm never voting for Newsom, it's like, okay, then eat shit, bro. I don't care. Like, I don't need to talk to you. You can go do your own thing. Like, I'd rather just find Senate Democrats and like build with them and have like an actual positive pro movement rather than trying to spend so much time appealing to people, turning off everybody else who is just like a center left. And then these people on the far left are never. There's not a single example ever of any moderate left candidate getting support from these people ever. Is there a single example last 10 years?
The 24 canvassing program we lived alongside of, I think like 1/3 or 1/4 of the house. Well, I can speak to Philadelphia, but we a lot of these people were Vosh's community people, and they were magnanimous during the general. And he, to my understanding, was magnanimous during the general. I don't know where he's at right now. I haven't kept as in touch.
Vosh might have been Vosh hovers the line sometimes, although now I think he's got a little bit crazy. I don't know why over the past few months, but Vosh's communities would have been the closest aligned with mine that was further left maybe. But yeah, I just want to spend time on, like building positive relationships and not things where it's like if you like nowadays when we have like our Brian Tyler Cohens and we have our even like our Josiahs, when we have like our IRIs, when we have our Adam Mocklers, like these are communities that are like hungry for synergy in my opinion. Why go to another community where it's like, oh, these people all want to support moderate left cucks who want to destroy our system, and isn't this guy like a pedophile rapist, and like why spend so much time trying to appeal to these people? And it's like you can just be irrelevant. Fuck it, I don't care. Like let's just work with the strong communities with synergies with to build something better with, I think. Yeah.
I would say that the reason is because there must always be a Lich King, but like you need someone to work with them. But the real truth is that we worked alongside these people. Like here's the tension in my heart, right? I can tell you, Steven, is that groups are bad, individuals are good. We lived with a lot of these people, so the political lieutenants for DGG, it doesn't get worse than fuck all of them. So we can be pretty on the table. The political lieutenants for DGG lived alongside of a lot of the people who are now political lieutenants or worked very closely with people who are lieutenants among other communities. My thought is that if they're running a primary for some candidate that we don't support, we keep our hands off. But it seems like we should be cordial in terms of like if we're running an event and people want to come.
Yeah, that I'm always in favor of, for sure.
Okay, yeah.
My parents, some people I know this are super mega.
Yeah.
But I still talk to them and hang out with them. But I'm never going to try to appeal to them as voters. So yeah, I mean, if people want to work from those other communities to do stuff with us, yeah, I think that's totally fine.
Yeah, I think you hit the nail on the head. It's like if they are going to show up for our values,
Yeah,
for
100%.
Democrats, politics makes strange bedfellows, but like at the end of the day, we got to win. And like I'll tell you one thing for sure, Republicans are not nearly so picky. If they are pro-Trump, then people get in line and they say, oh, Nick Fuentes, I mean, how bad is he really?
Yeah. So I think the two key things to highlight would be we never want to be in a position where we're dependent on these people where they can cut us off and we're fucked.
Yeah.
And we never want to be in a position where we're supporting someone we don't align with. But if they're running a project or we're running a project that we're strongly aligned with, we're cool to cross promote. Your all thoughts on that?
It depends on who the candidate is, I guess. Or what do you mean?
Well, I'm just saying like if it's obviously a Democrat general, if it's November 4th and it's Democrat down ballot, right? Like.
Oh yeah, probably yeah.
Okay, yeah, we'll figure out the details. Okay, we'll hash it out. But
I don't want to be in communities that are poisoning liberals.
we can counterpoison them. Okay.
I don't think so.
You don't think so?
No, they're too.
That's got to be a debate for another
poisonous.
time.
But wait, yeah, we can do a different. Yeah.
Okay, we'll
Different thing, yeah.
Yeah. Well, no, no, super quick because fuck, there's a horde of people who sit on their fucking computer and watch Vosh and they're not participating. But there is a political class, and those motherfuckers are going to be my colleagues in 10 years when I'm fucking running shit and I'm a staffer and all my friends are staffers, right? We're going to be like for the next 40 years, we're going to be brushing shoulders. Like the political class I need to work with. Remember, it's not 100,000 people who show up to the event. It's 100, right? The political class is I think more strongly aligned, especially when it comes to supporting Democrats. And so I just want to put that out there. Like we don't
That's
have
fine.
to worry
Well,
about
all I'm saying is that like we shouldn't have to appeal to them. Like they have no candidates. They're not winning anywhere. They have no political voice in the country whatsoever. So they should see our project and say, okay, you know what? These guys
it's a two-way
got
street.
Yeah, it is a two-way street. And I'm tired of it making a one-way street. That's what I'm
Perfect.
saying.
Okay, we won't make it one-way
Seriously,
street.
Ryan, this guy.
Fucking Ryan, man.
Yeah. I think that's like the full history.
I know you're getting Mike screwed. Do you have any points you want to make or? Okay, we're good. We're chilling.
Okay.
Awesome. Okay, I think at this point it is clear DGG will be our strong. We'll bring everything in, we'll incorporate it, and we'll be able to do the 28 program will be double the size of 24. We'll do something cool. So that I think is our segue into. Let me just double check my notes. All right, Sam, say something while I check my notes.
Yeah, I mean, I think that look at the end of the day, it's you got to make bread with who you got to make bread with, and if our country's on the line, then of course we're willing to work with. But
What's the next topic?
Yeah. So
what's the next topic?
I know. Well, if you remember, Steven, I mentioned I was checking my notes. But the other topic on the 24 program that I wanted to touch on was I did want to touch on some event stuff. Is that there's a couple fun stories around this, and it also bleeds into kind of thinking about what we're going to be doing in the future with events. Is that we had our Ohio event that a lot of people remember as a highlight of the of the program, and then the Wisconsin event was also a big hotel, big budget, stuff like this.
Was the Ohio one? Did I dye my hair for that one?
No, that was Door Knock for War Knock in 22.
You have like dementia or something.
When was Ohio? How long ago was this?
That was the start of 2024. It was the Cincinnati event.
Everything's like 6 months. Or
Ohio is the one where every single orbiter was there. It was like Loner Box, Dylan, Wick.
Gotcha.
There you go.
The one where the guy crashed his car is what Bryce said. There was an unfortunate loss of an automobile.
Yeah.
We lost an auto about that day.
True. But wait, Steven, do you know the budgets for these different events? Like if you had to guess or have?
For like a canvassing event?
Yeah, for the Ohio.
Including hotels or not including hotels?
All in.
We'll talk more about that because I think it's worth splitting out.
Anywhere from like 50 to 100K?
Yeah, usually in that range for the bigger events. And let's talk more about those bigger events. Is that I do like to split this out in my mind. It's just like a side point, but the community, we do fundraising through the community to pay for the events. So it's money coming from DGG, and then when people pay for the hotels, that's also money coming from DGG. So some events are much cheaper because we don't cover as many hotels. Some are more expensive, but that money is ultimately coming from DGGers. It's just coming from different ones at different times. So I just caveat that in. But yeah, usually between that range of like 50 to 100K.
If you can afford to pay for a hotel, pay for it, please.
Okay, Steven, how familiar are you with the Nevada and Pennsylvania events? Do you know the lore behind these?
Nevada. Go ahead.
I forgive you, Steven. But no.
It is Nevada, right?
I don't know what it is,
Nevada.
but it was it hurt me. Okay, I've been working so hard for you, and you hurt my feelings. Okay,
When did I hurt your
when you
feelings?
called me out in front of 100,000 people about Nevada, you really hurt me. It was really mean.
Oh, right now?
I need an apology. Yes.
I'm good.
Okay, I forgive you again.
Okay,
Forgive you
about
again.
Nevada,
trolling.
okay, yeah.
Nevada and Pennsylvania event. What's your understanding of those events? Do you know what's different about those than the other events? I don't know how much lore you're familiar with.
Was I at these events?
You were not.
You were, no, you were at Vegas.
Oh, he was at Vegas.
Vegas. What did we?
That was at the nightclub. Remember you talked to a couple of small-time politicians? Susie Lee was on stage.
Oh, Bryce.
It was in the nightclub. Is it October? Yeah.
Maybe.
Maybe.
I think I remember.
Yeah, you didn't
Okay.
stream. You spent the entire time messing with the equipment.
We were outside, yeah, on the AstroTurf like ledge outside or whatever. I remember. Yeah. Okay. What about it?
Bryce, what was the budget for the Nevada event? Wait, just to be clear. Steven, you didn't notice any major difference between this event and the other ones?
Well, so the budget for this event was what, like 20K?
Way less than that. It was like under 10K.
Okay. Because I don't know how much I was participating in like door knocking or any of the other stuff that's going on. But go ahead.
Yes.
Give the story for the Nevada budget.
Well, yeah. So Progressive
Nevada.
Victory at that point was out of money, basically, and we wanted to try and get as many events out as we possibly could. So while we were in Nevada, it was Rise who we made a connection with, and they said they would help us out with procuring a venue, with getting lit, and other funding things. Right?
With getting what?
Literature. Sorry. Like
Oh, I thought you said lint,
lit. No, not lit.
like on belly buttons. But okay, literature. Go ahead.
Yeah, so we hooked up with Rise, and then we also did some fundraising through your community as well. And that entire event was ran for, like I said, under 10K. It is the most efficient event we've ever ran. We were underneath $1 per door pretty easily, and it was I'll be honest, it was completely rogue, right? Progressive Victory, Mr. Sam. I remember the day after Mr. Reese announced it at the Wisconsin event, he was like, "Hey, I don't know if this is gonna happen, guys. So we gotta have a big old meeting about it," because he didn't want to obviously put his name behind something that might fall through. But all the people in DGG, like Lauren was a big one who helped us out. Reese.
Specify.
Not Lauren. What's her?
There's like 12 Laurens at this point.
Lauren. No.
There's Lauren Southern. There's Lauren De Laguna. There's Lauren Chen.
Lauren from canvassing.
Lauren from canvassing, not any of the Laurens we're talking about. But she was a big help. Mr. Nate was a fantastic help as well in procuring funding, and just ran the most efficient events. Basically, got everything that we could out of the 24 canvassing campaign. There wasn't going to be much more that was done.
All right, you want to follow up on PA?
Go.
All right, so the PA event has a humorous story as well. Is that, like Bryce said, PV's running low on money, but we had a plan, and the plan was like we're going to do the Ohio event, we're going to do the Wisconsin event, and we'll probably do one other event. We'll do a Pennsylvania event, and we may or may not do another one. So Pennsylvania was always planned to be the capstone of the program because it was seen as the most important swing state. So we want to do something big and flashy there. So through September 30th, which is 1 month before the November election, the Pennsylvania, that's my house at Pennsylvania, we were assured that we would be like 100% we're having this event, we're having budget for it. And obviously, again, I want to reiterate, we did lose a lot of funding because of the Biden issue, because of Harris, but we were assured budget through September 30th. So I had a month when the plug was pulled to pull an event together. Which really is 2 weeks because people need to facilitate travel and we need to do the announcements and stuff. So I had 2 weeks to pull this event together. And thank God, Mr. Bryce, I actually, one of the reasons he's the executive director, okay, is he gets glazed today, is we actually used his excess money that he raised for the Nevada event to also run the Pennsylvania event. So pretty big cheers to Bryce.
Good job, Bryce.
Yeah. You guys might have seen John Kerry on Reddit, okay? He gave a big, nice little speech to the DGG canvassers.
I think the point, and just the point of these two events is to sort of look at, like, number one, the difference between having that kind of level of institutional funding that we had versus trying to bootstrap ourselves, but also talk about, like, what does transitioning that gap looks like. Like, we've got now a lot of experience of, like, talking to these funders, of currying, the favor and the funds ourselves in order to do them. It's just a question of, trying to scale that up because, again, the people at PV, political professionals, decades of experience. Like, how can we try to, get closer to their level so that we can afford to not just, fund 2 events on our own, but afford to fund an entire program on our own. And again, a lot of that is just all off the backs of, like, people who are helping us do this work, not just ourselves, but people who are, in the Discord and the community helping us out.
Yeah. And the last thing I'll say on this is one of the reasons I went through this topic too is so people know where their money's going and how it's kind of being spent, and that there's a balance between the more expensive events where you can Google public filings. New York was like over 80K and it was not very cost efficient, and also the least DGG involved in the planning. But generally, we talked about taking over capacities. This is one of the capacities that we already had really built in, and we just kind of leaned on that. But it's one of the things that we're good at. And there is a balance between the extremely low budget. Pennsylvania was in a church basement. It was a little scuffed if you guys went there, but we made it work. And there's a balance point between a $5,000 event and a $60,000 event where we can get the value of a bigger event while paying a much lower cost. So fun little lesson learned from that.
Okay.
How are we doing on time, by the way? We're all clear? Or?
Got 2 minutes. I'm just kidding. Go ahead.
Okay. All right. Next major topic is plans for 26, transitioning over. Bryce, do you want to talk more about this, or just where we're at, vision and stuff?
Yeah, so the ideal is to try and get some canvassing houses up. Obviously, it can't be to the extent of the 24 program because the 24 program already started by this point in 2024. Yeah, correct. And let's just be real, 2025 was a little bit of a rough year for DGG, 100%.
I have no idea what he's referring to.
Yeah, just secret memes, 100%.
The election and everything, yeah.
Exactly. January 6th, 20th.
We did lose a lot of people after November because it was such a heartfelt thing.
Yeah, for sure. There's some depression there. Yeah. But yeah, so essentially the plan is to try and canvas. We want to work with Z and Unfuck America as much as possible. We have a very good relationship with her. She's awesome. She helps us out where she can. We will help her out where we can. But we just don't know exactly where that's going to be as of yet, and we got to secure funding for it. So once again, if you know anybody with money, let us know, please.
Just make a specific call out. Like, all of this program up until we got with PV was just off of the back of people, and specifically people with connections. So, like, if anyone here listening, like, has a connection, if you work in politics, or if you know someone, or your family knows someone who works in politics, particularly if they're high up, like, please let us know. If your mom is a Democratic county commissioner, if your dad was college roommates with someone who now works at the DNC, if you know anyone even remotely like this, please let us know, because the dirty secret is that so much of the politics world is just a who you know game. It's just you know this person, you have a good relationship with them, or you just have someone to give you the intro, to give you their email or their phone number, and to be like, hey, this is a real person who isn't a scammer, and to get in the room and talk with them. Like, I cannot overemphasize how important that is compared to anything else in terms of getting stuff off the ground, of being able to talk to people. If you have anything even remotely like this, like, please, like, Discord, Reddit, email, whatever, like, get in contact with us. Like, I'm Flowtrace on Reddit, I'm Flowtrace on Discord. Like, Bryce runs the Pragmatic Papers. He makes the post for that every single week. Like, DM one of us, please, because
we'll put a link to the server under the video. We'll talk to people and figure it out.
Yeah, these connections are the lifeblood of politics in general. And as the new kids on the block, as an upstart political organization doing canvassing fueled by political streamers, like, that's just something that is brand new. And people are skeptical. So any personal connects that we can use to get our foot in the door, that is the lifeblood of how we're going to make this work.
Awesome. Yeah. Just quick follow up, but you already touched on it. Is as outreach director, if you guys know Hunter Biden, if you guys know any cool people that are fun to talk to, Hunter's a DGGer, right? I think. No, I'm trying.
He liked the Instagram post today.
I saw that.
Destiny
A real with me.
We're
That's
one,
basically the race to
one
the
step
end.
closer. We're
Yeah.
in. We're in. We're getting it. If Andrew Callahan can do it, okay.
Any laptop repair shops have a connect, please let us know. You know? Yeah. You talk about the Discord. You want to touch that?
Yeah, we'll swing over to the Discord. Bryce, I'll take this one. Is basically we talked briefly in the intro about this. The Discord server is the place for someone who's interested in doing politics, who has
What Discord server? What are you talking about?
This is the DGG Political Action Discord server. So that's where we're based out of. That's our main organizing body, and that's where all of us are every day. And there's a couple things here. Is that as a new person, it's hard to know how to get your foot in the door, how to get trained up. Like, what can I do that is useful and I can build on these skills? Is the goal is to make it as easy as possible to take the first step and then to take the next step. So we have a weekly call to action. The weekly call to action generally takes under an hour. This one is actually a follow up to the Cardano interview. Is the next week one that we're live streaming, but the next one that'll go up will be related to the Cardano stuff. The one that's up right now is related to Z stuff. So we're always doing calls to action to help out our partners, to help out the political movement, and there's been some really impactful ones. We did the North Carolina stuff that made national news, the Supreme Court judge. The way that this worked, there was a call about this with the Pragmatic Papers guy, Stephen, if you remember. But the way that it works is they're trying to remove voters from the voter roll. They're trying to say these votes don't count because they misspelled their name, they did this. And voter cure is where you go out and you knock on the door and you say, you tried to vote and your vote is not being counted. I need you to sign here and correct your name on this form. And that's the most effective project that you can do. It's Eric, one of the PV founders, is very big on that. So we were coordinating that whole thing. Luckily, we got through on court and it resolved in our favor. But if it had not resolved in the court and we had to do the voter cure, then we were on the front lines of that issue. So
That's what our hero, our Black Queen, Afro Sabi, was her name? Do you remember a long time ago?
sorry.
Did I get the name wrong? Do you remember when we first started doing canvassing? She showed up. Sometimes she spoke to us. I want to say, was she from Georgia? But her main thing was doing carrying ballots. That's what she worked with a lot of the time. Every time she stopped by and
Shout
chatted
out
with
that
us.
person.
You guys don't remember?
If this was the 2020 event, I don't think any of us were there. It was like the first time we were in Georgia.
Yeah, I'm 22 is when I got in.
Whatever. Okay. Don't worry about it. Never mind.
We're not real
Guess we don't have real historians.
We should have let it hang. It would have. I think it would have been awesome. Like,
it would've been.
missed opportunity.
Okay,
Like, okay.
Yeah, the Discord is really where everything happens right now.
DGG poll, POL.
Yeah, do we have like a Discord link? Like a
Discord.gg/DGG.
Guys, we're all on camera right now, but someone fucking put a link in chat. And
They got it. Yeah,
August,
they're doing
please.
it.
Yeah.
All right, awesome. Thank you, soldiers. Cool. Any other notes on the server, Bryce, or anyone?
No.
Steven, any questions?
No, I mean, a big complaint that I've had for a long time that we've had in general is that it's hard to take politically interested people and turn them into politically activated people.
100%.
And initially the canvassing stuff and the events give us an opportunity to do that. And then hopefully the longer term programs you guys are starting to stand up also give another opportunity to do that. And whether it's door knocking or curing ballots, or I know that Lauren was heavily involved last time with, I think, phone banking, like getting people to make phone calls and stuff, like whatever it is. Like, yeah,
We're
really.
always doing stuff. Always. Yeah.
Yeah, and the other thing is, like, a lot of times people think it's only like November, but like there's like almost always like a special election or like some legal battle around like the counting of votes in an election that you can get involved in. I mean, like, it was just a couple weeks ago that Miami had their special election and a Democrat won. We've got a Democrat mayor in Miami for the first time like 30, 40 years. So like, if you like feel like, man, I want to do something, don't feel like, well, it's January, there's nothing for me in February, it's whatever month. Like, I guarantee you, there's always something that you can work on that is very meaningful. And no matter what that time commitment is, you've got an hour this week, if you've got 10 hours every week, we will find a way for you to help us out and to make a real impact and build something that's really going to change.
Yeah, I think it's one of the biggest problems right now with the Democratic Party is we have a $2 billion goes out just to, I think, the presidential during the 24 campaign season, and the budget for Progressive Victory, which is by far the biggest project in the new media space, is $1 million. That's how much. Just to contextualize this, I think Charlie Kirk got handed because some guy liked the cut of his jib, okay, when he was fresh out of high school. A random high school kid just gets $1 million, and that's the entire new media budget for exciting new media projects with the biggest creators, right? So the good news for this is that I think there's a lot of room to grow, is that we do have a real chance of getting more of that pie as we prove ourselves, and it solves the problem you're talking about of, advertisements do not create political actors. You can't fill out your ranks with them, and the halls of power are desperate right now for young blood, young people. When young people show up, we were at the DNC meeting, people are like, oh my God, a young person. It's like, this is like bad. Like 29 is not that young that you're like so shocked to
For
see.
political stuff, I mean, like that was one of the reasons why people were so excited in the Republican Party about Trump, is because he was bringing new, younger people to the party. So yeah.
Super important. All right. Cool. And then, I mean, I guess we're already touching on it, but let me get the mic. We're already touching on it, but the kind of bigger project too is contextualizing like where we're at and where these orgs are at in the media space. And I think we've already emphasized it time and time again, but like the importance of the work that we're doing, and really, like, I don't think there's anyone else, right? Can you think of anyone else who's on the front line, like for new media stuff? It's
Austin
like,
Abbey had, no, I'm just kidding.
yeah, true.
Probably not right now, yeah.
Yeah, there's like a couple, like the news people are good at this. BTC has his connections, like the
More Perfect Union.
Yeah, like the news focused people, and then there's some more wonkish people, like I'm thinking Podsafe and Ezra Klein are obviously more connected. But in terms of like reaching
Live
out,
and learn.
reaching out to people who aren't.
Atriarch.
Yeah, Atriarch is great. Yeah, he's a really good ally who we'll see how it goes. But I'm reaching out to him. But yeah, it's been super awesome. It's a really good field. Oh yeah, the org. So it's like it's us, it's Unfuck, it's PV.
There are
couple
others
other
out
ones.
there,
Yeah.
But it really is the case that like there's almost no one doing this, there's almost no one paying attention, and like a lot of what we're doing is like just jumping up and down, being like, hey, there's $1 million program that knocked like a third of $1 million off of the back of like online influencers. Like no one knows about this, and it's a really big deal. Like it is just I cannot overemphasize like how behind we are and how out of sort of sync this new wave of new media of organizing, of trying to be politically efficacious. How unbelievably unknown it is, even still, to a lot of the like big like power centers when it comes to like democratic organizing and stuff. Like it is just the case that they are still not caught up to date, and it's not going to change unless we keep doing what we're doing. We do it bigger and better every year.
All right. That covers most of the prepared stuff. Steven, you have a bunch of questions for us or thoughts?
No, not really.
And you said you did this for a living? Oh, sorry, I'm shut up.
Every time you guys want to talk, there's always ground-shattering, earth-breaking news going on. No, I mean, like, I'm excited to take. I mean, we've learned a lot of lessons from doing the canvassing stuff in the past. We can take these release forward into the future without necessarily having to be beholden to other orgs as much as we were in the past. So we kind of have a little bit more freedom and flexibility to choose the elections that we want to participate in and how we want to dole out our support in those elections. I think working this as like a multi-pronged thing too, where you guys, like the conversation I had today, that was really good. I was a little bit skeptical at first. The education is kind of a whatever topic maybe, but Miguel was an awesome conversationalist, and I think it was a good conversation. I thought we covered a lot of good ground. Getting a cabinet level secretary to chat is not easy, I think. So it was an impressive catch. So
A lot of follow-up emails.
Yeah.
Good outreach note is every single time you send an email, you send another one a week or two later. You just have to keep pressing people.
yeah, but yeah, I'm excited. It should be good. As my lawsuit comes to an end, Copium. As our YouTube monetization comes back, Copium, and then as our Twitch unban happens, Copium. And then as we have a massive blue wave.
Day 9
Copium.
story, any day now?
The day 9 story came and went. It was boring. Okay.
And then the J6 video.
And the J6 video on the back of all that.
You said tomorrow, right? I think yesterday.
Next year is my J6
Oh,
anniversary.
next year tomorrow,
The
okay.
bidecennial quintessential anniversary, or whatever.
And then you said you were doing another J6 video every year after that, just
I
like you
think
love
so.
working on it so much.
Yeah,
Like it's going to be a
exactly.
routine.
About like 6 or 7.
Yeah.
Holy shit! Do you know when they certify the election? Do you know? Because it had to go into the next day. It was over midnight. They stayed.
It was January 6th.
Oh.
January 6th, 7. That's when they certified the election.
Okay,
That's
guys,
crazy.
please join the DGG Politics server. Please join the Discord server, discord.gg/DGG poll. If you want to get involved, you want to do something. If you were like all of us individually, 3-4 years ago, you care about this, but you want to do something, but you don't know what to do. Please join that server. We will give you the tools and the ability to make an impact and to build something. And if we can really galvanize this community, I mean, just to be clear, our 24 program was amazing. We knocked a quarter, a third of a million doors. We haven't even barely scratched the surface of what this community can do. If we actually mobilize this community as much as we did for like r/place, we could knock a million doors. We could be getting conversations with presidential candidates. We could be doing insane stuff, but it only happens. It all lives and dies based off of our involvement. So if you want to help, if you think that this stuff matters, even a little bit, and you're willing to just donate 1 hour a week, please go discord.gg/DGGPOL, and we can build a better country together.
Let's go. I'll do a quick closer note for myself, and then Bryce, if you want to do the final closer off, or Steven. But my quick note is I'm always thinking farther into the future. I think that the 26 program, the number one thing that I'm focused on is building us up so we have more leaders, more capacity, more proof of our own what we can get done, and that we can do even more in 28, and then even more beyond that. I referenced this earlier, but the expectation is that who like, do you guys know a gigantic group of 20-year-olds who are all planning on taking office and being staffers and who are deeply politically involved and who have encyclopedic knowledge of most political issues? Like, I'm not familiar with a lot of other options. My suspicion is that, and this is already happening, by the way, when we talk to people, 10% of staffers I shake hands with are like, oh yeah, I know this, XYZ. So we're going to start filling out the ranks. It's not unlikely. That's my projection. That's my prediction. But beyond 28, beyond that, we're going to start having Congress people who grew up in these communities, who were raised by this environment. So looking forward to that, and we will need even more help as we take control of the entire country. And our generation, holds the halls of power, which are currently completely barren and desperate to have us. So looking forward to working with you guys.
Cool. One more for Bryce.
One,
Go for it, Bryce.
I got really short. Okay, I appreciate everybody in DGG. The things that we do are only possible because of the effort of you guys. Like Sam mentioned, I do the pragmatic papers and I do DGG poll stuff, and it's just really inspiring to see how you guys get out there when you're passionate about things. I want to see more of you out there. I want to see as many people as possible. I've never had a bad interaction with this community. It'll happen at some point, but until then, I appreciate you guys. Love all of you, and thank you for listening to us. I don't know. Just felt like it felt appropriate.
He's my leader. You've never seen North Korean fucking when their leader speaks, you fucking clap until
Is that how the president should be acting, protecting rich and powerful people over victims of sex crimes?
Every president does it.
Every president hides sex crimes? Why did you decide to come to the rally today?
Well, I favor Trump.
Yeah.
That's one reason. And I'm a state representative
Yeah.
in my district down home on the coast. And I work out of Raleigh. And I always enjoyed this because I've been around a lot of presidents in the jobs I've had with the government. So I don't have any problem traveling to see who they are. Most of them, I know them pretty good, but I don't know him. I hadn't bodyguarded him. I bodyguarded several more.
Okay. And why is Donald Trump such a special president?
Well, he's just different.
Yeah.
To me, it's different. People won't admit it, but a lot of us have been waiting for somebody like him. Not just this cycle, but the cycle before.
Yeah.
You know, especially the way he treats military people, and I'm one of those that served my country for years and years, and I never heard anybody talk about us or say thank you or anything like that, but he does.
Yeah.
He's kind of like.
You don't think Joe Biden would show respect?
No.
You don't think he talked about the military enough?
No, I bodyguard a lot of them, as you can see.
No, so you're Secret Service, is that right?
No, I'm somebody else.
Oh, where are you from? Where were you from?
I'm North Carolina.
Right. What was the badge for?
Hey, I need some firewood.
FBI.
No,
CIA.
NCIS.
NCIS. I love that show.
I know.
Yeah.
I was one of the workers that did that show.
Oh, amazing. Awesome. What's the biggest issue you think facing the country right now?
If we could get it back the way it has been in the past, and I would say Reagan.
Yeah.
If we could get that back up here, there's no telling what the current president could do with it.
And
because we got so many people against him.
why do you think Donald Trump is fighting so hard to not release the Epstein files?
I don't know.
Yeah. Was it? Did you find that odd that he said he was going to release it and then immediately was like, we're not releasing them, and made sure that Republicans wouldn't vote the discharge position?
I don't know, but would you want your name brought up? He probably had some. I don't know. He probably had some friends that were involved in it, and he saved them, a lot of trouble.
Do you think that's a presidential thing to do?
Well, if you go through history and look, many more presidents have favored their friends and favored their family. I mean, everybody does that.
Right. But is that a good thing?
Well, if I was a family member that he was helping, it would be a good thing.
Right. But they were victims of, sexual exploitation.
I never paid any attention to that. I've never read anything. I don't even look at the news about it and everything.
Right.
That's none of my business. I know what is and what ain't.
Okay. But for the victims, do you think that if he's protecting rich and powerful people because they're his friends, is that a good message if the victims of Jeffrey Epstein's crimes want these released and he's trying to stop that?
Yeah, I don't know about that. I mean, it should be revealed. If they go reveal half of it, they'll reveal the rest of it.
Okay.
But I'm not going to push it because a lot of people were involved in it, and some of them have had problems, and some of them are just.
But is that a presidential way to act? Is that how the president should be acting, protecting rich and powerful people over victims of sex crimes?
Every president does it.
Every president hides sex crimes?
John F. Kennedy.
Okay.
But he got caught.
Right. Well, John F. Kennedy was having affairs, but I don't know that there were crimes.
And he got caught.
Okay.
But that's not very becoming of a United States president, right?
Right. So is the answer, you don't agree with Donald Trump on that, on protecting powerful people over the victims of crimes?
All depends on who the powerful people are.
Why would that matter?
If it was the commanding general of the army and he was getting ready to send them off somewhere, that would probably change some presidents' minds. Because if they find out that the general was doing something like that, it's different.
Yeah, but the rich and powerful people, shouldn't the presidents be taking care of all Americans and not just people with lots of money?
I'm not a rich and powerful person, so it didn't interfere with me. It doesn't bother me about what them people want to do.
Yeah.
I got to pay up for what I do.
And could you tell me your first and last name and no, why not? And where you represent?
No.
No?
Mm-mm.
Why? You're a state senator here? State representative. Okay.
That's why.
Oh, but you said you work for the state. You're a representative official.
I do.
Okay. So why are you showing me a badge?
Because I have it.
Okay.
And I work for them, my country.
Right, but you are an elected official right now, right? Okay. Certainly an odd interview there, but the moral of the story is, I guess, it's okay for Donald Trump to protect rich and powerful men because he's rich and powerful. They got to protect their own.
MAGA Mike Johnson, the MAGA Republican Speaker of the House, is panicking as his majority is getting even smaller. California GOP Representative Doug LaMalfa passed away at the age 65. He was representing the Northern California district, and he chaired the Western Caucus. So the House is now going to be 218 to 213, as Jake Sherman writes. It's a 2-vote margin, a 1-vote margin if you factor in the fact that Thomas Massie, Republican from Kentucky, mostly votes against House Republican leadership. At the same time that's taking place, I mean, just look at this math right here. For the whole month of February, Republicans will only have a 1-vote majority. In March, if they fill Marjorie Taylor Greene's seat, Johnson will have a 2-vote majority. In April, when Dems fill Mikey Sherrill's seat, it goes back to a 1-vote majority. Also, there's another Republican who's in the hospital and who's injured right now. So that makes the math even more difficult for MAGA Mike. While all of this is taking place, you had Donald Trump giving a speech at the Kennedy Center where Donald Trump said, "I wish you could all explain to me what the hell's going on in the mind of the public," because Donald Trump says we have the right policy, but nobody seems to like what we are doing. Just play that clip of Trump. Let's play it.
But they say that when you win the presidency, you lose the midterm. So you're all brilliant people. Most of you are in this business longer than me. That makes me smarter than you. Because look where I am, right? No, it doesn't. But I wish you could explain to me what the hell's going on with the mind of the public, because we have the right policy. They don't. They have horrible policy. They do stick together. They're violent. They're vicious. They're vicious people.
That was supposed to be, I guess, Donald Trump briefing Congress, or he only briefed the Republican Party at the Kennedy Center on the invasion of Venezuela, which only 33% of Americans support. Also, Donald Trump delivered his message with all these serious problems by dancing in front of the Republicans at the Kennedy Center. Here, play that. Okay, let's bring in George Conway. George Conway is running for New York's 12th congressional. I had to stop the clip right there, Conway. Conway is running for New York's 12th congressional district. You all know George Conway, and he's putting his name into that primary race right there in New York, heading into the midterms. It's great to see you, George, and we would always interview you for all your other commentary about what's going on in our country. But now you've decided to run for New York's 12th congressional district. I want to talk about your decision to run on New York's 12th, but let's just start off by just talking about, here we are, right now approaching 2026. Donald Trump invades Venezuela. Like, what's your state of the union right now about what this Trump regime is doing as we approach 2020, as we head into 2026?
Well, he's a criminal doing criminal things like he always does. And we're at a crossroads. We're at a crisis. He's threatened democracy. He's threatening the rule of law. He's threatening constitutional government. And none of this is surprising to all of us who've been following along. And this is what we talked about last year and the year before, what would happen. And he's doing exactly that because he is. He's a malignant narcissist. He only believes in himself. He doesn't care about other people. He has no morals, no capacity to tell the truth, no honor, no decency, no compassion, no empathy, no remorse. And everything he's doing is for himself. We have a government that's being run like a mob operation. It's for the boss, by the boss, of the boss. And that's why people don't like this, because they are starting, a lot of people who probably should have figured it out sooner, have figured out that you're just about you, Donald, and that everything that you do is focused on you. The Trump Kennedy Center, the armrests at the Trump Kennedy Center, the 747 he's getting from Qatar, everything is about him. Everything is about making life better for him and drawing attention to him and seeking revenge for people who don't pay him homage. And meanwhile, what do the people get? Higher prices, no ACA subsidies. It's because he doesn't give a fuck about them. And he's the guy who lied his way back into office talking about inflation and now says, affordability is a hoax. It's all the same thing. This is about, the fight we're in right now is about returning government to what it's supposed to be doing, which is helping people, not helping private interests, not helping Donald Trump burnish his ego and take over the oil in Venezuela, and take over Greenland that he's talking about. This is all insane. If he really believes in America, if you believe in America first, we've got to get rid of him. I mean, it's like what we had in the Lincoln Project, the big ads in 2020 was America versus Trump. And Trump doesn't care about America. He only cares about Trump. And that's where we are today.
George, to be fair, Donald Trump did say he wants subsidies just for the oil companies in Venezuela. It could be about $100 billion that taxpayers are going to pay for, but not the Affordable Care Act subsidies.
No,
because
not when it matters, when people's lives and their health matter. It's about making money for his friends who then can pay money to build his great ballroom. This monstrosity where he'll hold his unlawful and unconstitutional third inaugural. That's Donald. That's our Donald.
Well, take a look at this too, because you mentioned, plastering his name on everything while screwing over the American people. So one of the things that he's put his face all over is those "You're American the Beautiful" passes. And so lots of people have been putting stickers over his faces because they just want to go to the park. They're not trying to have their propaganda, have propaganda passes. So the Department of the Interior now is passing a rule that if you alter the image in any way by putting a sticker over his face, it's now void if altered, and you will either have to pay a penalty fee or you're not allowed in the national parks if you don't show Donald Trump's face on your card. I mean, you just think about what his priorities are while the American people are suffering. And I know this is a small vignette and in the swing of things with the horrible things that he's doing, it's like Wi-Fi, but it just to me is symbolic of what a maniac he is.
Right. The government is all about him. It's all about him. Everything is about him, not about the people he promised to help or claimed that he was helping. It's not about the Constitution that he swore to uphold. It's not about the laws that he swore to uphold. It's all about him, his glorification, his empowerment, his feeling good about himself. Take the tariffs, for example, which are raising costs for Americans in my district and all around the country. The tariffs, they're not about economics. They're not about rebuilding industry in the United States. It's about everybody's come to Donald Trump and say, Mr. Trump, you are so amazing. We need to work out a deal with you, and we're going to give you this prize. Please drop our tariffs. It's all about power. It's all about ego. It's all about himself. And it's not, it's gotten to the point, it's gotten so extreme, it's gotten so ridiculous that I think people are starting to make the connection between, his failure to adhere to his constitutional duties and their personal lives.
George, why'd you make the decision to run in New York's 12th congressional district? Now, I mean, you have a successful legal career. You're advocating very publicly and having an important role in the dialogue there. What made you though decide, I want to become a member of Congress now, go through a primary, and it's a crowded primary field, and it's a different type of, grind that you have. What made you make that call that now you want to do that?
Because I felt I wasn't doing enough. I've done a lot. I've been writing op-eds. I've been going on TV. I've been banging the drums. I did the Lincoln Project. I did a PAC in 2024 trying to point out Trump's mental illness. I gave the maximum amount humanly possible to the Democrats and Kamala Harris in 2024. And it just isn't enough. And it's sort of unfair, too, to be saying to Democratic officials, you need to do more, you need to do more. It's sort of like, it's easy to lob stuff in from the sidelines here. And so, I'm putting it all on the line. And I don't want to make a career out of this. This is like, I'm 62 years old. I'm a retired lawyer. I spent 30 years practicing law just a few blocks away from here in this district, New York 12. And I don't need this, as you basically are pointing out to me. I'm not going to make a career out of this. I can't make a career out of this. I want to get in and I want to get out. I kind of want to be like the special, special teams, special forces that basically do two things. One is we need to hold this guy accountable. We need to hold him and his cronies and his corrupt administration accountable through investigation, which is a lot of lawyering, as you know, and impeachment. Absolutely, impeachment. And the second thing we have to do is we have to pass laws to make sure that we never get in these dire straits again. And we have to, basically, I'm going to call it a second American Reconstruction. We have to pass laws protecting the independence and the integrity of the Justice Department. We need to pass a law pursuant to Section 4 of the 25th Amendment to make sure that the cabinet that we don't have a cabinet of lick-spittle sycophants pretending that a president is psychologically and physically fit to conduct the affairs of state when you can watch him on television and realize he's completely off his rocker. Well, there's so many things we need to do, and it's lawyering. It's fundamentally lawyering, like you and I, know how to do, and it's aggressive lawyering, and it's got to be lawyering by people who aren't afraid of calling Trump what he is, and not afraid of going toe to toe with him. And I just feel like if I don't do this, I will not have done enough. And
there's some discussion there, George, right, about people saying, well, do you do the impeachment of Trump right away if the Democrats take control? And then there are some people who say, well, do you even go, if you go through an impeachment and the Republicans still control the Senate, but what you're saying, though, very clearly is one of the reasons you want to run is your legal background gives you a unique experience to lead impeachment efforts against Donald Trump, which is what I think Democratic voters want to see, and lead a lot of other legal accountability drives against Donald Trump that otherwise may not happen if someone without your legal bona fides is elected in Congress.
I want to write all that down because I want to repeat that. That's 100% exactly right. And I want to say it's not, this isn't a question of tactics and politics. Oh, should we do A, B, and C first and set impeachment aside because it's just not politically? Congress has a constitutional, legal, and moral obligation to impeach people who commit high crimes and misdemeanors in the executive branch, who are criminals. The U.S. Congress under the Republicans have completely forsaken their obligations to the Constitution. This man is violating his oath in myriad ways each and every day. Impeachment is not an option. It is mandatory. It is required. It is morally, constitutionally, and legally obligated. And that's my position about that. Now, to be sure, there are going to be other things that you want to do in Congress, but the truth of the matter is, if you care whatever your issue is as a policy matter, whether it be economic, foreign policy, whatever, nothing good can happen, or very little that's good that can happen until we get job one done, which is restoring the government to restoring constitutional government with people in charge of the executive branch who actually take their constitutional oaths seriously. And
George, where can people find out more about the campaign if they want to learn more about the other issues?
Funny you should ask. I was about to mention it. GeorgeConwayforCongress.com. Very easy. George Conway for Congress. And we have a lot of info on there, and there's links to give, and we'll be putting out a lot of content over the next few weeks and months, and I look forward. I hope everybody out there joins the team.
George Conway, thanks for joining us.
Thank you.
Everybody hit subscribe. Let's get to 6 million subscribers.
Want to stay plugged in? Become a subscriber to our Substack at MidasPlus.com. You'll get daily recaps from Ron Filipkowski, ad-free episodes of our podcast, and more exclusive content only available at MidasPlus.com. Hi, everybody. Welcome to some more news. It's the new year, and it's the some more new year. That's all right. Welcome to, scratch that. Here's some new year. That's it. Got it. Perfect. Rhythm back. Look out, new year. We've got our rhythm back. So here's some more news. We filmed this like a month ago because, you know, just the travel and breaks and stuff. We have a whole year to get to the news, and we didn't want to talk about current events 3 weeks late, and also, none of your business, okay? Leave me alone. So, my point is, I'm sorry, or you're welcome, because we're not talking about the news today. We're not talking about politics or policy or war or healthcare or any of that stuff. We're not talking about politicians. We've got all year to do that. So today, we're keeping it simple. The premise is simple and the subjects are simple. Today, we're talking about 5 dumb guys being idiots. Okay, so maybe we'll talk about politicians. But first, the brother of a politician. Well, the brother of a former politician. Chris Cuomo is a newsman, bit by a radioactive newspaper in his freshman year of high school. He's the younger brother of Andrew Cuomo, former governor of New York, and the son of Mario Cuomo, former governor of New York. Very embarrassing, Chris, that you were never also the governor of New York. Now, this isn't going to be some big deep dive into the history of Chris Cuomo or where he came from or why he is the way he is, or we're destroying the debunk of the guy or anything like our other short episodes about, say, Jordan Peterson. This is not the Chris Cuomo episode. We're just keeping it breezy and having a fun time. So hopefully briefly, Cuomo, never the governor of New York, was a news guy who worked at various outlets over the years, including Fox News and ABC, and eventually CNN. He fashioned himself a straight shooter with no agenda, in one interview scoffing at questions about if he should be called a journalist or something else, saying, "I don't know how that's relevant. I don't care what they classify me as. I'm not forwarding my agenda. That's not my thing. My opinion is irrelevant." Maybe that's foreshadowing, maybe it's not. But a little over a decade later, he would find himself at CNN for a little under a decade. That is, until his brother Andrew, the then governor of New York, became embroiled in a scandal involving many accusations of sexual harassment. An internal investigation discovered that Chris helped his brother navigate the scandal, reached out to other journalists about it, and even took part in strategy calls with Cuomo and his staff regarding how they would defend against these accusations. He reportedly recommended that they frame the story of the 11 women that the governor sexually harassed as another instance of cancel culture. Our clever viewers and listeners might notice that while such actions could be seen as those of a good brother, they're not those of a great journalist. Which works out, since Chris doesn't care what they classify him as. And so, ergo, Cuomo was let go. Incidentally, he was let go a day before a former colleague accused him of sexual misconduct, one of 2 separate such accusations. Cuomo has since sought from CNN $125 million that we can probably assume he doesn't need, and given his actions, maybe doesn't deserve. That case currently remains in arbitration, an often anti-worker practice that we here at the Shody have criticized in the past. So, I guess, solidarity with Chris Cuomo. Until he gets the money or whatever, and then fuck him. But anyway, less than a year after being fired from CNN, Cuomo was hired by something called News Nation, which we think is on TV, even though we only ever see clips of it online from the people who post news clips online. News Nation apparently used to be the WGN Superstation, which you might remember from all reruns. They relaunched as News Nation around the same time they hired Cuomo, and amidst several big staff departures due to concerns of a rising conservative bias at the network. This is interesting to note because the stated goal of the network was to be centrist. These days, that can manifest in a sort of overcorrection where one pretends that the Republican Party is basically normal and the left is extremist fringe stuff that's as bad as or worse than MAGA. But why am I even describing all of this? Why are we talking right now? What are we doing here? Well, for one, I'm padding for time. It's a new year, get off our backs. But also, it's just a little background to understand where Chris is coming from, which can perhaps sometimes seem to be the perspective of wanting to appear centrist and agendaless, while perhaps secretly blaming the left for destroying him once and his brother twice. Right, I forgot to mention, as if it wasn't psychically damaging enough to see your brother's political career and your media career come crashing down in a way that would make it easy to blame the kooky far-left Democrats and their cancel culture. It happened to his brother again in the Democratic primary for New York mayor, and then again during the general election for New York mayor. So I guess 3 times. This is all to say that maybe Chris Cuomo's brain broke a little bit, and he has an unfounded and unreasonable hatred of the political left. Here he is comparing Zoran Mamdani's supporters to MAGA. You know, the Mamdani voters, or the majority of voting New Yorkers. It's horseshoe theory, you see? But then, if Mamdani voters are the left equivalent of MAGA, are Andrew Cuomo voters MAGA? Chris? I guess we'll never know. But we're not here to talk about horseshoe theory yet, maybe. No, right now, we are here to talk about Chris's new favorite term that he uses all the time now, every day, rage bait.
The Oxford word of the year for 2025, you know what it is? Rage bait. Online content deliberately designed to elicit anger or outrage, and this is the part that kills me, in order to increase traffic or engagement. Listen, the 2025 word of the year for the Oxford English Dictionary, okay, like the gold standard for our lexicon, for our vernacular, for what matters to us in terms of the spoken word, is rage bait. That's 2 words. It's actually a compound noun.
Yes, Chris Cuomo recently learned the term rage bait from the Oxford English Dictionary's 2025 Word of the Year, and he simply cannot get enough of it. As he wrote, the definition alone should make you sick, let alone how prevalent it is. Now, first of all, and this is petty, too many alones too close together, Chris. Get an editor. Notably, the 3 posts that Chris made about rage bait before the Oxford Word of the Year was announced, he spelled it rage-bait, and every post after that, he no longer uses the dash. So, good learner, all right. Incidentally, every post after that, which as of this filming spans 12 days, is 27. 27 posts about rage bait in 12 days. Well, that's not true. 27 posts where he calls things rage bait. Because, you see, I don't think he knows what it means. Or rather, perhaps, he just likes having a new mimetic term that he can use to seem enlightened and dismiss things he doesn't like, to diminish whatever criticism he deems pointless and frame himself as above it all. But he just kind of says it. Literally, he posts it constantly now, maybe and probably over the holidays as well. It's in almost every one of his tweets. Here and here. How much of rage bait is an act? Playing the rage bait game, I'm anti-rage bait. Here he is saying, focus on affordability, not rage bait, in response to a Krasenstein brother video about Trump's hand. That's another thing he keeps saying. Stop doing rage bait and focus on affordability specifically. Maybe because his brother recently lost twice to an evil far lefty who focused on affordability. But also, what do you mean focus on affordability? It's just like one random Krasenstein brother video. And if your point is that these Krasensteins are clowns who just do rage bait, then don't engage with them. They're doing rage bait. By your weird definition, when you engage with the Krasenstein doing rage bait because you're mad they're doing rage bait, you're doing rage bait. Also, here is that Krasenstein talking about affordability. Do your research, Chris. Also, Trump is the actual president right now. Let a Krasenstein do a video about his dying hand. As the days went on and the words rage bait seeped even further into Chris Cuomo's brain, he kept on chugging. The hater of rage bait that he is, Chris called out some rage bait by quote tweeting somebody quote tweeting a short clip of Stephen A. Smith on Fox News' Sean Hannity. Let me explain.
But I'm about to tell you something. I'm about to break some news on your show right now. Do
Oh,
you
boy.
know what's going to be the biggest impediment to Gavin Newsom winning a presidential race?
What?
You. Because he came on your show to debate with Ron Santos. So here you are as an individual who gave him the platform to express his ideas, his vision, his ideology, etc., to defend his record, to debunk or refute naysayers about his record. You gave him that platform. So because you gave him that platform, you're the one person he's not going to be able to escape if he's the one that's running.
Or maybe I can't explain. Can you? What did that mean? It's breaking news that the biggest impediment to Gavin Newsom is Sean Hannity, the one person Newsom can't escape because Sean Hannity gave him a platform to defend his positions in a 2023 Fox News debate between Newsom and who Stephen A. Smith calls Ron Santos. Quite reasonably, Brian Tyler Cohen quote tweeted that with, "What does this even mean?" To that, Chris Cuomo quoted, "You know, you just don't like it because you can't accept any criticism of your side. Affordability is the key issue in this country, no matter how much we get distracted on platforms like this by rage bait for profit. Newsom's state is an example of the problem to many." Okay. But what did it mean? Like the thing that he said? Is asking what it means rage bait? Was Stephen A. Smith saying it rage bait? Was the Newsom DeSantis debate rage bait? What are you talking about, Chris? I guess the only thing you want to talk about and the only thing anyone is allowed to talk about is affordability. So let's. Notably, before the election where his brother lost twice to a Muslim socialist immigrant who partially focused his campaign on affordability, Chris tweeted the word affordability twice in 2017, 0 for 7 years, and then 3 times. After the recent mayoral election, 31 times. So we're not going to go over all of them or most, even though we could. Just some of them as a treat to me. So last summer, Cuomo tweeted, "Because you get something about affordability I don't, not surprised your gen is suckered by socialism. You are used to being given everything." In response to somebody saying to him, "And you just identified the problem. 50K could raise a family of 7 in the 70s. You're so close to getting it," which was in response to Chris saying, "Do some research, lemming. My father had a wife and 5 kids in a mortgaged house in Queens and made about 50 grand at that time in public service," which was in response to somebody else questioning the idea of the Cuomos working to put themselves through college, to which I'm now responding by saying to Chris, if you're watching, Chris, $50,000 in the 70s is about $300,000 today. In the 70s, Andrew Cuomo's private school, Fordham University, cost about $2,000 a year, which today would be about $12,000. But currently, Fordham costs about $67,000 a year, and that's only tuition. So maybe they do understand something about affordability that you don't. Like I said, we're not going to be able to talk about all 31 of Chris Cuomo's recent tweets about affordability. The only thing you're allowed to talk about now. But okay, one more for me again. There was an article about the government shutdown and the several Democrats who voted to reopen the government and just general Dems in disarray kind of stuff. They included a quote, "You have to fight fire with fire." In response, Cuomo tweeted, "Said no firefighter ever," but his recipe works for what the new left is about. Mega version of populist outrage and major socialist changes to system to address affordability. First of all, Chris, like use more words. Like you're cutting out words and like articles and stuff. Second of all, he's so furious about the idea of his taxes being raised. It's so funny. But also, we know that firefighters don't say fight fire with fire. It's a phrase that doesn't apply to literal fire. It means something else, Chris. It's a turn of phrase. But also, in context, the major socialist changes to the system to address affordability that you're so mad about, Chris, posting your rage bait, was funding the Affordable Care Act, Obamacare subsidies. Get it together, Chris. By the way, since reopening the government, the Republican Party has, surprise, broken their promise and will not be allowing a vote on the Affordable Care Act, all but guaranteeing a rise in healthcare premiums. But also, breaking news, like 12 hours later, they were like, okay, we'll do a vote, but it'll be in January, so we'll see. Anyway, back to rage bait. Just kidding, one more, please. In response to somebody hoping that Congress won't lose momentum in releasing UFO files, Chris Cuomo quote tweeted, "Of course it will. And I'm not being cynical. This is about practicality. Both sides, comma for some reason, agree that it is better for them to fight over boogeymen and perceived culture wars than to actually have a battle of ideas on affordability. To them, it is just a buzzword. To the majority, it is everything." So first of all, if you think UFO files are some boogeyman, why did you talk about it? That person was replying to a segment you did. If the UFO files are important, because you did a segment about them, but I guess not as much as affordability, or maybe the UFO files have to do with affordability. I don't know. Second of all, there are 3 exact copies of this tweet all posted at 8:03, and they're all still up. So technically, actually, there are 29 tweets about affordability, not 31. Third of all, buzzword, more like rage bait. Okay, back to rage bait, and topics you're not allowed to talk about. For example, apparently, ICE raids on day laborers. Yes, here's Chris seeing somebody post photos of ICE pulling guns on some Hispanic roofers and calling that rage bait. Not even explaining or expanding on it, just posting the words rage bait. Chris, rage bait doesn't mean things that happen that also make people angry. It doesn't mean post about something that makes you upset. You know this because you read the definition. Rage bait is intentionally saying something incendiary or offensive or exaggerated that you probably don't even believe in order to get a reaction and engagement online, because engagement of any kind gets attention and money on websites now. I agree that that sucks, but you gotta know what it means, man. No, Megyn Kelly saying she wants these alleged drug dealers to bleed and die and suffer, and she wants to watch it, isn't rage bait. It's just a right-wing propagandist being bloodthirsty about the president's war crimes that you don't think people should talk or care about. She's just saying what she thinks. Because yeah, Chris really doesn't want you to talk about alleged war crimes either. Only affordability. He seems to think it's rage bait to criticize the blowing up of the boats, but it's also rage bait to defend the blowing up of the boats. Maybe this is residual effects of him being at CNN for so many years, but he seems to just not want you to talk about war crimes or criticize military action of any kind. Senate Minority Leader Chuck Schumer, of whom we have many criticisms here, posted a video about how Trump is indiscriminately blowing up boats and probably fishermen, but claiming it's good because they're allegedly narco-terrorists. Schumer contrasted this with Trump's pardon of a literal narco-terrorist, the former president of Honduras. Chris Cuomo called that video, drumroll, rage bait. Funnily enough, on that same day, Chuck Schumer posted a video about, drumroll, affordability. Everything's rage bait and nothing is about affordability, even when it's not and is. Rage bait is the religion. Rage bait is the coin of the realm. Talking about war crimes? Rage bait.
It's an irrational, negative assertion to generate outrage instead of insight. That's rage bait. Well, but what about Venezuela and what Trump did in Venezuela? That's a war crime. Since when do you want to go to the mat defending drug dealers? I don't remember you guys doing this when we were killing everybody in a burqa in Afghanistan and Iraq. We didn't have social media back then, though, not the way we do now. But you're also upset about this second bomb on a drug boat. Okay, so how's that rage bait? Well, because they're making it seem like it's such a big and important deal to them when these were not people who were that upset about who Obama was killing with his drones.
You're not allowed to criticize or talk about the indiscriminate blowing up of boats because you didn't criticize the killing in Iraq or Afghanistan or Obama's drone strikes. Hey, Chris, how do you know that? What if they did? What if they've suddenly realized things like this are bad and are now talking about it? Is that okay? Now, this is all a little fucked up, obviously, but mostly it's just so funny to me. That's what all this was about, by the way. There's not really a purpose here. We're not here to take down Chris Cuomo or make a larger point. It's just funny. He's kind of a dumb guy, I guess. He learned the term rage bait in late 2025, started using it literally in every single tweet, did several segments about it, doesn't use it correctly, and accuses everybody of it. And all because the Oxford English Dictionary made it their term of the year, and it lets him pretend he's above it all as a left-punching centrist. His fascination with rage bait has been fascinating to watch. I'm sure between the time we film this and the time it releases, he will have used the term rage bait 53 million more times. He is pretending to be above it all, by the way. During his blind, raging war against rage bait, some random small account called him Karen, so he, one could say, took the bait and quote tweeted it with, "And when Karen puts a fist through your ugly face, would that be a win?" Maybe Chris misunderstands and hates rage bait so much because it's so easy to make him violent and angry. Like when he threatened to push a man down the stairs after he called him Fredo, a slur for Italian fail sons. Here he is saying that anti-Italian racism is the only acceptable racism these days. Rage bait? We may never know. Maybe Chris has waged this war against rage bait because he is so susceptible to it. Like when Chris Cuomo, an adult man and alleged professional journalist, but according to him, maybe not that, posted a video of AOC saying some messed up and incendiary things on the floor of Congress about actress Sydney Sweeney's jeans commercial and breasts. Keep a close eye out, though, because there are some subtle clues that maybe this video isn't quite on the up and up.
Sydney Sweeney looks like an Aryan goddess, and the American Eagle Jeans campaign is blatant Nazi propaganda. I mean, watching that sultry little temptress squeeze into a Canadian tuxedo, 3 sizes too small, with her bouncy little fun bags on the screen staring at you, piercing through the core of your soul, with those ocean blue eyes that could resurrect the Fuhrer from his grave in Argentina, is something that should alarm every American citizen, because in America, beauty is not defined by whiteness. Oh no, it is defined by the number of victim groups of which you are a member. Skinny, attractive, blonde-haired, blue-eyed cisgender women descend from the slave daddy oppressors of this nation, and any man who cranks one out while thinking about a woman like this probably hates black people, probably hates gay people, and they certainly hate the diversity of our great nation.
As Chris deftly points out, AOC isn't talking about Hamas in that clip. So what the heck gives? She should be talking about affordability. I mean, Hamas at that time, apparently. Well, as it turns out, and you may not have noticed this, but that video was fake. If you go back and you watch it 4 or 5 more times, you'll notice that her voice sounds like a fake robot version of her voice. She speaks with an odd, almost robotic cadence. It doesn't look like her mouth is saying the words that you're hearing. It doesn't sound like words Congresswoman Ocasio-Cortez would use. The very idea of her talking about Sydney Sweeney's jeans and guys jerking off to her breasts on the floor of Congress is absurd. The video's watermark reads Clonos.io, parentheses, parody, 100% made with AI, right on the top of her head as she speaks. And the pages that posted it, and that we can assume Chris found it on, as well as the link's thumbnail that he posted in his tweet, all read ChatGPT memes and AI art and @MemeRunnerGPT. But aside from that, I mean, I'd believe it. Chris eventually deleted the original tweet and apologized while also saying that the video did indeed sound like her, a thing that isn't true. He continued demanding that she say what he wants her to say about Hamas and continued his apology tour by saying, quote, "I was wrong. But what is right?" To which I say, well, not you, obviously. He continued to hammer her about Hamas and how she supports terrorists and all that stuff that one would expect. Because as I said earlier, it really just seems like Chris has put on the costume of a centrist in order to go after the left, which he resents for, again, humiliating his brother 3 times and him once. I'm positing that perhaps the term rage bait, while occasionally being directed at people like Candace Owens, is being used in a manner similar to how he wanted to blame the cancel culture of the far left for his brother's 11 sexual harassment claims. Rage bait is just a, big quotes, new term that he can use as a cudgel to silence the left and I guess bully them into talking about what he wants them to talk about at that exact time, which doesn't include war crimes or genocide or ICE raids, but does include affordability, which he gets angry about and wrong about and didn't start talking about until his brother lost an election to a scary Muslim terrorist socialist. Also, the people who he's mad don't talk about it, do talk about it. But don't worry, folks, he's not about rage bait. Just ask him.
I'm not about rage bait.
Okay. We've spent way too much time talking about this brother of the governor's son of a governor. Besides, by the time this episode comes out, he might not be talking about rage bait anymore. He might now have a new obsession with the word slop, which is Merriam-Webster's dictionary's word of the year. Maybe he'll talk about rage bait slop, like that obvious AI video of his mortal enemy, Congresswoman Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez. But yeah, we got too many other dumb guys to get to, so let's take a quick break and we'll talk about a couple more. Maybe we'll cliffhanger. Surround ourselves with them! Ah! Help! Ads.
Oof, the holidays, am I right? So much gazpacho. I know it's the traditional holiday cold vegetable soup, but still, by January 1st, I have had.
My point is, they're probably not there. Hi, welcome back. We were talking about one dumb guy and his obsession with the brand new term rage bait. Are we doing rage bait now? Based on the definition? No. Based on Chris's interpretation of the definition? Hey, maybe. The internet's got a lot of clips to be mad at after all. So speaking of dumb guys who communicate with most of us via clips that make us mad, Joe Rogan. Let's watch me watch Joe Rogan watch a clip of somebody.
I told a guy that I was waiting till marriage. It was our 5th date. We were trying to decide if we wanted to be exclusive or not, and expectations and what that would look like. And we talked about my waiting for marriage for about an hour. And he had a lot of questions.
Okay, so we're not actually going to talk about Joe Rogan or the clip that Joe Rogan was watching in that clip of Joe Rogan watching a clip. I just sort of wanted to introduce everybody to this new horrible trend in specifically YouTube Shorts, where there's a clip, any clip of anything, and it just includes footage of Joe Rogan underneath watching it. What we just played was a young woman lamenting her experience dating as a Christian. She wants to wait until marriage to have sex. It's a fine video. I wish that woman well. But Joe Rogan didn't watch that on the Joe Rogan Experience. Some channel just looped and slowed down a second of Joe and placed it underneath as if he watched it on the Joe Rogan Experience. But he didn't. This is everywhere. Channels called like Rogan Watch, where they just take a moment of Joe Rogan saying, "Oh yeah, that's wild. Let's watch a little bit of that."
Did you see that video? No, it's bananas.
And then a clip starts, and it's whatever the person running the channel wants. Here's one where you can clearly just see Rogan talking while the clip plays.
Oh, look at this. Play this a little.
Do you live
Our
here?
minimum wage nationally is $7.25.
Now, why am I talking about this? Well, for one, I'm padding for time, but also, this is how I was introduced to our next beautiful dumb guy clip. And to be clear, I don't think this was watched on Joe Rogan, but it was posted on the internet, so somebody pretended that Joe Rogan watched it and agreed with it. It's from Jubilee's Surrounded videos, where somebody debates a bunch of people for useless viral clips. This particular episode was one capitalist versus 20 anti-capitalists. 20 Marxists would be way more interesting, but whatever, cowards. The capitalist in question is Patrick Bet David, a, yes, capitalist, whose Culture Political podcast and other YouTube channel popped up seemingly from nowhere. Maybe all that money helped, who knows? But the name of his main channel should tell you everything you need to know, and that name is Valuetainment. There are lots of clips out there of him being kind of dumb or saying something that's easily debunked, etc. You can go find them. As I said, that's not what we're doing here right now. We're just here to watch clips of Joe Rogan watching clips he probably never watched. This is a little long, so bear with me.
Did you see that video? No, it's bananas.
I have put in 477 applications over the last 2.5 years, not even gotten a call back once.
Why do you think? Because a lot of
do
people
not
get
have a degree.
callbacks.
I live in an area where the physical job market is very limiting.
Does your family live there? Mom, dad, everybody's in that same city?
Everybody was at one point.
Okay.
Most of them are dead now.
Sorry to hear.
It is what it is. It's poverty. We're kind of used to that on this side.
Why do you feel like you're a victim? The way you speak.
Because I exist.
What do you have on your resume? What do you offer?
Transportation expertise, logistics expertise.
How about I interview you and I give you a job? And let's see what you do 90 days later.
Okay, I'll look up your company and all that kind of stuff.
But watch what you just did.
Sure.
You just said you applied to 477 companies who's not gotten back to you.
Yeah.
A business owner just made an offer to you. You became selected. I gave you a job, period. And I paid you a reasonable wage.
Are we talking a livable wage or a reasonable wage?
What do you
and
make
whose
right
version
now?
of reasonable are we
What do you
talking
make
about?
right
Your
now?
version of reasonable or my version of
But you
reasonable?
see, you're trying to get a job and you're being selected. It's going to work against
I mean,
you.
I'm
My
more than
offer's
more.
off the table
Okay, that's
because
fine.
you're going to be difficult to work with.
How crazy is that? Damn, that is fucked up. How crazy is that?
Okay, I'm going to quickly recap what happened here. In a debate show where the intention is to debate, somebody brought up their personal experience with the economy. I assume leading to a point about how a capitalist economy doesn't necessarily work for everybody, and in fact can leave many, many people behind through no fault of their own. And maybe that's a problem, and we could do something about that without you freaking out about communism or whatever. And so in response to this person saying how difficult it is for them to get a job in this economy, the millionaire podcast guy offers him a job. He doesn't really specify what the job is, he's vague about the salary, and he clearly only did it to get out of the conversation. Patrick literally says, "You're trying to get a job," but like, no, not then. He's debating you. It's so weird that he did this during a debate. I can't get a job in this economy. Oh, well, lucky for you, you're on an episode of Surrounded with me specifically, and I'll offer you a job, but if you ask me any questions about the job or express any skepticism, then I've successfully defeated you in the marketplace of ideas. It's ridiculous. He didn't want to do the debate, so he just offered the guy a job. If you look at the comments, it is so depressing. The peasant mentality of people talking about how entitled that guy was and how ungrateful he is for the real job he was offered on camera during a debate. It's bizarre smoke and mirrors. The dude was complaining about the job market, and Patrick Bet David's proof that it's fine and that he shouldn't complain is that he, in that moment, was able to pretend to offer him an unknown job for an unknown salary for a while as a test. It's dope shit. Not like dope shit, but like dope shit. Dopey money bags. A dopey money bags with a multi-level marketing scheme company, by the way. Probably should have mentioned that. He's a multi-level marketing guy who also started a YouTube channel called Valuetainment that originally posted him giving 2-minute bits of advice about entrepreneurship and things of that nature. One of my favorite videos of his, which I won't force you to watch for 2 minutes, is about how to become an expert. He goes in front of a whiteboard and does a bunch of little doodles and explains that instead of covering a whole bunch of different topics at once, experts, you see, in topics, they focus on one specific topic. And that's how they become experts. So, thanks for the tip, this guy. He's just kind of a successful money dude who bought the idea that his ideas about everything are important. In the same way, he seems to have just bought his way into interviewing Kobe Bryant at one point. I don't know how else to explain how he did this interview. He was just some MLM guy. This is all just a little bit more context so you can more clearly see why, in a debate, he might have resorted to just offering a guy a job. In fact, I'm so happy to be able to tell you this. The job offer wasn't the only time he used that tactic in that debate.
She's the worst. She looks like the way she talks.
So I didn't have access to proper health care or even access to a job that would sustain me as a disabled person. I'm mentally ill because I am disabled in a capitalist country.
Who qualified you as somebody that's mentally ill?
Me and my doctor team.
My trouble is, in many cases, somebody you and I look up to will say something to us that we choose to believe for the rest of our lives. You're mentally ill, you're poor. We get to choose to buy into that or not.
You're saying I'm not mentally ill or I'm not disabled?
Saying you are or you're not. I would challenge you to go a little bit deeper to see if there's anything you can do about it.
I don't have access to a solution to my disability as someone with a connective tissue disorder. It's genetic. I can't find a specialist for who I am.
Is there anyone in your life that's willing to pay for the specialist?
They would if they had money,
yeah. Would you be okay if I pay for a specialist for you to go see?
Yeah.
I'm going to have you go see 2 specialists, but would you also be open to seeing somebody else I choose as a psychologist?
No.
You're not.
You choose as a psychologist. You're choosing who gets to determine what my mental health looks like. No.
Then I wish you nothing but the best.
See, healthcare in the country is actually good because I, the person you've chosen to debate on this YouTube show, happens to be a millionaire and happens to want to prove that it's fine. So I will offer to pay for your healthcare if you would just please shut up about your struggles. It's so weird. Also, go to a psychologist that I choose so that I can prove that you're not mentally ill. Weird, man. Very weird. And as you continue watching, you get the sense that he's not really here to debate. He's not a very smart or thoughtful guy. He just wants to defend capitalism, be rich, and feel important and heard. And that's the most important part for him and most wealthy people today. It's not enough to be rich as hell. You also need to be listened to and respected and liked and be listened to about every topic. I don't even know if any of these people made good points or how the debate went. I don't really care. The entire point of this, again, is how funny. I mean, he's doing this debate against people who have criticisms of capitalism, and every chance he gets, he's just like, okay, but what if I give you money? Oh, you can't get a job under capitalism? Well, lucky for you, you're on Surrounded with me, a multi-level marketing schemer who's going to offer you a vague job. Oh, you're having trouble with healthcare and seeing a specialist? Well, thank goodness here you are on Surrounded, talking to specifically me, a multi-level marketing schemer who will pay for it. It just seems like He enjoys giving people life advice and telling them to pull themselves up by their bootstraps.
And I do believe there are extremely lazy poor people. But I also believe there's a lot of hardworking poor people that are working, but they haven't found a way to get out of it. I agree with that as well.
So that's actually a major point right there. They're not able to get out of it.
You could actually
but you
get
just
out of
said
it.
they're not able to.
No,
so.
because they're choosing not to. I just made an offer for a book recommendation here, so I'm not interested. If I sit there and somebody's giving you feedback and saying, "What about if you think about finding ways to
Offer me
improve
that
your
book
life?"
then. I'll check
You
it
would
out.
read the book?
Sure, why
I'd
not?
give you a handful of them.
Again, he just kind of wants to be their life coach. He's not debating capitalism. He's debating what he views are their bad attitudes and choices. When he does try to make a point, he says there are a lot of hardworking people who can't get out of poverty, but then he says that they can if they make different choices. I thought they were hardworking. He recommends books to these people, offers them jobs, offers to pay for their medical expenses, and at one point, he says this.
My hope is that you believe you can change and improve.
Yeah, his hope is that they believe that they can change and improve, and that is all you need to do to think capitalism is good. It's life coach stuff. Here's a video about being an expert, but literally just explaining that you need to focus on one topic stuff. He's not doing a debate, he's doing PR for himself. Anyway, I'm bored with this guy. Let's do another surrounded guy who needs to be properly told to just shut up, man. I know there's this sense that we need to unite and be civil and treat MAGA with baby gloves, despite the president being the meanest prick in the fucking world. And I'm not saying you have to call all these people lying idiot morons who don't know what they're talking about, even if it's true. But sometimes you just gotta do something like this.
But I'll tell you something you're not going to want to hear, and I admit I'll call it dickish. Utilitarianism is typically the villain in most movies.
I don't care.
Yeah. So for instance, like Thanos was utilitarian, and Captain America was deontological.
That was actually a pretty kind response when you consider how smug Tim was in claiming victory in a political debate after saying that utilitarians are usually the villains in Marvel movies, like Thanos. Even though Thanos was Malthusian, not utilitarian. But yeah, sometimes you just have to dismiss the obviously dismissible. You need to say, I don't care. You need to say, what are you even talking about? You need to say, well, that's a lie. You're just lying. Which brings me to this guy, debating former Republican Tim Miller. Unfortunately, Miller, who blocked me on Twitter for no reason, I'm nice, Tim, unblock me. He just kind of tries to debate the guy in good faith. I'm nice, Tim, unblock me. Which brings me to this guy, debating former Republican Tim Miller. Unfortunately, Miller, who blocked me on Twitter for no reason, I'm nice, Tim, unblock me. He just kind of tries to debate the guy in good faith, which is good to try sometimes. I also understand the pressure in these situations, and you're not always going to say the perfect thing. I am not seasoned or exercised in this type of content, and I know I'm not very good at it. I have the luxury here of time and reading and constructing my thoughts and putting them out there in this way. It's easy to criticize, etc. So I'm not here to be like, oh, you should have said this. But sometimes, man, sometimes.
I consider parents who are smuggling their children into this country as terrorists, domestic terrorists.
Really?
Because, yes, I do, because these individuals, they're not having a decision on being in this country. They're sort of foregoing out of our taxpayer dollars education, right? And we're paying over $9 billion federally.
Well, I got to tell you, I just think that this is going to be an area where we aren't going to find much common ground.
Again, I understand that these are live and you're like, well, how do I even respond to that in the moment? And sometimes you don't say something you wish you said, or you said something the wrong way and so forth. But this is a perfect example and opportunity. Let's play a part of that clip one more time and I will respond with what I'm suggesting.
I consider parents who are smuggling their children into this country as terrorists, domestic terrorists.
No, you don't. You don't think that. You obviously don't really think that. You think that a parent bringing their child into the country without going through the legal channels is a, I'm going to directly quote you now, domestic terrorist? No, you don't. You probably learned the words domestic terrorist from the president when he was talking about just some guy. You don't believe that. You don't actually know what you're talking about. With such incredible confidence and condescension, too. Glass houses, I know, and I know this entire industry and media landscape is built on a foundation drenched in overconfidence and condescension. But this guy is just too much to sit there and softly go, actually, honey, sweetie pie, maybe you haven't heard, but it's really important to eat poop. And then the response is, well, no, it's not. And then he goes, oh, sweetheart, my little child, you're supposed to eat it every day. When somebody like this says something like that, you just gotta tell them no. I don't believe that you believe that. You made that up. This guy doesn't know what he's talking about, and I know that because he's already been a guy who doesn't know what he's talking about on this show. You might recognize him from this.
I'm talking about Trump's rescission of these orders
on these agencies. If you received a tax cut as an employer, wouldn't you hire a person of color?
Dude,
if you could pay them less?
Listen, we're talking about government agencies that do not get tax cuts. They don't. Government agencies.
They don't.
No,
yes, they do. They absolutely do.
I'm talking about
every private and public sector gets tax cuts when you hire a person of color.
Government agencies don't pay taxes. Government agencies operate on, are funded by the government.
That is not true. That is not true. And you know what? I think the whole juxtapose of
Sam's face is right. The fact that Jubilee continues to have this specific guy back on, despite him not knowing at all what he's talking about and not even lying well, is shameful. He just absorbs words from debates and the tone that he thinks people should be using and just says whatever. Jubilee has already shown signs that maybe they should just shut down forever, like allegedly doing a Christian versus atheist episode, only to have their Christians say, wait, I'm not a Christian, so they had to change the title. Having Mehdi Hassan on to argue with right-wingers only for him to discover that they're literally fascists. Also, what an ableist concept. In order to talk, you need to run at the chair? But all that aside, the fact that they invited this person back at all is shameful and embarrassing. Delete your channel, guys. Because not only do I not believe you when you say that you think that a mother who brings their little kid into the country illegally is a domestic terrorist, but also, what? Define terrorist. Hell, define domestic. What do you think anything means? You think that this criminal illegal alien from outside the country is a domestic terrorist? Do you think that the 9/11 hijackers were also domestic terrorists? Probably not. I don't think you know what words mean. You shouldn't be on that show. In fact, let's hear you speak just like 9 more words.
They're sort of foregoing out of our taxpayer dollars education.
Well, no, actually, that's not how words are used. What do you mean forego education? Isn't the talking point that they're stealing our education? What do you think foregoing means? Are you trying to say that they're not participating in education? Don't you want illegal immigrants to forego education? Are you trying to say that they're causing natural-born American citizens to forego education because they're here instead, thus taking it? I guess that makes more sense within your worldview, but also it's not true. So what do you mean? What do you ever mean? Here are just 12 more words.
These individuals, they're not having a decision on being in this country.
These individuals are not having a decision on being in this country. What? Actually, never mind. Here's my response. Okay. Sure. Look, we don't mean to single out this one guy, even though we singled out this one guy. He's just a silly wannabe influencer who has embarrassed himself several times, but Jubilee keeps inviting him back for some reason. We're mainly talking about him, you know, To stretch the video out a little bit, the main subject of this section was actually the rich MLM guy who, instead of debating, just offered to pay everyone's bills. The entrepreneur influencer. Because being rich isn't enough for those types. They need to be liked and praised and know everything about everything and be accepted by everybody, especially in regards to culture. It's why Elon Musk tweets about what Professor Fifth Element would drive and cheats at video games. They can't just be the richest people in the world, they need to be influential, cultural, entertainment phenomena. They're this guy.
A lot of people are calling me about the Mac Miller rap song. Many people have been asking about my desk and the fact that I have so many papers on my desk.
Oh great, I guess we are going to talk about politicians. When we come back, ad time. 2026 came in hot, not counting the weather, and so did Pluto TV. No amount of rain, sleet, snow, or slush is going to stop the P to the...
We've done your homework.
Hi, welcome back to Padding for Time. Some more news brand new Year extravaganza of really important news. So we've talked about the disgraced journalist brother of the disgraced governor of New York who, quite disgracedly, couldn't quite manage to do enough racism to become mayor. We've talked about that journalist's left punching disguised as enlightened centrism via accusing everything and anything of being a rage bait, a term he just learned poorly. We've talked about rich dopes defending capitalism and their wealth by carelessly flaunting and throwing their money about to solve the problem of people trying to have a debate with him on camera, a thing he agreed to do. We've talked about just generally dumb guys who want to be influencers but don't really know what they're talking about, but that doesn't matter these days as long as you get any kind of attention. So you say whatever and none of the words sound right or make any sense, and even if they did, the point would still be wrong. But they're there anyway and keep showing up, but I guess we have to respect them and be nice. So now we get to talk about all of that in relation to our current government, which is made up of exactly these types of people. A government of podcasters. We've talked in the past about how folks like Kash Patel and Dan Bongino were podcasters pushing conspiracy theories and misinformation and effusive Trump praise until they were, for some reason, put in charge of the FBI. And then they couldn't stop posting while doing their jobs at the FBI. Just publicly posting leads and guesses about ongoing active investigations as they are developing and then needing to retract them and apologize. Because they just want to be podcasters with power, you see. You gotta use the FBI to drive your girlfriend's drunk friend home, you see. And you can't stop posting. Bongino was recently confronted about his past conspiracy theory-laden work and how it contrasts sharply with what he has to be doing at the FBI now, and how maybe he can't be pushing as many conspiracy theories anymore in the very serious job for serious people that he finds himself having.
You put a post on X right after this happened, and you said there's a massive cover-up because the person that planted those pipe bombs, they don't want you to know who it is because it's either a connected anti-Trump insider or an inside job. You said that, long before you were even thought of as deputy FBI director.
Yeah, that's why I said to you, this investigation's just begun. We are pretty comfortable. We have our guy. I think again, legal process starts to surface and information, facts start to come out. The public's going to be very comfortable with the investigation that was conducted under Director Patel and his leadership. He's been great on this. But I don't want to, listen, I was paid in the past, Sean, for my opinions. That's clear. And one day I'll be back in that space. But that's not what I'm paid for now. I'm paid to be your deputy director.
Yeah, you were paid for your opinions, huh? This isn't unique to our law enforcement, of course. Even our Secretary of Transportation, Sean Duffy, seems like kind of a dumb guy who just says stuff. A couple months ago, in preparation for the holiday season, he started going in front of the nation and scolding them for their behavior at airports. Yes, after 8 years of referring to Barack Obama as our lecturer-in-chief, the Republican Party has decided that they are the arbiters of civility and discourse and general behavior. Here he is.
Again, I call this just maybe dressing with some respect. Whether it's a pair of jeans and a decent shirt, I would encourage people to maybe dress a little better, which encourages us to maybe behave a little better. Let's try not to wear slippers and pajamas as we come to the airport. I think that's positive. If we can help someone as we're getting on the aircraft that might need some help putting their bag in the overhead bin, and you're a little stronger, a little buffer, you've been lifting, stand up and offer to grab that bag and put it up for someone who's having a more difficult time. Common courtesy and civility.
So first of all, people do help each other on airplanes with their luggage. I don't know who you're hanging out with, Sean, but it happens all the time. I think this campaign is partly a symptom of all of these people being attached to Donald Trump, the rudest bore of a prick you could possibly imagine. They need to counterbalance his vulgarity with this idea that actually we just need to get back to common sense and civility, despite the fact that we support the dumbest, meanest man in the world. But okay, you want people to dress up for the airport now. No pajamas, no sweats. Start dressing fancy for your miserable flying experience on sardine-packed airplanes where you get 5 pretzels and a can of off-brand Sprite called Splash Esquire. Start showing some respect for how much you're being taken advantage of. And here's Sean Duffy just a couple weeks after that.
Maybe I want a workout area where people might get some blood flowing doing some pull-ups or some step-ups in the airport.
Sean, you want us to dress up in suits to go to the airport so we can do some pull-ups in our nice travel suits? No sweats, but you gotta work out at the airport. It's so hilariously contradictory and stupid and emblematic of this entire era. Obviously, it's an absurd request to dress up in suits and then exercise at the airport, but also, Sean seems to think that the problem with travel in America, the key issue of why airports are unpleasant, is that there aren't enough activities. It's not the lack of activities, Sean. It's the being treated like cattle and the layovers and the cancellations and the uncomfortable planes and the packed, rushed environment. The problem isn't no arcades. Anyway, bad, stupid job, Sean Duffy, who is acting like this because you may not remember. He was just a Fox News guy. He was on The Real World, and then The Real World Road Rules Challenge, and then some other similar reality game shows, because we're a reality game show government as well, you see. Then, to be fair, he was a district attorney for a while, though to be balanced, he started out working for his father's law firm. But to be fair, he was also a congressman. But to be balanced, then he was a Fox Business host. And to be the most fair and balanced, here's him, while he was a congressman, so he should have known better, being the most wrong a person could possibly be.
Look at Gabby Giffords, the Marxist who took her life, a leftist guy, and now you see violence and terror in the streets all across America.
For our younger or less plugged-in viewers, Gabby Giffords was a congresswoman who was shot during a mass shooting. The shooter was not a Marxist, as Duffy claimed, but more importantly, Gabby Giffords is still alive. She famously lived. It's high time we as a nation become comfortable telling congresspeople or the Secretary of Transportation, "Shut up, Dumbo," or "That's a silly idea, dude," or "Literally everything you just said is wrong. And you're a congressman?" Also, sorry, correction. When I said he was being the most wrong a person could possibly be, I was using hyperbole for the sake of comedy. Because I'm a goofer, you see? Because here is him actually being the most wrong a person could possibly be.
Are you going to compare the one attack up in Canada to all the death and destruction in Europe from refugees, or the attacks in the United States of America?
How about the Charleston church shooting?
But here's what
he was an extremist. He was a white extremist.
Yeah, he was. Okay.
How about that? That doesn't matter?
No, it does matter. It does matter. Look at the good things that came from it. Nikki Haley took down the Confederate flag. That was great.
9 dead. But hey, they took down that flag and solved racism forever, so it's good, actually. Sean Dummy is my point. But folks, it's not just law enforcement, it's not just cabinet members, and it's not just men. The off-putting Nazi Stephen Miller's off-putting Nazi wife, Katie Miller, who at one point worked in the White House and then kind of went to work for Elon Musk, and then I don't know if she's still working at the White House or doing something to Musk's weird dick so they can have another kid that hates him or what. But a few months back, Katie Miller, say it with me everybody, launched a podcast. Her official pitch to the nation when it launched was that this was a podcast for full-time working mothers who eat healthy and go to the gym. The first of its kind. And given that premise, her first guest was, of course, say it with me, JD Vance. See, that's actually what her podcast is. It's just fascist propaganda where she has a bunch of war criminals on to talk about how to balance home and war crimes. You may recognize JD Vance as a regular podcast guest on podcasts. He has guest co-hosted and been a guest on the podcast of a dead guy. Yes, the Charlie Kirk Show is still going despite the host being dead, and JD Vance has guest hosted it and continues to guest on it, along with Nazi freaks like Jack Posobiec. Oh, also, he is the vice president. Did I mention that? He's a podcaster and the vice president. But you might not be able to tell when he's on.
You're making a little bit of news here yesterday on X, formerly known as Twitter, about this Politico story.
So you're making a little bit of news here. Yeah, he's the vice president. Why are you saying that like he's a celebrity chef? Why is he laughing like he slipped on the red carpet at the Oscars? He's the vice president. Yeah, he's in the news. And of course, this is all just emulating and extending from the OG, our once and future podcaster-in-chief, Donald Trump. Seen here in his old vlog.
Rick Perry, watch him. He's a comer.
We obviously had to show that specific clip, but he vlogged about other stuff too. Robert Pattinson, how the Dark Knight had the Trump Tower in it, doing regime change in other countries and taking their oil, etc. This is where Trump truly shines. Not in being a president, but in dishing goss. I'm not the first person to point this out, but if he could just do like red carpet stuff for award shows and criticize celebrities with the ghost of Joan Rivers, he would. Much like Vance wants to be an influencer and poster. He's not, in his heart, but he really wants to be. Here's his tight five, about 6'7". Here's him posting Nicki greater than Cardi. It's kind of embarrassing for the vice president to be doing this stuff, right? We're already constantly embarrassed by Trump. We don't need another one. I know this is me being triggered or whatever, and these fucking losers with all the power would delight in knowing that it bothers somebody. So, okay, I'm triggered. This sucks. It's dripping with Musk-style desperation, and it's shameful and, yes, cringe. How utterly undignified. You're the vice president. You've somehow positioned yourself as the arbiter of civility, telling foreign leaders that they need to say thank you and wear a suit, telling citizens who criticize America that they actually should be grateful, all while posting like the most that went well ass millennial, all in the service of the rudest man on the planet who constantly criticizes America. It's right there in his slogan. You called him Hitler, JD. Loser. But the reason I'm including JD Vance, aside from the fact that this stupid idiot who sucks, is because he and most of Trump's cabinet and Trump himself are just all of these guys. A bunch of Nepo baby dopes and influencer wannabes going on Surrounded so they can say, actually, oh, my dear, sweet dear, you know, the pyramids don't even exist. Shapes were invented by Democrats to keep white people poor. And if you're thinking, well, actually, JD Vance is very smart, he's not these guys, well, then he's pretending to be. He's acting like it. Remember when he podcasted, Reed said, the Nazi lie about Haitians eating cats and dogs in Springfield, Ohio, and that turned out to be completely not true, and the original source of the rumor ended up finding her cat, and Vance even admitted to making up the story, and then got indignant when people were like, wait, did you just say you made it up? And then he claimed that everyone misconstrued his words, and he didn't say he made up the story, even though, as I mentioned, it was a lie that didn't happen, and the source of the story found her cat, and we all know that. Well, a year later, after months of being the vice president and doing nothing about this epidemic of cat eating in Springfield, Ohio, Vance casually said this.
20,000 immigrants, Haitian migrants, in a town of 40,000 people. So you blink your eyes in Springfield, Ohio, and you wake up and literally a third of the population of your town is now Haitian immigrants.
And eating cats and dogs.
Eating cats and dogs. Now,
he doesn't care. He lied. He's joking about how he lied. He's a scumbag and a dope masquerading as a serious person. We will probably eventually do an episode that really digs into J.D. Vance and his rhetorical tricks, how he uses tone and language to lie, in some cases to blatantly lie. But as I said, today, we're padding for time and just pointing out the obvious. J.D. Vance is a poster poser, has the soul of an idiot podcaster and influencer wannabe, is a liar and cringy loser, and he doesn't even try to hide it. So, one more clip.
And recognizing that their next door neighbors are going to say, well, wait a second, what is going on here? I don't know these people. They don't speak the same language that I do. It is totally reasonable and acceptable for American citizens to look at their next door neighbors and say, I want to live next to people who I have something in common with. I don't want to live next to 4 families of strangers.
So that's J.D. Vance saying that immigrants need to know English because if they don't, then you can't effectively interact with your neighbors. There's no sense of community. How are you going to talk to anybody? I mean, another culture? An account posted this clip and paraphrased thusly. It's totally reasonable to not want neighbors who speak another language. J.D. Vance, ever the poster, responded to this a couple days later to correct the record. First of all, it's just a made-up quote, completely dishonest. Second, what's reasonable is to want to share a language with your neighbor. How do you borrow a cup of sugar, resolve disagreements, have a nice conversation? You need a common language, and in America, that language is English. The far left became so deranged on immigration that they're attacking people for wanting to be able to speak to their neighbors. Well, no, they're attacking you, JD, for being a dumbass. To summarize Vance's post, this quote about how I said you gotta know English to talk to your neighbors is a lie. What I meant was, you gotta know English to be able to talk to your neighbors. I mean, how else in 2025 could you ask a neighbor to borrow a cup of sugar? A thing nobody does anymore, but if they did, it could easily be accomplished with a translation app or a day on Duolingo. Also, and maybe this is pedantic or reductive, but we're a free speech country. It's the first thing we decided we all have. I know everybody has a different opinion and interpretation of free speech, even most free speech absolutists. But surely, even an idiot liar like J.D. Vance can see that a country proudly based on free speech, demanding the speech is in a specific language, is silly. Obviously. But how are we to have a cohesive culture if we don't all speak the same language? Don't care, doesn't matter, this is America. F you, Mr. Vice President, what a stupid point of yours, you absolute dumb guy being an idiot. Like, of course, it's easier to communicate with your neighbors if you speak the same language. But it's not necessary. It certainly shouldn't be legally mandated or something the vice president needs to be talking about on a podcast. It's all just a gaggle of Marx and Rubes slowly melding together and morphing into an Ouroboros of Marx and Rubes. Idiots feeding each other and egging each other on with their stupid lies. Free speech warriors doing a little podcast saying, you gotta talk like me, see? Otherwise, how will I do the talk at you to be the learn of words? Hello, sugar please. It's potentially actually much more enriching to communicate with people across language barriers and to fill your life up with other cultures and knowledge. Also, sorry, but your racism doesn't work in 2025 because we have phones, JD. I mean, obviously, your racism is spreading effectively because of the phones too, but this type of racism just makes you seem silly. Learn a phrase. Do some small talk. Enrich your life. Don't police the language that people use in America. What if your neighbors are deaf and use sign language? Are you gonna call the cops, JD? Are you gonna shit your pants and, fingers crossed, die of natural causes? This reminds me, actually, of when Tucker Carlson, a racist and fascist propagandist who pretends that he was attacked by a literal demon while asleep on his bed with several big dogs, and he has claw marks from the literal demon, but he won't show you the claw marks, did a segment about a National Geographic article covering Hazleton, Pennsylvania, a town that had seen an influx in immigration. In his piece, he talked about how impossible and hard and bad it was, just like the article described. Except the article also described those people evolving and growing and getting used to it. He didn't mention a good portion of the article because it undercut the fascist propaganda he wanted to do. Specifically, there was a passage about one of the barbers in the town. Quote, "They also give him tips on how to speak Spanish. He used to find that irksome, but he has warmed to it. I should have taken those Spanish classes seriously back in high school, but, you know, who knew this was coming," he said. Wow, sounds like hell on earth. People aren't as stupid as you want them to be, JD. I mean, you are. Everybody I talked about today is. A lot of your supporters are, but not everybody. The thing you want people to be mad about simply isn't so bad. Learn Hola, JD. Most immigrants also do learn English. You are in a multiracial, multicultural marriage. What you're doing, what you're in service of, only illustrates your weakness. Even your far-right fans, and incidentally, specifically another surrounded person, think your wife and family are disgusting. You are weak and you're stupid, and we here at the Shody hate you. But we're also grateful, as you so desperately demand us to be, because you have provided us with a true gift. Filler that we can use to pad for time. Maybe Chris Cuomo's right. We're all doing rage bait, if the definition is just being a little angry about stuff. But sometimes that's okay. Sometimes it's warranted. Chris Cuomo is so concerned about being above it all and civility that when he was on the Adam Friedland show, Adam said,
"When I was a teenager, Bush was the president, and I fucking hated Bush."
Hey, why would you ever invest that in anybody else?
Because they killed 1 million people.
Yeah, Chris, sometimes it's okay. Some people can be hated. Some things can make you mad. These lying f***s are out there doing war crimes and dismantling the government and performing their gleeful cruelty, and it's okay to be mad about that. F*** them, and f*** you for scolding people for saying f*** them. Let's start out the new year angry, folks, full of rage, talking about angry dumb guys like our piece of shit president that we hate. Maybe next week, or not, I forget what the topic is, but Happy New Year. Next week, it'll be real. Next week, we talk about the news. And here's some more of it. Wait, that's not right, because we're done. Thank goodness. See you next week. Some more news. The name of the show. Roll the credits, please. So, breaking news. Dan Bongino is reportedly going to leave the FBI. And to quote the president about this, Dan did a great job. I think he wants to go back to his show. So, got him. Awooga! Thank you so much for watching. There was actually a secret 6th and 7th dumb guy in this episode. Did you catch it? One of them was me, and the other is this little guy. He's stupid too. Ah, that was mean. Sorry, you're a smarty. Thanks so much for watching. Leave a comment and like and subscribe. Do all the YouTube stuff that we ask you to do every single episode that we make. We got a patreon.com/somemore-news. Check that out if you'd like to. We've got a podcast called Even More News. It's on this YouTube channel and where you get your podcasts if you want to listen to it instead of watch it and listen to it. You can listen to this show as a podcast if you don't want to watch it, which you just did. Thank you so much for doing that. And we've got a merch store. He's there. Shirts, mugs, all that kind of stuff. Whoo boy. One thing I realized after this whole episode, we do a podcast too. But ours is good.
Oh, wow. What a day.
Our role is to help ensure everyone can express themselves without anyone getting hurt. The Minnesota Department of Public Safety's role through the Minnesota State Patrol is to ensure safety, protect constitutional rights, keep roads accessible, and above all, to prevent harm. Our top priority is public safety. Our focus is keeping demonstrators, community members, drivers, and law enforcement safe, especially during moments of heightened tension or uncertainty. Demonstrations must remain safe and lawful, particularly around roadways. We will join with our partners to support safety while respecting the right to protest. With that in mind, I'd like to share a few safe and lawful ways to demonstrate. Minnesotans can safely and legally express their views in many ways, including getting together peacefully with others in public spaces, marching or walking, not on roadways, making your voice heard through chants, speeches, and displaying signs, being present in public areas where pedestrians are allowed, gathering in designated or permitted areas, and these actions will allow people to express themselves while protecting the safety of everyone involved. Unsafe or illegal actions could result in fines or arrests. Certain behaviors create serious hazards that threaten public safety, disrupt emergency services, or put people at risk. These actions could result in fines or arrests. Demonstrating on or entering a freeway on foot, walking on highways, throwing objects, starting or setting fires, damaging property or graffiti, using illegal fireworks, displaying or using illegal weapons, reckless or dangerous driving, especially near pedestrians, and certainly assaultive, aggressive, or riotous behavior toward anyone. We all want definitive answers to what happened today. Our Bureau of Criminal Apprehension is working in conjunction with the FBI to investigate this morning's shooting. As you know, we don't comment on active investigations, but also keep in mind that this investigation is also in its infancy. So any speculation about what had happened would be just that. And we will not engage in speculation. With that, I will turn it back over to the governor. Thank you.
We'd be glad to take any questions.
Did Wall speak about before this?
I can let General Schaefer talk about this. It so happens it's a training weekend. We've got about 7,500 troops in training at our sites, training sites across the state. What it is, and in the National Guard, you give a warning order, which is a heads up of something could be coming. That just allows people to think about what they would need, what it would mean to mobilize, what it would mean to put the men in.
He did not speak earlier.
The General talk a little bit about this. Obviously, since the summer of
Wait, directly before this, he did speak earlier.
Starting right. We can't give.
Oh, he did.
Public.
Thank you, Sean White, who says someone likely lost all Walls has to say.
Good afternoon. Today I'm joined by Department of Public Safety Commissioner Bob Jacobson, Colonel Schaefer of the Minnesota National Guard, and Colonel Bogojevic of the Minnesota State Patrol. This morning we learned that a nice officer shot and killed someone in Minneapolis. My deepest condolences to the family, to the loved ones who had to learn about this tragic event on national television. We've been warning for weeks that the Trump administration's dangerous, sensationalized operations are a threat to our public safety, that someone was going to get hurt. Just yesterday, I said exactly that. What we're seeing is the consequences of governance designed to generate fear, headlines, and conflict. It's governing by reality TV, and today that recklessness cost someone their life. I've reached out to Secretary of Homeland Security Kristi Noem, and I'm waiting to hear back. Let me be clear, Donald Trump and his administration may not care much about Minnesota, that's been pretty evident, but we love this state. We won't let them tear us apart, we'll not turn against each other. To Minnesotans, I say this, I feel your anger, I'm angry. They want to show, we can't give it to them, we cannot. If you protest and express your First Amendment rights, please do so peacefully as you always do. We can't give them what they want. The hearts and minds of the people in this state are on our side. To Americans, I ask you this, please stand with Minneapolis. To Minnesotans, know that our administration is going to stop at nothing to seek accountability and justice. The State Bureau of Criminal Apprehension are working on the investigation. We have activated the State Emergency Operations Center. State Patrol and Minnesota National Guard leadership is connected with the Minneapolis Police Department, the St. Paul Police Department, Hennepin County Sheriff's Office, the DNR, and Minnesota's Homeland Security and Emergency Management. We have activated dozens of members of the State Patrol's mobile response team. And from here on, I have a very simple message. We do not need any further help from the federal government. To Donald Trump and Kristi.
When you retire, can you do consulting for all these people's fucking audio setups? No, because apparently I was arrogant and stupid when I said that a lot of professionals suck at it, so don't worry, they're all perfect.
You know, you've done enough. There's nothing more important than Minnesotan safety. I've issued a warning order to prepare the Minnesota National Guard. We have soldiers in training and prepared to be deployed if necessary. I remind you, a warning order is a heads up for folks. And these National Guard troops are our National Guard troops. They're teachers in your community, they're business owners, they're construction professionals. They are Minnesotans. Minnesota will not allow our community to be used as a prop in a national political fight. We will not take the bait. We will continue to update you, Minnesota, as we get more information. Now I'd like to turn it over to Commissioner Bob Jacobson of the Minnesota Department of Public Safety.
Thank you, Governor. As Governor mentioned, my name is Bob Jacobson. It is my honor to serve as the Commissioner of the Minnesota Department of Public Safety. First of all, I want to acknowledge the reason that we are all here. The loss of life is not anything anyone would ever want. We fully expect that the community will want to peacefully demonstrate their anger or frustration. Minnesota residents and visitors have the right to peacefully demonstrate. We recognize that demonstrations are often driven by strong emotions, beliefs.
What do we know yet what the original stop was for? Like why all the videos start like with the car just kind of like pulling out? We don't know. Like there's one world where it's justified. And the only world is like if this person had like just done a shooting or just committed a crime, or you thought this was like if they were like a violent felon that was fleeing like for some violent warrant or something, like you would have justification to shoot a person like that trying to flee. Like you thought they just like murdered somebody. But I mean, like nothing here. It looks even remotely indicative of that. If you love Hutch, don't watch his take. How can Hutch be on the wrong side of this?
This morning, I was just getting up and I heard a bunch of commotion and whistling outside, and then I heard bang, 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 3 shots. I went to go look out the window, and it looked like there was a Honda over there that crashed, and I found out it was an observer that got shot and killed, and I saw them carry it. I got a bunch of video of them carrying the body to the ambulance and stuff, so there's an observer that got shot at an ice raid at the house next door. I'm sure that was...
Get the fuck out of our neighborhood! What the fuck? Dude, what the fuck? Here for what?
I mean, like, it's kind of crazy to just have federal officers just murdering citizens in their cars for I don't know what the fuck is happening. I mean, it seems a little bit, I don't know, it seems a little bit crazy to me. Maybe a little bit, seems a little bit wacky and wild. I don't even know I don't know what perk this guy is running to take out his gun so fast, to just roll up and kill somebody basically instantly, but. Like, they must have already identified her and wanted her to make an arrest. Because she's trying to wave them through and they're saying no, so they want to get out and arrest her. I just don't know what was leading up to this. But I seriously doubt. Again, unless they saw her committing like a violent crime or thought she had like a weapon or was going to commit a violent crime. Like...
No!
Where does this guy come from? I feel like this guy just like phases into reality. Jesus. Was this the guy? Was he in that SUV? I can't view blue sky bullshit because it's fucking whatever age gated, so don't link me that retarded shit. Wait, isn't this the same thing I literally just watched? This is. This is the other angle that right-wingers use to try to prove it was self-defense. Jesus. Isn't this like crazy against protocol as well? Like shooting through the car with people standing behind it is putting people in danger. No, not really. For cops can just shoot at fucking anything, bro. You gotta reprogram your brain when you're dealing with there's like 4 rules to handling a firearm. If you're like an ordinary human being or if you're in the military, but for cops it's just fucking spray and pray, baby. Spray and pray. What do you think of the odds of them getting off on this are? I have no clue. Because now it's a very odd situation because I imagine Minnesota would want to be the state that would charge them in whatever district this is. But Trump and the federal government obviously wouldn't want them charged. It's state charges. The state would have the right to arrest them, I think. I don't actually know. I don't know what the procedure is for arresting. I don't even know what laws are at play there. My guess is going to be there's a lot of weird interactions here that probably ordinarily never brought up before. Like you can't arrest a cop for a crime who does something in the commission of his job unless he's so far outside of bounds, which is going to be up to some level of interpretation, of course. Like Derek Chauvin got charged, obviously. But here it's not up to just the prosecutor to decide. Here it's a conflict of jurisdiction as well, right? Because it's federal and state. I have no idea I don't even know how this would proceed or what this would look like. I don't know how it works in the U.S., but shooting any fleeing suspect is beyond the pale. No. There are good reasons and times you want to shoot a fleeing suspect. Typically, it's if they're fleeing from committing a violent crime, or if there's a reason to believe this person is like armed and dangerous, right? If some dude, is suspected of killing a few people in a house and he's running out and he's trying to escape, it's understandable and acceptable to shoot this person as they're fleeing. But for things like fleeing like a parking ticket or whatever, you don't typically open fire on shit like that, or less than like misdemeanor crimes. I don't think so. Quick Asmongold take on this. Oh boy.
Ow! And then he shoots her. Gotcha, bitch. And then he shoots her a couple more times to finish her off. Yep. It's just a completely 100% justified. Absolutely rip fucking bozo. Anybody watching this clip, and again, you think about if you're the police officer, you hear the engine revving, you hear the wheels spinning, and the car is going directly.
I think this was like 8 months ago, or I don't know how many months. Oh yeah, this was 8 months ago.
Even see him. You can even see him. He's not really would defend Trump executing U.S. citizens for arbitrary reasons if he started doing it. And so this is just basically. Destiny creates a false narrative. He creates a hypothetical situation.
We're not creating a false narrative, though. The whole impetus for this clip was you saying that, of course, Donald Trump rescinded the tariffs because it was a great negotiating tactic a day after you had said that the tariffs were really good. That's the joke. The joke is that you guys will defend literally contrary decisions from one day to the next because there's no other way to defend the incoherent actions of this administration.
And that didn't happen, hasn't happened, and probably won't happen.
It hasn't happened yet, but if we get to that part, you'll defend it because all the things in the past that I said would happen have happened. The administration has gotten more unhinged. When they started to point people, you did defend it. When they went after the rule of law, they started weapons, you did say it was okay. When they said they might deport citizens who are felons, who did I just listen to defend this? I think it was off stream. It was somebody on Peace Coast stream where some guy was like, yeah, if they're U.S. citizens that are felons, maybe we should deport them. This guy on one of Peace Coast stream. I don't know, the guy has defended it. He would in the future. Derek fucking did. The whole joke is that there's no line with you guys. You will defend anything. And you've demonstrated that up to this point. Anything that the administration does, you'll defend. Or say it's an epic meme.
In order to justify acting insane, right? He's
acting insane, by the way, is saying mean jokes online. Like you've become the woke leftist now, but I understand it now, right? Because being mean and all of that has nothing to do with being mean. It's just an expression of who's in control at that particular moment in time. Who has the power, I guess, right? And in Asmongold's audience's eyes, like he has the power right here. He can dictate who to be mean to, who you can't be mean to. And so that's where I guess this comes from.
It's just made up this
forever, I guess. I don't know.
What other people are saying, you should be glad you're not banned. So the fact is, and eventually he will pop off because I think that Destiny has become increasingly more.
Keep in mind, wait,
more unhinged. And also he will pop off because I think that Destiny has become increasingly more unhinged. And also before I go into this anymore, no, of course I would not support Trump assassinating and killing people for random reasons.
Oh, hold that right there. Oh, well, he kind of qualified it for random reasons, right? Because they'll always make up a reason. But hold it here. We'll see in 6 months if Trump's still around and he started killing people yet. What the excuse he gives on this is.
An arbitrary reason.
This whole thing of Asmongold covering me, saying that I'm unhinged, had to do that firefighter thing, by the way, 8 months ago. That's what the whole country and world and all the death threats and the SWATs and the doxings and everything else that happened to me was because I think of that joke I made. Or I don't know if it was a joke. I don't even know what people were mad at. And here we are now. Kind of crazy, huh? Pretty weird. Kind of weird.
I can't with these people trying to call this a murder and all that shit. Well, hey, maybe they shouldn't be in front of the car. The thing is that you're never going to convince these people that it's not, okay? Like, it doesn't matter. The only thing you have to do is crush them. You crush them completely. You never go, like, after you say, basically, after you run one of them over, right? Or you shoot one of them for trying to run you over, then you victory lap around it, and you send in more people, and you do it even more. That's the only solution. That you're never going to win these people over. You're never going to explain it to them. You're never going to be like, oh, well, why won't you see my point of view? Because they don't want to. Why don't you shoot the tires? So that way you make the car unsafe.
What did I say again to get permanently banned from this platform for my extremist rhetoric? What was it again?
And some other innocent bystander can get hurt indiscriminately because the person didn't follow the law? Nah, bro, you shoot him right in the fucking face. They said to stop the car. They said not to do this. They said to get out, and she's walking around driving around. What are you talking about? Absolutely not. You shoot him right in the fucking head. That's it. Aim for the legs. Yeah, bro. Aim for the legs. Oh, my God. Some of these people not thinking about this at all, bro. From the vehicle, from what I saw, I mean, barely, maybe. He barely got away. And, yeah, he pulled the gun on her and he shot her. Yeah, the thing is, like, how is it even that close? Like, even if you think that, like, that's what happened, what are you talking about? They told her to get out of the car. She almost ran him over. Are you going to expect somebody to make, you know, a decision like that in 1/10 of a second whenever somebody's, like, actively basically trying to run him over?
Really?
If somebody did this to an average person, really, they might say, Reposo. The fact is, this is what happens.
Was that what
happened? Get out of the car. Did she get out of the car? No, she didn't. She did something that, I mean, I looked at it, it seemed like to me that, yeah, it's somebody trying to run over a police officer, number one.
Okay.
And number two, she disobeyed a direct order. And who knows what somebody like that is going to do? And this is a big issue that a lot of people don't understand, is that they don't understand the butterfly effect of allowing a person who is a criminal like that to just escape away in a speeding vehicle after immediately trying to run over a police officer. You don't know if that person's going to run somebody else over, if they're going to lose control of the car, if they're going to go and do this somewhere else, etc., right?
What was I arguing with Rekieta about before? It's so crazy. All of these people who hated cops, hated the police, loved their First Amendment rights, thought that the government was too strong. They're such cocksucks for everything having to do with this administration. First, whether she's trying to run over the officer or not isn't relevant to the analysis. Second, even if she is running away, she's fleeing at high speed in a community and becomes a danger to the community. I didn't know you could get assassinated for speeding. Are there signs in Minnesota that say that? Cops might snipe? Is that a thing in Minnesota? It might be. I've only been in Minneapolis a couple times. I don't remember seeing those signs there. Maybe it is. Third, back to the analysis. Is the officer who fired reasonably in fear of serious bodily harm? You can't put yourself in the way of serious bodily harm and then use that as a justification for self-defense. That's not that legally, that doesn't even work. It's a Honda Pilot on a wet street. How fast is she going? Is this Ford v Ferrari? What the fuck is happening out here? Sorry. Okay. People will tell you, the same people will tell you Ashley Babbitt climbing through a window towards politicians at the front of an angry mob that's chanting about hanging the vice president, that she was innocently killed or she died an innocent person. Meanwhile, this woman needed to be taken out.
Oh, he's mad. You know what? This is what I said. I think you have to go in, you have to invoke the Insurrection Act. You have to crush these people. You put them in jail, you put them up on charges for sedition, treason, everything that you possibly can, and then you put them as like an accomplice for like any sort of like, anything that you can throw at them, you do it. You totally crucify these people, and you make it to where their lives will no longer be the same ever again. That's the goal. Because what these people are doing, and by the way, this isn't me being bloodthirsty or extreme or...
Oh, okay.
Or aggressive. And let me explain the reason why. What these people are doing is they are incentivizing violence, aggression, people breaking the law, illegal immigration, and every type of bad behavior that comes out of that. That's fundamentally what happens, is that these people are creating chaos.
So if you drive off and you hit one of these people, that's their fault for impinging on you.
Governor Ron DeSantis there cracking down on potential non-peaceful protests. In a podcast earlier this week, the governor told Florida drivers that they can hit protesters if they need to, quote, flee for their safety. NBC6's political reporter Steve Litz explains the governor's stern warning.
The violence and protests in California prompted Florida's governor to go on the Rubin Report podcast with this message.
If you're driving on one of those streets and a mob comes and surrounds your vehicle and threatens you, you have a right to flee for your safety. And so if you drive off and you hit one of these people, that's their fault for impinging on you.
Ron DeSantis with a warning in advance of tomorrow's anti-Trump No Kings rallies.
Say it loud, say it clear.
Hundreds are planned nation.
Just protesters. That's what you can run over, guys.
You asked about a shooting that we just had in Minneapolis, Minnesota. It was an act of domestic terrorism. What happened, it was our ICE officers were out in enforcement action. They got stuck in the snow because of the adverse weather that is in Minneapolis. They were attempting to push out their vehicle, and a woman attacked them. and those surrounding them and attempted to run them over and ram them.
Wait, hold on, I'm getting baited. Who linked this? I'm banning you, I'm perma banning you. This isn't about the thing today. This must be about another thing. This can't possibly be about today. Right? This is an earlier thing? Is the weather appropriate? What is this? This can't possibly be about today. There's no shot.
You asked about a shooting that we just had in Minneapolis, Minnesota. It was an act of domestic terrorism. What happened, it was our ICE officers were out in enforcement action. They got stuck in the snow because of the adverse weather that is in Minneapolis. They were attempting to push out their vehicle, and a woman attacked them and those surrounding them and attempted to run them over and ram them with her vehicle. An officer of ours acted quickly and defensively shot to protect himself and the people around him. And my understanding is that she was hit and is deceased. We're continuing to gather more information, but this goes to show the assaults that our ICE officers and our law enforcement are under every single day. These vehicle rammings are domestic acts of terrorism. We're working with the Department of Justice to prosecute them as such. We will continue to protect our ICE officers. You asked.
I've just viewed the clip of the event which took place in Minneapolis, Minnesota. It is a horrible thing to watch. The woman screaming was obviously a professional agitator, and the woman driving the car was very disorderly, obstructing and resisting, who then violently, willfully, and viciously ran over the ICE officer, who seems to have shot her in self-defense. Based on the attached clip, it is hard to believe he is alive, but is now recovering in the hospital. Did he even get ran over? Like, was his foot or whatever? Did anything even happen at all? The situation is being studied in its entirety, but the reason these incidents are happening is because the radical left is threatening, assaulting, and targeting our law enforcement officers and ICE agents on a daily basis. They are just trying to do the job of making America safe. We need to stand by and protect our law enforcement officers from this radical left movement of violence and hate. Wait, this isn't the shooting cop, is it? Oh, no, there it is. Okay. Man, he looks so threatened right there. Wait, is he? He's already completely out of the way before he even shoots. It looks like. He was 99% out of the way. No, I think he was 100% out of the way. Or like his feet were. I don't think he was... Like, keep in mind too, I think it's like the video's a little deceptive in that it might kind of look like, because it's like dark and the wheel is like black, maybe she's like heading in this direction, but this wheel is like fully turned to the right. Like this car is going like in the other, like is moving in that direction. Like it's not even close. Jesus. What info do they have on this person? Did a single shot go through the windshield, or were all of them through the driver's side? There's a bullet hole in the front windshield. Oh, so we have one bullet hole in the front windshield. But he's like leaning over for it. You can see it here. Oh, it doesn't even, yeah, like by the time he shoots, he's like leaning over the fucking car to do it.
That seems to be like really difficult to imagine that he thought that. Now, like, you tell me what you think, but
yeah,
you know,
that's right.
Human beings, there's like latency. There's like, you know, we make decisions and it takes us a second to actually act on those decisions. Do you think he's going to be able to convince a jury that even though he was clear of the car, like technically he made the decision when she was still kind of, because there is a moment where he is like right in front of her car and she starts to move forward. And I assume a police officer in that spot would probably tell a jury, at that point I decided that my life was in danger. But then we'd slow it down and it's like 4.5 seconds from the time she starts moving forward to the first shot. I mean, that seems like, that's kind of a long time, you know? So that seems like quite a delayed fuse. Yeah, what are your thoughts?
I think that you have the right instinct to be like, well, I don't agree with a lot of other stuff that's kind of tangential to the issue. And I would like everything you said, I think I agree with, which is you shouldn't back up. You shouldn't you should like comply, right? Which is kind of like our take. Like, I'm not probably saying that. And then, yeah, I think your vision of what occurred when the first shot took place is that he was cleared from being in the path of it when the first shot was taken. That's my interpretation, regardless of whether there is a contact.
Wait, as in like the first shot was justified?
With the car at a low speed,
no,
bumping into him as she's turning to the right. I mean, that to me is not indication that someone's life is in serious risk of, or they're in serious risk of serious bodily injury. So yeah, I think our factual interpretation is similar. Even putting that aside, it's not just a subjective inquiry. We don't just ask, did I actually think my life was in danger?
That's what a reasonable person thinks.
See, is there an objectively reasonable consideration that your life was in in peril? That's the question. It's not just a subjective test. It's also objective. And so regardless of whether he subjectively thought his life was in danger, we analyze it from the perspective of an objectively reasonable officer. And it is kind of like breaking down in a timeline the different events and what an objectively reasonable officer would have apprehended at each particular point in time. And so I think that with respect to what a jury will find, who the fuck knows, if there actually is a charge, maybe we can consider it then. If I were on the jury, given the facts I have now, I would be like, it's so clear that his life isn't in danger, that he's not at risk of any.
This is the correct law take. I've never heard the word objective used that way. Like the reasonable person standard is an objective standard. Maybe it is, multiple subjectivities, or I don't know. My understanding of the reasonable person standard is like if a reasonable person would have thought that their life would have been in danger or they would have been at risk of serious bodily harm, that's the standard you use. Objectively, I don't think it matters whether or not it is or isn't. It's whether or not a reasonable person would have thought that. But maybe that's what objective means. I don't know. I mean, I guess both aspects of that matter, but it doesn't matter. Like, if I walk up to a person with an empty gun, objectively, there's zero threat to their life. They can never be killed unless I start beating with a gun, right? But if I point the gun at somebody and I shoot, you're never doing an objective analysis of like, well, was their life actually in danger? That's just never happening. It doesn't matter. It's like the reasonable person standard. But also, I also think the reasonable standard here probably also changes with respect to the fact that they're cops as well, right? So I'm sure they have some elevated duty or responsibility to not, in some cases, they're putting themselves in more danger. In other cases, they should be avoiding it. Destiny, I was taught in law school that the reasonable person test is an objective one. Okay, it might be. Because subjective maybe just implies like your personal feelings, and objective is more appealing to like an external test. Maybe it might be. You're acting in bad faith when you watch the video of the shooting. You are clearly and obviously looking at the first ICE agent and ignoring the second agent in the background in front of the car and in potential danger. Potential danger is not a good reason to execute somebody, buddy. Should a cop avoid stepping in front of a vehicle of someone they plan on detaining or arresting? I mean, I would say so, yeah. Unless this person is like under suspicion of having committed a violent crime or something, or is fleeing after having committed, or is like at large or not at large, is like armed and dangerous. Was the officer put in the hospital at all, or? Should each gunshot be justified independently? Not in that quickly of a succession. If the first shot is justified, then the next two are almost certainly justified. The car is a deadly weapon? Yes, so is my dick.
Shame! 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 Shame!
Did he just say call 911? Shouldn't they do that?
Shame! 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 Shame!
Pisco said each needs individual justification. I mean, like, my guess is going to be, like, by the book or in theory, maybe, but, like, the way that it would play out is if you can justify the first one, you're probably going to be able to justify all of the rest of them. It's most likely how it's going to go. And this quick of a succession is going to be my guess. Now, if it was, like, one, and then, like, a minute later he fired twice, and then the third time, then maybe, but, like, when it's, like, 1, 2, 3, like that, I don't know if you'd have to justify every single bullet. Like, for the Rittenhouse verdict, or imagine for most, like, self-defense cases, you're looking at, like, basically, if you lose on the first event, you're probably fucked on the rest. If you win on the first event, you're probably going to succeed on the rest, generally speaking. I think it happened with that Apple River stabbing or whatever. Destiny, I guarantee you stepping in front of a car and drawing is a form of depart arrest procedure. This was absolutely a justified shooting in the eyes of the law. I guess we'll see. I didn't know that you could execute. Why was she even being arrested? We don't have any information about what led up to them even like trying to open her door and everything too.
Shame! 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 Shame!
If I get killed, please don't just scream shame. Okay. Doesn't matter. You must comply. Just, I can't tell sometimes. It's got to be like the sub 75 IQ shit. I don't know how to. You can't execute somebody just because they don't follow an order. That's not how that works. You can get in trouble for not following lawful orders, and in certain situations, a cop might shoot you and be fully justified, legally and morally for doing so. She was just blocking them. It was a house raid. Why? This is why I can't do breaking news. Like, what you guys are all the shit you guys are saying. None of you even know anything about this. I don't think we have any idea what. I know we don't know what was happening because none of you fucking readers have linked the story. You're all like making up your own stories for all of it. What do you mean blocking? It doesn't look like she was blocking at all. If she was, I don't understand it. Because these guys, it looks like she's trying to wave them through. Number one, what do you mean house raid? How does she even know that they're going to do a house raid? It's an unmarked vehicle. They have their lights on now, but also like she's not even blocking them. They can just go to the left or the right. This looks like I don't know if this is a school or maybe this is just a larger side street. I don't know what building they're in front of. Like you're just making shit up. Oh my god. Why were they trying to open her car? It sounds like you wanted to detain her, but I don't know what for. I have no idea. I don't know what was happening leading up to this. Like, these guys, here's the thing that I'm comfortable saying. Not really, but I'm more comfortable than any of the fucking shit you retards are making up. Her car is identified. Like, they have information about her being problematic. I don't know why or what's going on. Oh, this is the other cop here. Because these people that come to arrest her or detain her, they're not responding to her blocking here. They're rolling up to arrest her. That's what's going on. Now, I don't know why. I don't know what was preceding this, and I haven't seen anybody link a story or give any information preceding this. But they already had identified her and came here to at least detain her.
Criminals! You're fucking criminals! What the fuck? What the fuck? What the actual fuck? You are fucking insane! What did you do? You! Shame! 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 What's happening to her?
She's dead. I shouldn't be laughing. Wait, is this about to get? Jesus.
Dude, you shot her! I'm trying to help! No! No! You fucking shot someone in the fucking face!
Is the question of him being in immediate danger possibly irrelevant? Does ICE even have the grounds to detain her here? Could the court rule against him? Because I don't know if that would matter in this case. Like, even if it was an illegal detainment, if she would actually endanger the life of an officer, I don't know if that would factor in for self-defense at this point. I'm not sure. Well, oh, I mean, I don't know. It gets kind of weird. I don't know, actually. I'm not sure. Destiny, they said stop, get out of the fucking car, and stepped in front of her car. They were clearly making an arrest. A car's a deadly weapon. You have no idea what you're talking about. You can absolutely remove somebody from a car and just detain them. You have no idea if that's an actual full arrest or not. You don't have the information for that. You haven't linked it, so I know you don't have the information for that.
You shot someone in the fucking face! Do you have a conscience? Do you have a conscience? Don't let the murderer leave! Don't let the murderer leave!
Please read, why did they run away instead of immediately pursuing the car, trying to make an arrest? Looks like the officers were caught off guard too, I don't know what point you're trying to make, but my guess is because whatever they were getting out of the car to detain her for or arrest her for was probably some bullshit, would be my guess. That's why. It was some bullshit. She was either mouthing off to an officer or cussing at somebody or flipping somebody off or maybe trying to block with her car or something, but it's probably some bullshit is my guess.
You guys are the fucking criminals! You don't get to tell us what to do! Fucking criminals! Don't let him leave! Don't let him leave!
There's no way they can call self-defense on this, right? Dude moved in front of the car. I mean, if you can get out of the way of a car, I don't think you're allowed to. Like, if a person's trying to like run you the fuck over, then I think you're probably justified. But if you can't just put yourself in front of a car and then scream self-defense and start shooting.
No! Get the fuck out of our neighborhood!
It's unfortunate, but a car is 100% treated as a deadly weapon by law enforcement, and that is a long list of legal precedent. Yeah, but you can't just step in front of a car and start shooting. You can't do that. I'm pretty sure there's an obligation. Somebody linked a story earlier. Like if you can move out of the way, I think you have an obligation to move out of the way. You can't just put yourself in front of a car and start shooting, unless the person has like a warrant out for some kind of like deadly crime, where you have a reason to believe they could commit like further violent acts or something, or if they're fleeing from having committed like a deadly crime or whatever.
Yeah, it's a fucking crime! We fucking know it! We're here!
Jesus, what's going on here?
Yeah, like what the absolute fuck, man? What the absolute fuck? Do you have a conscience? Do you have a conscience? Do you have a conscience? This is the time, man. This is the time to have a conscience. This is not okay. This is not okay.
A little bit late for that.
Get a fucking conscience.
Yeah, where were they stuck in the snow here? Can somebody point me to the snowbank that they were trapped in?
In the head. In the head. Watch out, man. Watch out. You okay, mommy?
Well. I'm guessing the lady block. Well, there was some fight happening beforehand. We just don't know. Maybe they were like following them around and honking or something. Or my guess is the feds were probably just pissed off or something, and so they were being too retarded. Because it looks like, I mean, maybe we'll get body cam footage, or maybe this lady, has she posted anything? Because my guess is, it looks like it's cold. It looks cold, right? But she has her window down. So my guess is this officer was probably chatting with her. Looks like he's got a phone out too. So maybe they were fighting or arguing or something. I don't know. But we don't know the lead up to this. Why did Kristi Noem call her a terrorist? Or the government just lies about fucking everything. So I don't know. I mean, Kash Patel, all these people just lie. So. The reaction of the other agents is very telling. They separate so quick. But yeah, I don't know. Legit question, would this not help add to the ban against ICE using masks? Women tries to get the fuck out of your car when armed masked man approaches vehicle and shuts it. Well, she probably knows it's law enforcement here. I think that police officers, can conceal themselves if they're in the middle of like a particularly risky thing or they need to be undercover for some reason. But as standard practice, it feels very weird that people who are public servants who are entrusted with a monopoly on violence to act on behalf of the state, which is on behalf of the public, can go and move around under concealed identity. That's very weird to me. Can the state of Minnesota bring charges against this guy since he's a federal agent? Can he only get federal charges? I have no idea. I don't know how that works at all. My guess is generally this isn't really that big of a question because you wouldn't have conflict here. Everybody would realize there was a fuck up. But in this case, when the feds are okay murdering American citizens and everything, I have no idea what would happen. I don't know why you guys are linking Hassan tweets. I absolutely could not give a fuck less. It's fucking retarded and irrelevant. That's a police officer in Georgia. What they will do what's called an X-clear shooting investigation, which will be the agency, the FBI, and local DA's office investigating the shooting. If all three want to make charges, then the original agency can, but any of the three can make charges. All three can make charges, but if the original charging agency wants to make charges, then they will have priority. The shooter fled the scene in an unmarked car within 2 minutes. He fled. On what planet? If this was a justified shooting, does the shooter just run away? No investigation, no witness statements. The woman is still bleeding out and he ran away. This is disgusting. Whereas Congress, we have an out-of-control lawless agency running amok in our streets and none of the people charged with oversight are doing it. It is kind of wild that the ICE agent walks away from her after verifying that he shot her in the fucking face and is like, somebody call 911 and then bounces. Jesus. What is this?
Obviously is, of course, chirping about this and crying that, basically the first thing he sees somebody get shot. Again, right? And so this is another example, right? Destiny obviously is, of course, chirping about this and crying.
Chirping, he's literally turning into Hassan. Nice.
Basically the first thing he sees somebody get shot, and the first thing he does is he thinks about me.
I see somebody get shot, and the first thing I do is I think about all the people that have been hamming up the violent rhetoric in the United States of America and supporting federal agents killing U.S. citizens. It is true. Yes, I do. Yeah. I do think about the current political, social environment that I exist inside. That's correct.
Do you think government's responsible for not fixing this originally? Actually, yes, I do.
They should have fucking killed them in the crib. They should have arrested them first. They should have sent the National Guard already.
I think that Trump and the DHS and ICE are responsible because they've allowed these ICE protests to escalate to where people feel comfortable and they feel like it's an acceptable behavior to use their car to obstruct law enforcement. The fact is that if they had shut this down originally at the very beginning, this woman would probably still be alive. She would be, and I'll explain why. It's because she would have known that, oh my God, if I do this, I could lose my life. I could instantly fucking die because, or I could get arrested and put in jail or something like that happen. Tim Hall's press conference? Ooh.
Well. We'll check in tomorrow on this. See if any more info comes out. I'm done with it. I don't care.
First of all, I'm predicting the future. And prediction is, a tricky business.
The Russians are doing very well for themselves, and I don't think they're going to invade. Putin is surely smart enough to know that invading Ukraine and owning it would be a prescription for huge trouble.
Russia overnight launched its long-anticipated attack on Ukraine. An unprovoked war in Europe is now underway.
What about the state of Israel? And with regard to the axis of resistance, it's in a long-term war that shows no signs of going away.
And so with Nasrallah and Assad gone and Tehran's militias in Iraq appearing to be living their last days there, the Iranian proxy program has almost entirely collapsed.
I don't understand why Trump and company don't understand that Ukraine is going to lose, and it's going to lose reasonably soon.
It's a new year, but not much has changed for Russia or Ukraine. Both sides continue to trade blows in battle as well as on diplomacy.
So what I worry about is not the Iranians getting nuclear weapons and using them against Israel. I worry about the Israelis using nuclear weapons against Iran when Iran is in the process of acquiring it in turn.
President Trump says Israel and Iran have agreed to a full ceasefire taking effect in just a few hours.
Israel is the big loser. Israel is in really serious trouble today, and there's little hope of getting away from that moving forward. Second, that the Americans are also losers, but the winners are the Iranians.
People cheer in Tel Aviv celebrating this milestone moment. President Donald Trump declared a dawn of a new Middle East.
Iran Supreme Leader Ayatollah Ali Khamenei has a plan to leave Tehran if his regime collapses. The report comes as demonstrations continue to spread nationwide, marked by increasingly open defiance of the Islamic Republic.
I'm simply going to tell you, based on a lot of experience thinking about these issues, what I think is going to happen.
You can talk about maybe sending in special forces teams that can decapitate the regime. First of all, Maduro's going to be very hard to get at. He knows you're coming after him, and he's going to do everything he can to hide. I wouldn't be surprised if he tried to work out a deal with Maduro.
Major breaking news. Venezuelan dictator Nicolas Maduro has been captured by U.S. forces. President Trump confirming the large-scale U.S. military operation overnight.
I find it hard to believe that he's going to do anything substantial from a military point of view against Venezuela.
Oh, no.
First of all, I'm
after you. Be specific.
Well, they even gave my opinions on the internet. I actually never even gave my opinions on the internet. However, my hand was forced to start giving my opinions because they came after me. They came after my family. They doxed my entire family.
How did they come after you? Be specific.
Well, they tried to come after me. They tried to debunk all my whole entire story. They then...
Who's they?
All the news.
Just get more
CNN,
specific. CNN, who within CNN?
CBS.
Who's the reporter?
I don't even know her name because she's irrelevant. Nobody knows who she is.
Fucking retards. Artemis is refusing to come on the panel Friday. Good. He's retarded. I don't care. Another depressing news. We have an epic court update. Not really epic, but... So after quoting from the Rose deposition several times in some of their stupid motions, they tried to move to get the full thing completely sealed forever because they didn't want any part of it released because they probably felt like it wouldn't help their case, I guess. But I guess that was rejected. So we have the deposition for Rose. You can find out why I've been so triggered since August, I think. 23rd is when this happened. Keep in mind that Pixie sat through this entire thing, so. H3 sub still copes about the CCM and a post. H3 sub is full of fucking retards. I don't care. That audience is fucking retarded, and Ethan is fucking retarded. I don't care about them. It's never changing. Okay. He'll never walk back on that. Mr. Pedo Troll. The videographer. This is Stephen Hoog with the LVS Group, Inc. And the operator of this camera. We're on record, October 23rd, 2025. The time is 9:24 a.m. as indicated on the video screen. We are at blank blank, Illinois. This is the videotape deposition of blank blank. This case is captioned Jane Doe versus Stephen K. Bonnell. The second, case number 25CV 20757. Will the attorneys please identify themselves for the video record? Ms. Schlump Peters, Joan Schlump Peters on behalf of the plaintiff. Mr. Camara, good morning. Jay Camara, along with my colleague Joel Sichel. I don't know how to pronounce his last name. So Jane Doe's in the room when this is happening? No, I think she's on Zoom. She's attending this via Zoom. Good morning. Jay Camara, along with my colleague Joe Sichel. We're from Burke Brettler, LLP. We're counsel for defendant Stephen K. Bonnell, aka Destiny. The court reporter today is Amy Bateman with Vladimir Reporting. Will you please swear in the witness? Witness sworn. The videographer, please proceed. So for background, this deposition was set up because KB Farms managed to fully dox and figure out the identity of who Rose was or purported to be, and then a person from Jiskel's Discord server, Sabasexual, began to harass her mom, her dad, and her siblings until they agreed to cooperate with Joan to sit for a deposition. So then now they've agreed to sit for this deposition. Joan is excited for this deposition because the things that they're looking for are, one, to try to get more information that I'm a pedophile that they can throw into random filings, even though technically it has no bearing on this case. And then the second part is to try to get some confirmation on the date that I had a conversation with this person to bring it in range of the law that Pixie is erroneously suing me under, that she knows she's erroneously suing me under because this law wasn't active when we had been communicating. So these are the two things basically that Joan is trying to get out of this deposition, that Jiskel's Discord server harassed this person into attending. Based. King. Ms. Schlump-Peters, counsel, can we agree to the standard stipulations? Objections other than to form privilege waived until trial. Mr. Camara says you're welcome to designate this transcript as confidential pursuant to the party's protective order. In this case, we have no objection to that. Ms. Peters says, okay, I'm going to do that, but just in terms of waiving objections until time of trial, we agreed to that, or do you want to proceed under the federal rules of civil procedure? Waiving objections to the testimony? No. Or can you specify which objections you're referring to? She said it's just the standard stipulation that you reserve your objections other than as to form and privilege until the time of trial. I don't know what this means. I've never heard this in my life. I don't think she's even actually really has a law degree. I don't know if she's, I don't know. But I don't know. I also might just not be aware of this or what this means, but I'm not understanding what you're asking. She says, okay. One of my guys say, essentially reserve all objections. She says, until the time of trial. Mr. Camara says, sure. She says, yes. He says, agreed. She says, okay, so all objections except as to the form of question or to privilege are reserved until the time of trial or other use of this deposition without being waived. Correct? Oh, I think I understand. So you're saying that even if you don't object here in the deposition, you would be able to object maybe at the time of trial, I guess. Is, I don't know how common that is either. I've never known, but maybe they do it sometimes. She says, wait, hold on. And also standard, the witness will read and sign the transcript within 30 days of receipt. And for the record, I do want to state this deposition is taken pursuant to the court's protective order, docket 116. So Amy, please mark the entire transcript and all exhibits as confidential, subject to protective order. The court reporter says yes. Jones says thank you. Today is October 23rd, 2025. We're here for the deposition of Rose in the matter of Jane Doe versus Stephen Bonnell, pending in the United States District Court for the District of Florida, case number 2520757, whereupon Rose, called as a witness herein, having been first fully sworn, was examined and testified as follows. By Miss Schlump-Peters, by Joan. Good morning, Miss Rose. Are you okay if I address you as blank, or would you prefer blank? I'll just say Rose. Rose is fine. Rose, thank you. My name is Joan Peters. I represent the plaintiff, Jane Doe, and these are counsel for the defendant, and they might also be asking you questions today. Before I begin, I want to make sure you understand how a deposition proceeds. First, you're under oath, so your testimony today is the same force as if you were in a court. This deposition will essentially be a question and answer. Make sure you wait until I finish any question before you answer. Please listen carefully to each question. If you don't understand the question, just tell me and I will rephrase it. If you answer it, I will assume that you understood the question. You have to answer each question audibly, so shaking your head yes or no won't get recorded on the record. If you don't know the answer or don't remember, it's perfectly fine to say so. Please don't guess or speculate. If you realize later that you need to correct or clarify something, you'll have a chance to review the transcript and make changes on what's called an errata sheet at the end of the transcript. You're going to receive the transcript within a few days after today, and you'll have a chance to review it, and then you'll need to sign it and return it. And if you need a break at any time, just let me know. We can go off the record and turn the video off. If there's a question pending, you'll need to answer the question first, and then we'll take the break. Do you understand? Yes. Okay, and next, because you're not represented by counsel here today, I want to make clear that I don't represent you, and neither does counsel for the defendant. But if you have any questions during the deposition, I can answer your questions. I just can't give you legal advice. Okay, okay, all right. Can you please state your full name for the record? Rose, Rose, Rose. How old are you? Age? Where do you currently live? Where she currently lives? Now, you were served with a subpoena in this matter, correct? She said yes. Jones says, if you could just take a look at this and tell me if this is the subpoena that you were served with. Mr. Said Joel. No, this is. Fuck, I should remember their first names. But this is one of my lawyers. Mr. Kamara, Ms. Peters, do you have a copy of the exhibits that you're going to be showing to the witness? Jones says, I do. I just don't have a copy of the subpoena. He says, okay. Rose says, yes. And then Jones says, which I did provide. Okay, so yes, this is the copy of the subpoena, correct? She says, yes, I'm going to mark this as Exhibit 1, but the reporter says I can do that now. And then Jones says, okay, and then can I have it back? Exhibit 1 is marked. Jones says, thank you. So the subpoena asked you to produce documents, correct? She says, yes. And did you produce documents? Yes. Okay, I'm now going to show you a set of documents. Please review them and tell me if these are the documents that you produced. Disregard the confidential mark on them, but otherwise. Joel, I think that's his name. Joel says, Ms. Peters, to the extent you're questioning the witness about a document. Jones says, oh, sorry. He says, we'll need a copy of these. Jones says, sorry about that. And I do have another copy for you, which I will be marking as an exhibit. So Rose says, yep. Jones says, did you produce any other documents other than these? Rose says, no. Jones says, okay. The reporter says, this is number 2, counsel. Jones says, yes, and please mark this as Exhibit 2, which are documents marked confidential and are date stamped AH1 through 10. Okay. That, this should be censored, but, or redacted, but okay. Exhibit number 2 marked by Joan. Now, one of the things that was requested in the subpoena, blank, was communications, I'm guessing it's Rose, was communications between you and Solo Tiny Leaks. I'll just say Solo from January 1st, 2022 through the present. Do you have any other responsive documents that you did not produce in that packet? No. Okay, what about communications between you and the defendant? Destiny? Yes. No. On any of your different accounts that you would have for communication? No. No. Okay. Now, looking at the first page of Exhibit 2, can you confirm that this is a copy of your birth certificate? Yes. Thank you. Okay, now, turn. If you turn to the next page, which is date stamped AH2, and then 3, 4, 5, and 6, can you tell me what this is? Jake says, Ms. Peters, the copy you gave me jumps from AH1 to AH3. I do not have AH2. Jones says, here, can you look at this copy? Let me make sure this one, all right, yeah, this one is complete. Let me just make sure. Fuck. It is Jake and Joel, right? I think it's Jake. Oh, it's Jack and Joel, not Jake. Is it Jack? Maybe it's Jack. I should just check. Hold on. It's Jake. It is Jake. Oh, okay. That sounds more correct. Okay. Jones says, here, can you look at this copy? Let me make sure this one, all right. Yeah, this one is complete. Jake says, thank you. Jones says, sorry about that. Jones says, okay, so can you tell me what these pages are? Jake says, objection, vague and ambiguous. Jones says, go ahead and answer. Rose says, these were emails I got from someone named Callum. This is Sabasexual from Justicle's Discord server, who's still in there. They're all posting about this today, by the way. These were emails I got from someone named Callum telling me that I got doxxed online, and he sent me lots of emails about screenshots he found online and stuff. Jones says, okay, and who is Callum? She says, I don't know. Jones says, did you ever respond to Callum? She says, a couple times. By the way, Joan also personally requested Callum to continue to reach out to Rose to try to bring her into the court case. That was something that Sabasexual leaked all by himself in Justicle's Discord server. Okay, now in this document, on AH2, it shows your email address is whatever.com. She says, Rose says, yes. Joan says, okay, this is your current email address, correct? She says, yes. And Joan says, was it also your email address beginning in 2022? Yes. So have you had any other email addresses besides this one? Yes. Can you tell me what those are? I imagine this contains probably the email is like personal identifying information, so it's probably censored here. Back and forth. And when was this email address created? Rose says, when I was a kid, I don't remember. Joan says, okay, so probably prior to 2022. Yes. Okay. And do you still use that email today? Not very much. Okay. And turning to AH8, it's a document with a name on it, Ben Conway. Can you tell us what this is? This was a Snapchat username Solo made to try and contact me back in February, and I blocked it. I did talk to him, though. February of this year. Okay. The reporter asks, is that a yes? And then Rose says, yes. Joan says, and you said you did contact. You blocked him, but then you did speak with him. And then Rose says, he reached out to me on this through Snapchat. I accepted him. I told him not to talk to me or reach out to me. And then he threatened me. So I blocked him, and I told my parents. So my guess is probably threatened me something about visiting where she lives or something that's blocked out here because of personal information. I think all of the stuff that's going to be redacted here is probably going to be, all of it is going to be personally identifying information for her. You wanted to call me, but I didn't call him. Joan says, okay, so after that communication is when you blocked him, indicating, so I guess Rose nodded or something here. And to confirm, Ben Conway, is that the legal name of Solo? That's what he said it was, so I don't know if that's real or not, but that's what I knew him by. When did you meet him? November of 2021. And how did you meet him? An app called Yubo. Yubo? UBO? No, YUBO. YUBO. Is that like a dating app? Or, she says, it's supposed to be an app for kids to make friends, so you have to be under the age of 18, technically. And how old was he when you met him? 21. How old were you at that time? 17. And where was he living when you met him? He told me he lived on Michigan Avenue in Chicago, but I think he actually lives in Oxford in England, is what he told me later. And so you met him on Yubo. When did you meet him in person? I never met him in person. Did he ever provide you with any form of legal identification or show you any legal identification? No. No. And what leads you to believe that he was living in Oxford, England during this time period? So this first thing is, this first answer is not that great because Joan is trying to find a way to impeach the idea or to raise this kind of like false narrative that Kiwi Farms was trying to push and Pixie is retardedly trying to push, that there's some disagreement about the timestamps of messages that were sent. The messages are very clearly marked in a European date format, but they're trying to say, oh no, I think it was the month and date aren't actually swapped. This is real. And it's like, no, you can tell by the rest of them. So him living in Europe is bad for them because now the timestamps and the date format makes sense for us and it hurts their case. So now Joan has to press on this idea a little bit because she has to raise doubt that this guy's actually from Europe because now it's kind of fucking over that part of the deposition. This is one thing they hoped to create some ambiguity around and they kind of just lost that here. But and what leads you to believe that he was living in Oxford, England during this time period? He had an accent, and whenever I asked to meet, he would make up an excuse, so that made me assume he's not actually there. And he also told me that's where he's from. He told me later on in our relationship, when I was breaking up with him, in August, I think, that he actually had been living in Oxford for longer than he told me. Okay, so would you say you started a relationship with him beginning in November 2021, or November 21st, 2021? Yeah. Yes. Yes. Okay. Do you have any idea whether he's an American citizen or a British citizen? I think he's British. He had an accent, and it never, changed. Also, I could be wrong. I think, I don't know if this age for him is correct. I think he said 21, but I think he might be, trying to think. He might be 24. I think he might have lied about his age. I would have to go back and check. But I think he's 24. But not that it matters much here, but. Do you have any idea whether he's an American citizen or a British citizen? I think he's British. He had an accent and it never changed. Okay. Also, there's stuff online that pointed to him living in England because of in America how dates are. It's month, date, year, but in England it's different. And so screenshots between him and Destiny talking showed a different date form. So I don't know how much Saba has leaked, but I've seen other emails that Saba didn't make public. I don't think he's aware of that, which is why I could speak a little bit more confidently about some shit that he's a little bit more cagey about. But one of the things that he was doing was he was providing a lot of information to her in these emails about stuff he was finding. He was asking her hey, do you know about the date format for this? Or do you have any information about this or that? He was trying to mine her for information about the case that he could pass on to Joan. So sometimes she'll refer to things like this, and she's referring to things that the Callum guys basically put in emails to her. Okay, so there's also, I believe, a 5 or 6 hour time difference between England and the United States. Were you there in person for this? No, I was flying. So when you were communicating with him, were you aware of that time difference? Yeah, he often would sleep in the morning and then he'd be awake later afternoon until late at night. And then he would do his work usually. When I went to bed, he'd have me stay up until 1 o'clock, I think, and he would say that he had to go and do work. Do you have any knowledge as to where he currently resides? No. So this is a long distance relationship the entire time? Yes, that you were together. So he never went to your family home? No. No. He never met your family? No. Okay. When did your relationship with him end? August of 2022. Hold on 1 second. Is there evidence showing a connection between Joan and the Saba guy? Yeah, hold on. Trying to think of what I put this in. Hold on. We don't support this picture type. Okay. This is one of the emails that Callum sent trying to get her to reach out to Joan. Hello, I've been trying to reach out to you, connect you with a law firm involved in a case against Eva Bunn II, also known as Destiny. I contacted you from a different email, but you stopped responding. They currently just want to know 2 things, whether you in the USA or Europe on April 10th, 2022, and the same for October 4th, 2022. They also want details regarding Solo, but that is less urgent at the moment. Nice. This isn't a play to trap you or to expose you to further harassment. A recent court order was granted which will protect your identity from the public, and the defendant is restricted from sharing any information found during discovery. I continue to try and get social media posts and profiles of yours taken down as a show of good faith and to reduce risk for yourself. I hope you will try to cooperate. And if you do, please contact petersjoan@bellsouth.net. And I think the only picture he posted on the server was kind of lower resolution, but The identity of Rose. Oh, also, this is also proof, by the way, that Pixie lied in their filings when they said they hired a private detective to find Rose. They didn't. They were just going by the what was being emailed to them. The identity of Rose has been found by some people at, unfortunately, Kiwi Farms. I've done some of my own research to try and confirm the details and the rolls, the something. I don't know what that says. Joan says, "Thank you. This is very helpful information. Much appreciated." Saba says, "I've made contact with Rose via email and told her to contact you with Solo's information. If she doesn't contact you within the next few days, let me know and I will give you her email address." Joan says, "Thank you. We will definitely let you know if we do not hear from Rose. We are very much interested in speaking with Solo and Rose, if at all possible." Then Joan follows up 20 hours later, I think. "Hi, Callum. We haven't heard anything from Rose yet. We very much would like to speak with her. Could you facilitate that? Or send us her email so we can try and communicate with her? Thank you, Joan. I have been contacting her through the email address," and then he lists one of them. "Thank you. Does it seem like she is at all willing to help Pixie in her case?" He says, "I honestly don't think she's willing to help. I've helped her get some of her information off the internet to avoid harassment to her and her family, but..." And then the rest of it cuts off. So he was aware that he was harassing her and that she had no desire to be involved in this and didn't want anything to do with any of this, but neither of them gave a fuck. Pixie doesn't give a fuck. None of the people involved in this give a fuck because these people are all literally degenerate scum. And then in a very dark and sad way, I guess technically this all ended up being very helpful to me, but I mean, it came at obviously the expense of this person's mental health and privacy. And then just as a quick thing for the types of communication that Saba was pushing, because Rose didn't have interest in responding to his email, so he started to email her entire family. "Assistance for investigation. I'm aware that you are fairly close to Rose. I'm not prying for any information about her, and then trying to get a hold of Rose. I'm trying to get a hold of your sister. It's important she gets in contact with. I've been trying to get a hold of your daughter. It's important she gets in contact with. I'm trying to get a hold of your daughter." So he's like emailing her friends, her family members, people they can find from her Facebook and everything. Yeah. Again, this guy's still in Justical server. They're probably talking about this literally right the fuck now. And I'm sure they're laughing about it and everything else, but yeah. Oh, they are actually. Someone just sent me a screenshot. Nice. I'm trying to think of where this transcript. I'm just curious what was redacted here. I can't read it out loud, but if it is redacted, it should just be like basically personally identifiable information related to her. Yeah, fuck, I don't know what it is, but anyway. Destiny, how much did you know about what she was going to testify before the deposition, or was this stuff a surprise to everyone? Your lawyer seems like a human being when she's talking about the traumatic bits. I sent them a separate email thanking them because they handled this very well. I do feel insanely bad for her and her involvement. I had no idea. I didn't know what she was going to testify because I've never talked to this person before, apparently. The only time I ever reached out, I think, was I sent like a Facebook message, I think in June. It was after she was doxxed forever on Kiwi Farms, and before she was doxxed in July. Now people are going to say this evidence I knew who she was before. But I think after she was doxxed, I found her Facebook and I sent her a message, and then she blocked me immediately. I was like, oh, I guess she doesn't want to fucking talk to me. So but we'll get to that. Okay. Between August 22nd, 2022 and February 2025, did you have any communication with him? I don't think so. He tried to reach out to me a lot, so he would find I had to delete my Discord and my Instagram because he would find my Discord and make new accounts and trying to follow me on them or on Snapchat, but I don't remember talking to him in between then. Okay, we're going to get into your Discord account a little bit later. I want to show you in what has been marked as Exhibit 2, which is in front of you, if you could turn to page 9 and 10. How did you communicate with Ben? We talked through Snapchat, we messaged through Snapchat, and on Discord we also messaged, but that's blah, blah, blah. Had my face camera on, but he wouldn't. So did you ever see his face? Not live. Did you communicate other than Snapchat and Discord on any other platform? Facebook or Twitter? Skype phone call, or yeah, and messaging? Not very much messaging, but Skype call, yeah, and video call. And then I know Instagram, I don't think, and then Facebook, or no, iMessage, no emails. I don't think so, but I don't remember. All right, that's fine. And so your Snapchat messages with him, would those still be on your phone? No. Did you delete your account? Or when I stopped being in a relationship with him, I unfriended him and blocked him. And I don't know if he still has his old Snapchat account, because when I looked in my blocked accounts, his name doesn't pop up for his old one. Okay, what was your cell phone number in 2022? I imagine this is her cell phone number. Is that still your current, number? Thank you. So when you met, or I'm going to say met, I know it wasn't in person, but just that you met him long distance in November of 2021, did you have a Discord account? Yeah. When was your Discord account created? I think in 2020. And what was your username on your account? I don't remember. I deleted that. Okay, so you created a Discord account yourself in 2020? Yeah. And when did you delete it? I think like a week after I broke up with Ben because he kept trying to contact me. So sometime in August of 2022. August or September, because I broke up with him later in August, I think. Okay, but I'm not exactly sure. And it would have been created either with your cell phone number at the time or your email address. Yeah. And Ben had a Discord account when you met him? Yeah. Yes. Do you know what was Ben's Discord username? Yeah, it was Rose, capital R, of, capital O, V, capital T, Garden, capital G. And with Discord, you have like a hashtag, okay, with a number, and his number was 2043. Did you have a Twitter account prior to meeting Ben? I don't think so. No. How about, did you have an Instagram account prior to meeting him? Yeah. Yes. Facebook? Maybe. I don't remember. And have you ever had an account with Kiwi Farms? No. No. Did Ben have a Twitter account? Yeah. Do you know what his Twitter account username was or any... I don't know what his one that he had before me that he used, but he made one impersonating me called Rose, capital R, is, capital I, and then capital CUMMING. So to make that account, did he use your like email address or a phone number in order to create it? No, he just used my face as a profile picture. Did he use his own identifying information to create it, such as email or phone number? I think so. Jake objects. I'm going to object. The witness lacks personal knowledge, calls for speculation. John says, do you recollect when this Twitter account was created, the one that you just stated that Ben created with your profile photo? Sometime in 2022, but I don't remember months. Okay, maybe early 2022? Maybe, I don't know. Okay, now you had access to this account? I don't think so. No, you never went on that Twitter account. No, he let me make a Twitter account that was just like for looking at it because he'd want me to like look at it and screen share, or sometimes he would screen share himself and show me that account, but I didn't have access to it. No. Okay, and what was the Twitter account that you created? I don't remember. Do you still have that account? No. So you created that account after you started your relationship with Ben? Yeah. And what do you recollect do you recollect what your username was? No. Do you remember if you would use your email or your phone number to create the account? I don't remember. That's okay. Do you have any idea when you deleted it? No, I don't know. Sometime in 2022? Yeah. So Ben never shared the login credentials for the account that he created with your profile photo? Jake said objection, leading. Rose says, I don't know. Can you rephrase that? Jones says, sure. Did Ben share his login credentials, like his username and password, to access the Twitter account that he created with your profile photo? Share it to me? Yes. Oh, no. Okay. So you stated that you had an Instagram account prior to meeting Ben? Yeah. Did you create any new account after meeting him? Not on Instagram. Okay. And I apologize if I asked you this already, but do you recollect what your username is on the Instagram account? This was an old one. I have a new. Well, I had to delete that one too. I don't remember. So the Instagram account that you had back in November 2021 when you met Ben, that account is no longer active? Yeah, it's deleted. Deleted? Yeah. And do you have an idea of when it was deleted? Around the same time, I had to delete my Discord account. Okay. And approximately when did you set up a new Instagram account? Probably sometime in 2022 or 2023, but I don't remember exactly when. And why did you delete the Instagram account? Because Ben was trying to contact me through it. Okay. So you set up your Discord account back in 2020 and you used that account to communicate with Ben? Yeah. Objection, compound from Jake, Joan. And you stated that you don't recollect the username on that Discord account? No, it might be my friends know. I don't know. I could maybe find it. I could maybe find it for you if I can look through my camera roll because I know I used to take pictures of like messages between my friend group and I before I met Ben, so maybe I'll have it. But I don't know it off the top of my head. Okay, understood. I'm going to ask you to try to find that information as to what the username on the account was. Okay, or if there was what email address or cell phone number was associated with it. Okay, and did anyone else have access to that Discord account? I don't think so. Did you ever give Ben your username and password for that account? Jake says objection, vague. Which account? Joan says the account that she created in 2020. Go ahead. Rose says I don't remember. Joan says, okay, now, after you met Ben, was there another Discord account created? No. Did he create an account using your information? Jake says, objection, vague. What kind of account are we referring to? Joan says, Discord. Rose says, not to my knowledge. Joan says, not to your knowledge. Okay. So this Discord account that you created in 2020 is the only Discord account you've ever had in your name. I made another one after Ben that I have now. Okay, so let's refer to the first one as your 2020 Discord account. Yeah. And then the second one, when was that created? I can look at my phone if you want, and I just need an approximate idea. Jake, objection, calls for speculation. I don't know. Maybe 2023? Joan, okay. And for your 2020 Discord account, did you ever give Ben your username and password so that he could access the account? Not that I can remember. Okay, and when was that account deleted? The 2020 one? Yes, 2020. A little after I broke up with him, a week, maybe in September of 2022. Now, after your 2020 Discord account was initially created, did you ever change your username or password? Maybe the password, because sometimes I forget my passwords, but I don't remember when. Okay, but do you recall changing the username? No. So, Rose, I'm going to show you, it's a stack of documents, and these documents were produced by the defendant in this case. They have been date stamped SB 1617 through SB 1919, and they are all marked confidential. And taking a look at what is marked as SB 1618, do you recognize this as Discord messages? Now, the reason they're saying SB 1617 through SB 1919, these are date stamps for Stephen Bunnell, and then the reason why there's so many of these is because I provided a lot of documents because it was responsive to all of the requests for discovery, so they have all the information that they could possibly need. And I still have nothing from Pixie, by the way, but, you know. What is Bates? Bates stamps are just ways to refer to stamps, I think, in a court case, because sometimes it can be millions of documents. So you just have a stamp to refer directly to like a document, so in case you're ever getting confused on things. Jake, again, Ms. Peters, if you're going to present the witness with a document, we need to have a copy as well. Joan says, you did say you had all of these documents, but here is, Jake says, I need a hard copy to reference, please. Thank you. Is this entire stack of hundreds of pages being entered as an exhibit? Joan says, I did not mark it as an exhibit. No. Rose says, what was the question? Joan says, so do you recognize this as a, and then Jake says, excuse me, Joan, which page are you on right now? Joan says, this is 16. Rose says, 18. Joan says, 18. Jake says, thank you. Jones says, do you recognize this as a Discord exchange with the defendant Destiny? Rose says, it looks like Discord. Jake says, Joan, I'm missing page 1618. Jones says, what page do you have there? He says, Jake says 1617, goes to 1619. Jones says, let me see if this is, it shouldn't be missing, but all right, hand me that one back and I need this, but I'll give you 1618. Here you go. No, keep that. Jake says, thank you. Jones says, so you said that you recognize this as a Discord exchange? Rose says, yeah. And Jones says, and did you have a Discord account with the username Rose? No. No. So when you refer to your 2020 Discord account, what name would have appeared here for you? I don't remember, but it wasn't Rose. This, just because it says Destiny, this is just a name that you can present, but Discord actually gives you a longer name. So Rose, it wasn't just Rose as the username. That was just a name that it can present to you as. So for Discord, it could look like Rose1234, but if you just want the name, it could just be Rose. Okay, and do you recognize, at least from that page, any of those messages? No. No. And then the videographer says, can you bring your microphone up higher for me? Jones says, oh, sure. The videographer says, thank you. Jones says, so were you aware of a Discord account that was created under the name Rose that was communicating with Destiny? I thought that Ben was talking to Destiny under his Rose of the Garden Discord, so I didn't know if there was a new one created or not. Okay, so this doesn't say Rose of the Garden, it just says Rose. That's what I'm saying, is just because it presents as Rose the full name on Discord isn't always shown, so this could be Rose of the Garden instead of just Rose is what I'm saying. Got it. So were you aware, did Ben tell you that he created a Discord account under the name Rose of the Garden or Rose in which he communicated with Destiny? Yeah. Yes. Did he share with you any of the messages or videos or attachments that were received? Sometimes, yeah. Yes. Did you ever have any access to that account? No. Ben never gave you login credentials to that account? No. So are you aware that excerpts from this chat thread between Rose and Destiny were leaked on the internet? Yeah. Yes. And when did you become aware of that? When that Callum guy emailed me. Ben didn't tell you? No. Are you also aware that a number of videos, sexually explicit videos, were released on the internet from this account? Of me? No, not of you. No. Okay, so you're not aware of the videos? Jake says, objection, vague. Jones says, do you know who the plaintiff is in this case? No. Are you aware that the defendant in this case sent a sexually explicit video of himself and the plaintiff to Rose on this Discord account that I just presented to you for the first time, that I just presented to you the first page of this, on the first page of the chat thread? There's a word missing here, sorry. I was told that Destiny sent blackmail porn of the Jane Doe to people, but I don't know who. This is all stuff, remember, that Callum has emailed her. That's where she's getting any of her information from this. Okay. Did Ben ever share with you any of the videos that you were sent by Destiny on that Discord chat thread? Like the videos of Destiny? Yes, sometimes. Okay, do you have any idea of how many videos Ben would have shared with you? He didn't share very many. I think I only saw probably a handful of videos that Destiny sent. And now that you're aware of this case, do you have an idea do you have any knowledge of whether you saw the video that is at issue in this case, which is the video of the plaintiff and the defendant? No. No. Do you know if Ben shared any of the videos that he received with other people? Which videos? Any of the sexually explicit videos he received from Destiny? I don't know. So in 2020, December of 2024, after the leaks occurred, a user on Kiwi Farms questioned why you have shared these videos and chat threads in the leak in November of 2024. And Solar replied, in regards to why she's sharing it now, she isn't. She gave me the account a while ago and told me I can do whatever I want with it. She doesn't really care about stuff being leaked. Jake says, objection, lacks foundation. You appear to be quoting from something, but if there's a document you're quoting from, please provide it to the witness. Joan asks, is this an accurate statement? Jake says, objection, vague and ambiguous. So by this point in the deposition, so unfortunately I couldn't watch, I don't know if there's a video of this or not, but the description I've been given is that the energy has kind of shifted a lot because they've kind of like fucked themselves really hard on two major points. So one is they've kind of lost the pedo accusation that they really love sticking in that footnote, and they know that they're going to be asked to change it or there are going to be sanctions coming. And now they've lost the timestamp argument as well that they were trying to strip some ambiguity around. So the subject matter jurisdiction question related to the roast stuff is basically completely tossed at this point, and they're probably going to have to correct filings. So now Joan's goal has shifted into, I have to stir up some doubt about the credibility of the witness. I need to try to prove that she's lying. I need to fuck with this in some way because like it's kind of tries to salvage the deposition at this point because it's very, very, very not, very not good at this point. Jones says, okay, so Solo said that you gave him the account a while ago. This was a statement in December of 2024. Rose said, what account? Jake said, same objections. Jones says, the Discord account. Jake said, hearsay, lacks foundation, calls for speculation. Again, if you're referring to a document, please show the witness the document that you're referring to. Jones says, your objection is noted. So one of the issues is if you are setting up for a deposition, okay, you need to have all of your exhibits in a row. So you have to be able to provide exhibits to the opposing counsel. You need to be able to provide exhibits to the witness and then to the videographer so that they can stamp them as exhibits for the deposition. This is part of, I'm sure there's a part of like your standard preparation for a deposition. You can't quote things that you can't show and be able to present as an exhibit. And if you have exhibits that you'd like to present or stamp for a deposition, you have to be able to give them to the opposing counsel as well. So everybody's reading from the same stuff so that everybody knows what they're referring to and can conduct the deposition in a proper manner, basically. How can Joan ignore so many objections from your lawyers? An objection in court prevents the testimony from continuing so that the jury can't hear things that the judge has sustained as a good objection. In a deposition, you don't have a judge to rule on whether or not the objection is good. So what you do is you object, and what the objection does is it preserves it for the record so that in an evidentiary hearing, pretrial stuff, you can argue, I don't think this should be in court. Look, I object in the deposition, but you wouldn't be able to have somebody do like deposition after deposition after deposition and then argue, well, actually, I want to object to that. So you object to kind of preserve it on the record so that you can object when you're arguing on your pretrial evidentiary stuff or whatever bullshit. The only, there might be two, but the only objection I'm aware of where you can stop a deposition is for attorney-client privilege. Like that's the thing you say, objection, attorney-client privilege, and you're not allowed to continue past that point. But okay. Joan, you can proceed to answer. Did you give the account a while ago to Solo? Rose said, no, there was no account to give him. Joan says, okay, because you stated that it was his account that he created, correct? Yeah, okay. Did you ever tell him that you don't care about your stuff being leaked? No. No. Were you aware that he was going to leak any of the videos or chat thread from the Discord account before he did so? No. So he never asked for your permission? No. And your communication with Solo about the leaks is only what you testified to earlier regarding your communication on Instagram? Jake, objection, vague and ambiguous, lack recommendation. Rose says, iMessage on Instagram? Joan says, yeah, I thought you said it was Instagram that he reached out to you. Ben? Rose says, no, that's, Jake says, misstates prior testimony. Rose says, that was Snapchat. Joan says, sorry, my mistake. Snapchat. Rose says, I didn't know about the leaks until the Callum guy emailed me. So no, Ben never, okay, talk to me about that. And when was the first time approximately that Callum reached out to you? I don't remember. It's in here, August 26th. August 26th of 2025? Yeah. Okay. Did anyone else contact you about the leaked materials after November of 2024? After November of 2024? Well, the leak occurred in November of 2024. Did anyone contact you about them besides Callum? No. No. Hold on. Okay. This is just information about stuff that would be personally identifying, but not relevant to any of this. Okay. Oh, okay. And then Rose said, but people were reaching out to me on that and asking me if I was Rose. And so I had to delete my Instagrams because people kept trying to follow. Oh, well, she's kind of referring to me. I think this is basically, she had like another Instagram account, but talking about the details of this account is like PII, it's personally identifying information. So she's saying, but people were reaching out to me on that and asking me if I was Rose. And so I had to delete my Instagrams because people kept trying to follow me. I had probably like 15 people try to follow me over the course of a week. And why would they have connected you with Rose based on your Instagram account? I don't know. I heard that Destiny tried to send a group of guys to find me because he wanted to talk to me. That's what I heard from this Callum guy. And so I think like my information got leaked online and people were able to find my Instagram somehow. Is that in the chat, the email thread with Callum that Destiny was trying to get in touch with you? Yeah, I think so. It might have just been on the first page. Something just like online that I found out. Yeah, I think so. It might have been on the first page. I have no idea why this is censored, but okay. I'm not going to read it. It's like, it's not relevant. It's just random stuff. That's weird. Okay. Just like online that I found out. And when you say online, what form would that have been in? Twitter. When I found out about really from what Callum emailed me about, I didn't really know about the Pixie person. I was more concerned about myself because my address, a picture of my car, and everything got posted online. And Destiny did that. And Destiny put my name and my address on Twitter. That's called doxing, right? Yeah. How did you have your name and address? I heard that, now remember, she's just repeating this is all the stuff that Seba has emailed her and told her. But Jake says, objection, calls for speculation by the witness. How is Callum not poisoning witness testimony? All of the witness testimony has been fucked by their side so hard. This is why I don't know what their goal is. Like, they never want to go to trial on any of this. Dude, Lauren's testimony is a billion times worse, and it was 9 hours long. You want to talk about poisoning the well? It is crazy how many men she is fucking and sucking and influencing behind the scenes to try to get them. It's unbelievable. I hope to God, especially because because she was publicly saying she wanted the transcript to be unsealed. I'm pretty sure that's like a killer of like, oh yeah, fine, we'll unseal it. Like by their own request. Like the default is transcripts aren't sealed anyway. So I'm hoping that one becomes available. I don't know if I probably won't read that whole one on stream because I'm not exaggerating. It was literally a 9-hour deposition, but there's a ton of Did Lauren's testimony include the 6th Street incident? Yes. Yes, it did. And she admitted that she approached me and Lauren. She said she did. That she said she wasn't recording a video, but she was FaceTiming with Pixie, and she ran up to us. She admitted that in the deposition. So yeah, of course she's fucking lying about that publicly, obviously. But and how did he have your name and address? Oh, that's called doxing, right? Rose says you must read it, or the people won't care. I don't even have the transcript of that. I didn't ask for it, but we have to wait for however long it takes for the court to do that. Yeah. Okay. Jake says objection, calls for speculation by the witness. Rose says I heard that. Jake says that's not an evidence. Okay. Jones says go ahead. Okay. And then Rose says, he put together a group of guys in Discord. There was like a Discord chat that he put together and wanted to find Rose, which was me, I guess. And basically these people found out all kinds of information on me as possible. Destiny said that I went to blank, and I think maybe my name, and that I live in blank. And so these guys went out to try to find me. And I think that's all on Kiwi Farms, which was the place that I got like mostly doxed on. But did you see any of these posts on Kiwi Farms yourself? Yeah. Did Discord, any administration or administrator on Discord ever reach out to you about the leak? No. Have you ever been contacted from law enforcement, or I'm sorry, from anybody in law enforcement? No. Okay. When did you first become aware of who Stephen Bunnell is? I think probably in like December. Ben really liked watching his streams. December of what year? 21. So he would want us to watch his streams together, or like YouTube channel. So did you start watching also? Mm-hmm. Yes. Yeah. Did you follow Destiny on any of the social media sites? On YouTube. And under what name did you follow him on YouTube? I think it was just, this is her account, probably sounds like her real name or whatever. Were there any other social media sites that you followed Destiny on? Not that I can remember. Have you personally had any direct communications with Destiny? No. So looking at Exhibit 2, which is in front of you on page 5, there's a screenshot on that page, which I believe is a message on Twitter. Is that right? Yeah. Can you tell us what the date of that message is? April 3rd, 2022? Yeah. Now, do you recognize this message? I mean, I got sent it by the Callum guy, so yeah, I recognize it there. Okay. So for this, you did not receive these messages yourself on Twitter? No. So this was not your Twitter account? No. And then looking at page 7 of that same exhibit, can you tell us what this is? Discord messages. A Discord message? Yeah. And it's between Rose and Destiny, correct? Yeah. And just for the record, it's dated a European date format, which would be July 30th, 2022, right? Yeah. And this is a screenshot that you provided? Yeah. This was given to me by Callum. Callum sent you the screenshot? I'm pretty sure, yeah. Oh, wait, no, sorry. This one, my friend, I asked my friend pretty soon after I got told that I was doxxed. I left all social media. So my best friend was the one that was watching online for things for me. And I asked her to send me, because she told me that people found a date that proved that it was in European date format. So she found it for me on Twitter. This was posted on Twitter. So she sent you the screenshot to you on Twitter? No, not on Twitter. She's on Twitter, she found it, she took a screenshot, and she sent it to me. Okay, but this is a Discord, message, okay, that she found on Twitter. Okay, the reporter says, is that a yes? She says yes. Jack says objection, misstates her testimony. Joan says, did she send you any other messages or chat threads that would be relevant to this lawsuit? No. Objection, vague and ambiguous. Joan, no. Do you know, is it your understanding that Ben created the Twitter account that we just looked at the screenshot of on what has been date stamped AH5? Jake says objection, calls for speculation. Rose says yeah. Jake says foundation. Joan says yes. Rose says yeah. And did he ask you for your permission to create that account with your information? No. Were you aware of the account? Yeah. Yes. Were you aware of videos being sent back and forth on that Twitter account? Yeah. Yes. Now you attended Blank College, correct? Yeah. Okay. And when did you start attending Blank College? I think it was 2021. Were you still in a relationship with Ben when you started attending Blank College? I started attending before I knew Ben. Okay. Do you know if your cell phone number was ever given to the defendant, Destiny, in this case? No. You don't know if it was or not? I don't know. Okay. And you never spoke to him? No. No. Now we discussed the chat thread on Discord between Rose and Destiny and the fact that videos were being sent by Destiny. Did you, and then you stated that Ben sometimes shared some of those videos with you, correct? Yeah. What did you do with those videos after he shared them with you? I didn't do anything with them. He would send them in Snapchat and then delete them. He would delete them? Yeah. Okay, 1 second. Now, are you aware that on this same Discord account, I'm going to call it the Rose Discord. Okay. Basically, it's basically saying that that me and I guess Solar are having a conversation on this Discord account without personal stuff being revealed, but yeah. And she says, and then Joan says, okay, did you ever send those videos or images directly on the Rose Discord account? No. Okay, can you just hand me back that one page? She hands it back. Thank you. So I'm showing you what has been marked as SB 1622. And if you look at the message dated April 3rd, 2022 at 9:28 p.m., can you tell us what that says? Do you want me to read it? Sure. The whole thing? No, just that one message. Which one? At 9:28 p.m. from Rose. Would you be down to call sometime? Okay, so here, Rose is offering to speak to Destiny. Okay. Excuse me? Okay. Yes. And did you ever tell Ben that you'd be willing to speak to Destiny? No. Okay. Any idea why he would have written that? Just because I didn't give Ben consent to do something doesn't mean I didn't have to do it. Ben would just make me do things whether or not I wanted to. Okay. It's basically okay and all right, and then it's basically asking like were media files exchanged, basically. We'll say that much. It's Vegas, yeah. Drake says objection, vague and ambiguous, misdescribed testimony, compound. Joan says Ben never asked you to look at the Discord account, Ben never asked you to look at the Discord account, the Rose Discord account. He would send screenshot pictures to send to me sometimes of texts. Okay, and why would he do that? I think he was bragging. Okay. So let's look at page 1623. No, sorry, that's... fuck. I don't think it matters. I'm not saying this specific thing. Basically, this is just referring to particular things in Rose's house. We'll just say that. Media created in Rose's house. Things that are like personal things that like a random person wouldn't know. We'll just say that. Now, you testified earlier that Ben never went to your home. No, he didn't. And then this is like a question asking about kind of like stuff in the home. And then she says, basically, yeah. And he says, okay, is that something that you told him? Yeah. Okay, so I'm showing you what's been marked as SB 1629. And if you could just read this, read to yourself the first few message exchanges. Okay, so you read that? Yeah. And now, so Destiny is telling you here that he likes blank, correct? I imagine some sexual thing, I'm guessing. Yeah. Okay, and then if you look at blank blank, Jake says objection to the prior question. Destiny wasn't telling her anything. Joan says Rose is the name on the chat thread. Joan says, so now if you look at 1631 and 32, and if you look at the bottom of 1631, What? Well, that's annoying. Well, hold on. So I think that as for the rules for the redactions on the deposition, it's not only just personally identifiable information. It might be some sexual information regarding, because it's considered, it can be very significantly relating for the deponent. So basically, what this is I'm having a conversation with the Rose account. We're talking about a thing, and then media of that particular thing is then being sent to me, and then basically the media is being created, and then they're being passed along, unbeknownst to her, to me via Solo. Is what this page is basically about. Yeah. Any concerns with sites having the redactions like this? Curious if you know something. Well, I mean, I can't. I'm not supposed to reveal anything personally that would be contrary to the redactions. But I mean, it's a non-strict. I'm just summarizing what's here, basically. Yeah. Private info of an intimate or sexual nature that could cause harassment, embarrassment, or retaliation, basically. Okay. Then it would have been marked as SB 1657, and I will show that to you. If you look at Destiny's question to Rose, April 5th, 2022, do you get along with your family pretty well? And then Rose responds, I love them and all, but they're very annoying and a bit mean to me. Is that something Solo would write? Yeah. Okay, so that's not something you would have written? No. Okay. I'm showing you what has been marked as SB 1708, and at the top of the page is a message from you that says, it's basically something of sexual nature, and then Destiny responds, dated April 14th, 2022, ooh, and then Rose responds, about basically creating some kind of like piece of media, we'll say for me. And then Destiny responds, yeah, at some point, just let me know when you're normally free. And then at 1:05 p.m., they're just giving a time when they're free. So are you testifying today that you did not speak with Destiny? Basically, all of this is her, she's just like going through and quoting parts of it to try to see like, you really didn't type this? You really? This wasn't you? How would he have known about this? This wasn't you? That's basically like what this whole kind of like section is Jonah's kind of like grilling her on like trying to figure out, are you sure? Is it really not you? Is it really not you? Are you sure it's somebody else? Why would he have messages about your family or stuff like that? That's basically what, yeah. So you testifying today that you did not speak with Destiny? I don't remember calling him, but no, I never messaged him. Okay, you never messaged him, but did you perhaps speak with him on Discord? I honestly don't remember if I ever called him, but I don't think I did. Would you be surprised if he produced documents in this case that he did speak with you? Yeah. She's referring to here is just my message with Pixie where I thought I'd chatted with her on Discord at some point, but apparently I haven't. I don't know now if people think I lied to Pixie or if I was being truthful there, and now me and Rose are collaborating, and we're together lying now to say that we never spoke. I don't fucking know where people are on this, but Destiny, no way they win this case, right? Like all the evidence is on Destiny's side. This case has been dead for 6 months. It's or at least 7 or 8 months since our evidentiary hearing. This case has been dead. This has all been dragged out as much as they can because Pixie just wants to destroy my reputation and waste my money. That's all this is. Well, or Lauren does, and Pixie is a weak enough human being to be manipulated by her. Destiny, was this the first time you found out she wasn't who you were talking to? Can't imagine how much of a mindfuck that would have been. Yeah, I'm gonna be honest. Listen, I love my legal team, but I remember I got home. And I think, like, basically the client was like, listen, are you sitting down? Because you're not going to believe this. And I'm like, oh my God, she was like 12. I'm fucked. It's all over. Fuck. And then, yeah, and then the informant was like, wait. Yeah, it was definitely like probably an hour-long shocker where I'm like, but I mean, I guess in a kind of dark way, it was also kind of some relief, I guess, but in a very dark, unfortunate way. But Rose says, yeah. Joan says, you would be surprised? She says, yes. Would you be surprised if you heard that he produced documents saying that he spoke with you for hours on call? On phone calls or Discord chat? Yes. You would be surprised. So you have no recollection of that? No. Now, if you look at SB 1771, hold on, here you go. And this is dated July 21st, 2022. This is basically about, this is me asking about, I guess like a picture, I guess, that was drawn basically. And so Jonah's saying, so it was just a drawing, not a photo? Yeah. Okay. Now on what has been marked as SB 1870, this message thread is dated August 31st, 2022. And at 2:27 p.m., Rose says, my BF just broke up with me. And then again at 2:38 p.m., you say, I don't know, he told me he loved me and then blocked me on everything. So is that accurate? That would have been the date that you and Ben split up? 8 is August, right? Joan says, yes, August 31st, 2022. Yeah. Okay. And your testimony is that you did not send this message to Destiny? I did not. Okay. And then on the next page, which I did provide to you, it's SB 1871. And on August, still August 31st, 2022, at 2:45 p.m., Destiny asks, are you at home now or where are you at? And Rose responds, home. And then just what she's doing at home. Yeah, that wasn't me. That wasn't you? And then she's basically asking would your boyfriend have even known this thing? And she's basically like, yeah, basically, yeah. And then Joan says, would Ben have known that that's where you were? Wait, hold on. Oh, no, wait. This is, sorry, that was the next part. That's not redacted over here. Oh, so Rose is responding and saying home, basically like, we'll say with a person. And then that wasn't you. And then, you know, is this person a person basically in your life? And then she says, yeah. And then, she also says, I guess, where she is with this person. Okay, and then Joan is saying, would Ben have known that that's where you were? And then Rose says, no. Joan says, so were you aware that Stephen Bunnell was having a relationship with a woman by the name of Lauren? This is Lauren Southern. Were these the right? Oh yeah, these would have been the right days for this. I don't know what the fuck this has to do with anything, but okay. No. Jake says, objection, relevance. Doe was there too, right? So she was there to see the shit show? Yep, she was on Zoom watching, so she's aware of all of this. So she got to watch what an actual victim looks like as she sits there and plays games with her parents' money and larps around as a fucking retarded infinite college student who can just do whatever the fuck she wants in life, yeah. Joan. So I'm showing you what has been marked as SB1910, and this chat thread is dated April 13th, 2023. And it's basically, we'll just say like it's an offer to travel somewhere, kind of. And then Destiny responds at 12:45 p.m. Hey, if you want to come to Miami, just let me know. I can always pick up the ticket. Fuck. This is, hold on, let me think of how to phrase this. It's annoying that so much of this is censored. That's okay. Basically, we'll just say it was an offer from the Rose account for things. And then Joan is basically asking, why would Solo say any of this? And then Rose is basically saying, I mean, because these are things that Solo, you know, essentially wanted me to do, basically. We'll say that, yeah. But you had already broken up with him at that point. This is 4/13. Joan says, of 2023. Rose says, that's weird. Yeah, no, I didn't do that. I was broken up with him by then. Joan says, okay, so that message was not from you? No. Destiny, aren't all these chats leaked already? No. Solo was very selective about the chats that he leaked. He only leaked certain things to try to like maximize the damage to me. Despite what he said when he lied on KB Farms, he absolutely did not want this Rose account to be found. Now for very obvious reasons. You know, you can see why he didn't want the account to be found. But this is also why me and Jessica didn't believe initially when Solo was like, oh, well, by the way, she was underage. Because I just figured he's just saying like random shit so they don't go try to find who this person was. Because he's just trying to cover his own tracks. But yeah, no, the messages that were leaked were fairly selective, we'll say, yeah. Okay, so okay. No. And then on page SB1918, this chat thread is dated December 10th, 2023. And at 1:56 p.m., you respond to Destiny's question. You say, family stuff. Jake says, objection, misstates the evidence. Joan says, and then Destiny states, well, damn, has it all turned out okay? Rose responds, yeah, I'm living away from them now, so it's going better. Destiny responds, do you have any new boyfriend or roommate or anything, or are you just completely on your own? And Rose responds, you will laugh at me, but I'm living with my ex. Was this true? No. No. I've only ever lived with my parents. Okay, so you did not send that message? No. Okay. Joan says, okay, I have to pull something up right now. Do you need a break or bathroom break or anything? Rose says, no. Joan says, no, you're okay. Just give me 1 second. Joel says, I'm going to run to the bathroom real quick. Joan says, let's go off the record then for a minute, 5 minutes. Joel says, sure. Joan says, okay, going off the record. Going off the record at 11 a.m. I don't think it matters. I don't think there's not a record or transcript of this, but basically, why do they keep asking if she sent the message? She already said she's never spoken to you, Destiny, because Joan is like fucked at this point. The deposition this is a catastrophe for them, and Joan is trying to see if she can impeach her character by getting her to lie about something, or to see if she's lied about something, or to see if she can catch her or trip her up, or to see if she maybe doesn't believe her testimony. So she's just running through a ton of stuff. This whole section is basically saying like, well, how could Solo have known this room in your house, or how could he have known about this family member? And he sent this. How could it be that Destiny and Rose seemed to have this conversation, and then you sent a picture after? That wasn't you? Are you sure this wasn't you? Are you sure that wasn't you? That's basically what this whole section is. The way, again, I was flying at this point, but the at this point, what I've been told is that the past part of this has been fairly combative, and that like she's like pretty upset, or has been, that this is like a, and it's, to be fair, this is like a this is a pretty upsetting thing to be a part of. But yeah, keep in mind too that she's been dragged here by Jessica's community, Callum, by basically harassing her, implicitly threatening her, and then hooking her up with Joan to force her to sit for this deposition. So yeah, all for a thing that's out of date range and wasn't even relevant to this case, by the way. But remember, when you're a spoiled white woman, or you're a pair of spoiled white women, the scariest thing for Lauren and Pixie, you don't give a fuck about anybody else. You'll set the world on fire just to keep yourself warm. Wait, Destiny did Doe subpoena her? Yes. She responded to Pixie's subpoena for this, yes. Why are Destiny's former friends not speaking out about this? Because it's about a white woman, and men are cowards when it comes to white women, so. We're record back on the, okay, we're back on the record at 11:07 a.m. Joan. So, okay, Rose. Wait, right? Yes. So, Rose, in a document that was marked SB2392, I don't have it here, it's on my laptop, but it was produced by defendant and marked. Why did you bring it? Prepare for your depositions. What the fuck are you doing with your fucking time if you can't even prepare for your fucking deposition? I think this is the only fucking one they've done so far. Hire somebody, or get some work, or put some work in, or do some shit to actually get your shit in a row. What the fuck? You even had a break. What are you doing? It's so bullshit. So Jake says, yeah, I'm going to object to the use of an exhibit which has not been provided to counsel for defendant. Jones says, yes, and you did say that you have all the defendant's document production, so this doesn't matter. You should bring these documents you're presenting to be marked as an exhibit for, like, people aren't going to bring all of the discovery to every single fucking deposition, whatever, but who cares? Joan, at any rate, on this document, Jake stops and says, are you going to provide the document to the witness? Joan says, your objection is noted. Joan says, on this document that was produced by the defendant, he is communicating. Jake says objection. Jones says with somebody. Jake says hearsay, lacks foundation. Jones says, and on November 29th, 2024, he states, referring to Rose, that he had decent length phone calls with this person multiple times about both of our personal things, never had problem, issue, fight over literally anything ever. Rose says, I didn't do that. Jake says same objections. The purported document that plaintiff's counsel is relying on is not in front of the witness. She cannot see the document, so I would object to its use. Jones says, Mr. Camara, your objection is noted. Jones says, wait, fuck, where's my mouse? Oh yeah, okay, just her name. Rose, so Destiny is saying that he spoke with you multiple times. Jake says objection. Jones says hours-long conversations. Jake says lacks foundation. Jones says, does this trigger your memory that maybe you did speak to him on the phone? When? It does not say when, but it must have been. Jake says objection, calls for speculation. Joan, prior to November 29th, 2024, when he stated this. Jake says same objections, misstates the evidence. Rose says, I don't remember calling him ever. Jones says, is it possible that you did speak with him and you just don't remember? Jake says objection. She says, I don't know. Jake says asked and answered. Rose says, Ben did not let me onto his accounts because he was talking to other women too. He didn't want me on his account. He didn't trust me with anything like that. I don't remember talking to him ever verbally. Joan says, but you did state that Ben directed you to, and this is probably creating some form of media. Yes. Correct? She said. And Rose says, yeah. And Joan says, did he ever direct you to speak to the defendant? Rose says, I don't remember that happening. Joan says, you don't remember that. Okay, so this 300-page or more chat thread that was on Discord between Rose and Destiny, and I remind you that you're under oath, you didn't send any of these messages? No. Not one? No. Okay. The next thing is basically, are you aware that, like, do you know that media is some kind of exchange is happening, basically? Jake says objection, leading, and then Joan's basically asking about this. And then I think Rose is basically understanding, we'll say what she's saying, yeah. And then Joan says, okay, I think I'm just about to wrap up. So I just need about 5 minutes, and then I wanted to ask you, do you have an idea of your timing in terms of your questioning? Jake says, this is Joan's questions to my counsel. I can let you know after I speak with Joel for a few minutes off the record. Joan says, okay, so let's just take a 10-minute recess, and I will hopefully be wrapping up after that. Does that sound okay? Rose says, yes. Off the record, going off the record at 11:12 a.m. They come back 15 minutes later, 11:27 a.m. Videographer, we're back on the record at 11:27 a.m. Okay, bye, Joan. Okay, Rose, I remind you that you are still under oath, and now that we are back on the record, this is basically asking about other types of, like, personally identifying pictures that she took, asking if, like, she had sent these pictures to the solo guy, and then Rose is basically saying yes. And Joan is saying, okay, thank you. And that would have been prior to your breakup, correct? And Rose says yes. And Joan says, and the Rose Discord account, which you stated that Ben had created, that would have been with a username, and then it's a username that was already referred to in the step. I don't know why it's censored. Yeah, yes. And what was Ben's email address at the time? I don't think I had it. You never had it? What about his phone number? I didn't have it. Do you have any way of obtaining that information? He never gave it to me. Okay. Joan says, okay, I have no further questions at this time. Cross-examination. So this is my lawyer, Jake. Okay, hi, Miss Rose. My name is Jake Camara. I represent Destiny in this action. Thank you for coming today. I'm very sorry that you've been dragged into this. It seems like unnecessarily. I want you to know that we're not here to get you in trouble. You're not in trouble. We're just trying to find out the truth. So all I need to know is your true and correct answers to the best of your ability. So just to be clear, based on your prior testimony, you've never spoken to Destiny ever, correct? No. You've never... Objection. Her testimony was she did not remember. Did you... have you ever corresponded electronically with Destiny ever? I don't remember... I never messaged him, and I don't remember ever calling him. Okay, and you never spoke with Destiny on Discord ever, correct? Not that I can remember. No, on call. Destiny never sent you any explicit material, did he? No, never. Not me personally. And he never sent you explicit material depicting the plaintiff in this case, certainly, correct? No. Do you even know who the plaintiff in this case is? No. Do you know who Pixie is? No. Have you ever seen the video of Pixie? No. So essentially, defendant Bonnell was catfished by your boyfriend, correct? Yes. What is your boyfriend at the time, Ben? What is his real name? I don't know. Ben is what he told me his name was. And he is Solo? Ben is Solo, correct? That's what he went by online. Yeah, Solo Leveling, but... Joan says Solo. I didn't hear that last part. Rose says Leveling. Joan says Solo Leveling. Rose says, that's all I knew him from, so I'm assuming the Solo guy that you guys are talking about would be him. Joan says, and how do you spell Solo Leveling? Sorry, I know I just want to clarify for the record. Joel says, that's okay. Or Jake says, that's okay. Rose says Leveling, L-E-V-E-L-I-N-G. This is basically asking about, we'll say, bad behavior towards Rose, and her saying that, yes, this did occur. And he said, and then my attorney says, and he didn't care, referring to Solo. No. I'm sorry you had to go through that, and I'm sorry that he put you in this position. I really am. No child should have to go through that. Do you have any way of contacting Ben at this time? No. Do you have any idea where he lives, aside from the fact that you believe he lives in Oxford in the United Kingdom? No. Okay, I just wanted to show you a couple things based on what you've testified to previously. It's already been marked as an exhibit. It's Bates labeled AH005. Jones says, yeah, it's in that set. Jake says, here, I'll give you a copy. Jones says, I have it. Jake says, now, this correspondence is on Twitter, correct? Rose says, yeah. Jake says, do you know which Twitter account Stephen is corresponding with in the screenshot? The Rose is one. Rose is coming? Yes. And that, again, was not you? No. And in this message, Stephen messaged to the person he believes he's talking to is 18 years old, right? You see that? Yeah. Okay, so you're aware that Ben, or Solo, was holding himself out as being above over 18 years old? Yeah. Are you aware of that? Okay. And just also, so we're clear, was it Ben who reached out to Destiny first? I think so. I want to show you one exhibit we'll mark as the next in order. It's SB001639. This will be marked as Exhibit 3. Oh, this is basically saying Rose Exhibit number 3. This will be marked as Exhibit 3 by Mr. Camara. On the top of the page, there's a message from Destiny, and it says, yeah, for sure, holy damn, I'm super lucky you decided to message me. Does that for you affirm that Solo was the first person to contact Destiny and not the other way around? Yeah. All right, I would like to mark this next exhibit as Exhibit 4. Do you want to look at the ones I'm marking? It's okay. And then Jake says, so this is a screenshot of the Rose is Coming Twitter account. This is the Twitter account we've been referring to, correct? Yeah. All right, and you'll see in the bio that it... basically that we'll say that the account was impersonating her and was engaged in what we would now say is obviously, well, and at that point in time, we'll say would have been illegal behavior. We'll say that this account was doing not good things. Did you ever consider going to the police about this guy, Ben Solo? She says, I was scared. He said, that's understandable. If you go to the last page, there's a photo that Solo posted, again, impersonating you. Is that a photograph of you? Yep. Okay, and again, there in the bio, it says 18, correct? Illuminator, thank you for the gift of subs in chat. Yes. Okay, I'll mark this next one as Exhibit 5. How fucked are they overclaiming the use of PA to find Rose? PI to find Rose? I don't know. We would have to file a motion calling it into question or something. I don't know how much it matters, but... the difference in questioning quality between these two lawyers is staggering. Yeah, you should have seen our hearing. The thing is that Joan is just not... just never mind. There's another screenshot from that same Twitter account with a tweet dated April 3rd, 2022. Again, if you look at the bio, it says that Solo was holding himself out as 18 years old, pretending to be you, correct? Yeah. But it also says, tip me £2 or $3 with a dollar sign after the 3. Did you see that? Yeah. Basically for bad material. Now, do you believe he put £2 because he was located in the UK, as you believe? Yeah. And then basically he was selling stuff on the internet. And he was, we'll just say, basically keeping, we'll say profiting from it, I guess. Yeah. And then at some point, regardless of her wanting to do this, it continued. Yeah, we'll say that. Yeah, her final answer to that is basically yes. Joan says, I'm going to object as to relevance to this case. She's an actual subhuman piece of shit. Jake says, did he ever threaten you? Yeah, now she doesn't like the relevance at all. Why did she put it in a fucking footnote that they fought against changing? Did he ever threaten you? Yeah. What did he say to you, if you remember? The first time he started threatening me, he threatened to kill himself. And then once it got worse, he said that he'd kill my family and he would come and kidnap me and use me as a sex slave. I'm very sorry to hear that. Were you aware that Ben Solo was also using a Cash App account with a username $Rose is coming? No, I didn't know he had Cash App. Does the name George Scorer mean anything to you? No. Basically, that this name was connected to a Cash App related to her material, we'll say. This is, yeah. Would it surprise you if these things were linked? And she says, no. And then the question, okay, again, you've never met Destiny, correct? And then she says, no. And then she basically provides a little bit more information about, we'll just say, creating media about this answer up here. And then my lawyer says, okay, so you don't know who Callum is? No, I thought they were friends with Pixie. Joel says, sorry, and then he's just asking for clarification about what's in here, basically. But, okay. Destiny, when she said Solo was talking with multiple girls earlier in the depot, is the implication that he profited in similar ways of other girls too? I don't know. Considering that he went and found this girl on an app that was made explicitly for underage children, I'll leave that for you to figure out. You mentioned previously in your testimony that you don't know who Callum is, but that you had responded to his emails that he sent you, correct? Yeah. I don't see any of your responses in your production. Oh, do you have what you responded? Yeah, I don't really know how to forward the email, so I didn't know if it got all the emails forwarded to her or not. Okay, but you're in possession of those. Yeah. And your correspondence with Callum in its entirety. Yeah. Okay, sorry, just one moment. Have you spoken to plaintiff's counsel at all prior to today, meaning Miss Peters or any of the other lawyers who represent the plaintiff in this case? I haven't, no. I guess I sent her emails of the stuff that she requested, but she talked to my mom because when she emailed me, I didn't know if she was who she said she was because Callum said that he was going to pass my information along to her. To who? To Joan. Okay, and so you said your mom spoke to Miss Peters, to Joan. Yeah. Were you present for that phone call? No. Okay. So you don't know what Miss Peters and your mom spoke about specifically? I think my mom just asked, Joan says, objection, hearsay. Rose says, my mom just asked, like, why I have to be involved in it. And I was confused because the subpoena I got didn't have her name on it. And so she asked her, like, why isn't your name on it if you're the one, if she's trying to email me? And just, like, how long this would be and stuff like that. And Jake says, so when you were shown these Discord chats between Rose and Destiny today, you have never seen them before in your life. Is that correct? She says, I saw the one that was like this one. And then I guess she's pointing at one because I saw it. Oh, that's not Discord. Jake says, it's not Discord. She said, Discord. Not those ones specifically, no. But had you seen the one that you produced? But you had seen the one that you produced, correct? Yeah. And that is AH007 in your production. It's not there. Joel says, counsel, do you have a copy of AH007? John says, oh, we can provide the witness. This one is missing a copy. Sure, let me find it. It's in her copy. Okay, do you see it? Rose, you should have it. Rose says, yeah. Jake says, you got it. Okay. So this one you were aware of. You've seen before. Is that what you were saying? Yeah, it was posted on Twitter. Okay. Basically, you've seen this posted on Twitter. Yeah. Okay, and you mentioned before that it's in European date format, right? Yeah. It says 30/07/2022. Yeah, and that makes sense to you, right? Because Solo was located in the United Kingdom. Yeah. So everything that was leaked would have had timestamps in a European format, right? Yeah. Okay. Jake says, anything else, Joel? Joel says, no. Jake says, I have no further questions. Thank you. Joan says, all right. I have a few follow-up questions, Rose. Sorry, it will just take a couple of minutes. So Joan steps up again. Now, you said that you had not, in response to questions just now regarding whether you had ever seen these Discord messages. Didn't Ben send you screenshots of these messages from time to time? Rose says, some of them, but not those. None of the Discord messages? What screenshots? No, not the ones that you had me look at. Oh, I see. I didn't see those. But other Discord messages? Yeah. Between Destiny and Rose? Yeah. Okay. Basically asking, like, have you created media for the Solo guy? Jake says, objection leading by, and then Rose basically says, oh my god. Oh, fuck. No, this is like the most scumbag shit. Wait, hold on. I'm trying to think of a way I can summarize this. We're going to the bottom of 83. We're on 81. Hold on. Oh my god. Okay, so basically, it's more, Joan is basically trying to push really hard on the consistency thing. And she's like grilling the fuck out of her on like, are you sure about this? Are you sure about that? Really? Are you really sure? It's basically just this, a lot of this. I would say, yeah. Basically, and some pretty, one of these exchanges is just really wild in terms of her accusing her of we'll say, basically lying. Fuck. Yeah, that's all I can say. I don't think I can. Oh my god, yeah. Maybe at some point in the future. It's an unhinged accusation, but you have the general gist. I mean, you've seen the rest of this, so. Okay, I have no further questions. Jake says just a follow-up. Why does that stuff get redacted? Anything that has to do with like sexually explicit stuff or maybe like humiliating stuff or embarrassing stuff that could be used to attack or retaliate against people or whatever, I think all of it gets censored, so. But she holds to her original claims, Destiny. Yeah, of course, yeah. Well, yeah, and it becomes also more combative, but yeah. Okay, no further questions. And then Jake says just a couple follow-ups. Do you know if Solo goes by any other aliases online? Yeah, ELO Hero 5. I think that's all that I know of. Is that a Discord, Twitter? That was his old Snapchat that I knew him from. Did Solo ever tell you why he was catfishing Destiny? I don't know if he said specifically. I think it's just because he liked his content, like his streams and stuff. And he also, Ben was bisexual, so I don't know if he would derive sexual pleasure from it or not. And Solo was a grown adult at this time, right? In April of 2022. Yeah, how old was he? Do you know? 21 or 22. Okay, but I don't know if he was older or not. That's just what he told me. Jake says, I have no further questions. Jones says, thank you, Rose, for being here today and giving us your testimony. We appreciate it. So we're going to go off the record. And that was that, yeah. Hold on one sec. Jesus. I don't know if it's going through or not, but the Coben fucking. The Coben fucking Discord server is crazy right now. Holy shit. Now Wicked Supreme is a big, well, maybe she's lying about everything. I don't know if we believe. Maybe we don't believe all women now. At this point, you know who Solo is correct. There's no way he's asexual, right? No, he's not that person. You annihilated Weasel Supreme's brain? Yeah, she's just, that guy's on full fucking coat mode. Jesus. Oh, I think a lot of people in Disco server are accusing her of lying now. Jesus. Also, I say this not to cast doubt, but just to point out the lack of certainty we should have, which I recognize is functionally the same thing. One, parts of the testimony are so redacted, and things said in those sections could change the analysis of any other detail present. Keep in mind that of all of this court case, of everything I've talked about that's been under seal and come out of seal, I haven't lied about a single fucking thing, ever. Number one. Number two, as time has gone on and more stuff has been made public, and more discovery and most everything else are filed, every single thing I've said has been come out as being true in these court documents, and basically every single thing the other side has said has been a fucking lie, or has been heavily exaggerated, or I don't know. And two, there's nothing backing up Rose's statements beyond the standard level of trustworthiness we ascribe to witnesses who are talking about things that can get them into trouble. But we would have no reason to doubt Pixie's testimony when she's literally, we've already seen her lying about so much stuff related to this, about her sleeping with people, sending videos to people, and lying about it to others. And the fact that she stands to gain, originally 1 million was her ask that Lauren probably told her to ask for, and then 15 million was what she sued me for. Although I can never prove that Lauren asked her for that because Lauren and Pixie are both conspiring to use Signal together, which Lauren also admitted in the deposition. They've been using Signal together intentionally to delete all their messages from the start of this court case. So I'll never see what they're talking about. But yeah, good times. Oh, and he's still so excited. Save was so excited to be. Also off topic, but she confirms here that she was still reading my emails after she stopped responding. Good one. Shouldn't their conspiring cause them issues? Well, they might, maybe, I don't know, it depends on how many more sanctions we're allowed to file for, but we're still waiting for so many rulings right now. From an evidentiary standpoint, like, their case is cooked in so many different ways. Surely Jane Doe is knowingly conspiring with Lauren, right? Why the fuck would she use Signal? Yes, they are knowingly conspiring. I guess I can reveal this at this point. It's kind of funny now that we've done our demo and everything. So, you remember that Alex Jones case, where he's on the stand and the opposing counsel reveals that he got a whole bunch of text messages that Alex Jones had no idea about? That exact same thing happened with Lauren. She had no fucking idea how much fucking random shit she sent me, and that's why I know about crimes that she's committed and ways that she's tried to basically destroy this court case, and she had no fucking idea walking into her deposition how much shit she turned over because she's fucking retarded. That's why I'm so irritated about how much of a joke all of this is to all of the fucking parties involved. And the fact that Pixie can sit there as the spineless little fake care about women sexual abuse cuck she is and watch like this actual girl who by the end of this deposition was basically bawling and screaming at the other side, by the way. The fact that Pixie could just sit there like giggling along and laughing, and when we send them an email, be like, hey, can you like correct this footnote in the thing? And they're like, no, we're not correcting anything because all of it is true. And it's like, well, not really, right? It's not. And they're like, no, file sanctions against everyone. It's like, okay, well, we file sanctions. Like, well, now we're filing, like, it's just such a fucking joke. Like, she's such a disgusting vermin fuck. I can't imagine this stupid cunt sitting in her like law school classes like, oh, today we're learning about civil procedure. Oh, these are all the rules that I broke all the time because it was so much fun. And she's doing it all on her parents' dime. Her family's fucking rich. I didn't know this prior to the court case, but I found this out semi-recently. Her family is fucking loaded. So her whole fucking GoFundMe was just a scam to defame me. But that's why she did her little GoFundMe. She collected $50K to go have fuck off money while she goes to law school and whatever. And it's just fucking annoying. It's just it's like all a big game joke to all of these fucking people. And then every other content creator in the space is too much of a cowardly fucking cuck to say anything against a white woman. But I get it. It's all good. What are you gonna do? What angers me most is she cosplayed being poor. She cosplayed everything. She cosplayed being poor. She cosplayed not fucking streamers. She cosplayed basically being a virgin. That was probably the most embarrassing part to her parents. Her parents probably thought that, unironically. Whatever. How did you know Solo's real name before the KF leaks? I had a pretty good inkling. I don't remember what we dug through for that. But I can't, the thing is that I can't file another court case because this court case is so fucking DOA. This court case was dead on arrival and it's such a waste of time. But anything that I do publicly or file publicly or pursue, this this vicious cunt is going to try to drag into this case. So I don't want them anywhere near it. I don't want anything involved with her. If I file a suit against Solo, which I still want to do, and I bring in other plaintiffs, she's going to have no fucking part in that. She can go pursue that on her mommy and daddy's dime on her own fucking time. And I don't want anything that I work on to get discovered because they're incompetent. They don't know how to deal with evidence. They don't know how to do any redactions. They don't know how to seal any testimony. They don't know how to find witnesses that aren't fucking lying. They don't know how to investigate. They don't know how to file shit properly with the fucking court. I don't want them anywhere near fucking up anything having to do with an actual case. So that's, yeah. But I can't, one is a financial thing and a psychological thing, but then two is I just can't have her like desperately clawing for her because she's a no-life loser fuck who's just sitting online refreshing threads to try to find out like, oh, what can I send to Joan and I'm gonna put in my court case and blah, blah, blah. Wait, so she never even needed you to go through law school? No! Her parents are paying for it! Her family's rich! How do you think she's going to law school right now? She has 3 degrees! She's a forever student! No, she doesn't need any fucking money. Her family's rich. And for all the fucking retards who are like, oh, you should have just settled with her. Her opener to me was $15 million! What are we negotiating from there? I wouldn't even pay out 1% of that. 1% of 15 million is 150K, which is the statutory cap on what she would win in court. This is retarded. That's not an opening offer. That's some shit you say when you're a retard who doesn't know how business negotiations work. If you've ever done sales or if you've ever done business to business or any kind of negotiation, if you open with an offer that's 100x higher than a market rate, they're not even going to respond to your email. It's fucking retarded. Oh shit, my labor is only worth, this project is like a $10,000 is what we normally bid on it. I'm going to go ahead and send them a $20 bid on that project and we'll negotiate up from there. No, they would just laugh. They wouldn't even respond. Like this was never going to be settled or never going to be negotiated, especially if there was ever a world where this could have been settled. It would have been a world, it couldn't have happened after she wrote that delusional fucking Substack. And I say she wrote it, Lauren probably wrote it. It was after Lauren wrote that Substack for it that she published. Because so much of it, even outside of what she's accused me of, so much of it is delusional. She lies about her age. We were 21 when we met. For some reason, Lauren wrote 19 for her. She writes it like, I think he wanted this material to leak on his own and he was using this. Like, what the fuck is wrong with you, you crazy fucking insane person? Anyway. She also hides the suicide context. Her extortion? Yeah, she doesn't bring that up ever too. Yeah. Would you ever go on a live stream with either H3H3 or Willie after to lay into them? No, they're both retarded. Because it'll just come to the screaming at like basically, so at one point in time, did you receive a video or image ever of an underage person? Did this ever happen? So you're fighting? Or it'll, because the H3 cope community of dipshits has migrated to like, well, even if she was 18 or 19, that's still creepy as fuck, so he's basically a pedophile. And it's like, okay, whatever. I'm good on that one, Chief. Could you give a quick rundown of who the Solo guy is again? Some fucking weirdo loser in the UK, I guess. But I mean, what are you gonna do? Bonger's gonna bong. I need a bong thing. Is there any justice against them at all at the end of this? Do they get any comeuppance? I mean, like, it's really hard to get legal fees back, so I doubt that'll happen. I mean, I'll ask, I guess, my lawyers by the end if they feel like I have a countersuit against either of them, or if, I mean, how many more sanctions we can push for. But, I mean, I want to, like I said, I want to file, I feel like I have enough, at least, I know I have enough to file a complaint against Lauren for her, in the bar to see if I can get her disbarred. And then for Pixie, whenever she tries to do character and fitness, if she gets through law school, I'll find out where the fuck that is and I'll write in about that shit. But it's just so gross to me that, like, in all of her white woman fragility, because she has nothing else in life besides this fucking charade of bullshit that she's on against me, that Pixie's entire case is built on victimizing other people. One is Rose, and she's known this now for months. And then 2 is Abby, who is, my guess is traumatic brain injury after her car accident, right? Who's, by the way, nowhere to be found, no depositions of her, no evidence from her, no production of any more documents, just one message that they got. One message that they got from Abby the night before our evidentiary hearing to see if this case could even survive is the only reason she's even on this case. And then after that, gone into the wind. Like it's just crazy. But do you think this fucked over any chance of having Rose cooperate when you go after Solo? I don't know. That's an off-stream thing that I have to figure out. Because it's also hard too, because you don't want to, it's going after people that are involved in stuff like this. You don't want to re-victimize the other people that are involved. Now, obviously, Gisticles, Discord, and no, but none of those people give a fuck. Wicked Supreme, the rapist, and all these people, none of these people give a fuck about any of the other people involved. They all thought that Solo was epic and based, and still probably do. So they're just whatever on it. But like technically, you don't want to, like, it's a whatever stuff these people have been through. You don't want to re-trigger them or re-traumatize them just to go after somebody in a court case or whatever. For criminal stuff, there maybe is a stronger argument, but. When did this deposition occur? I think August 23rd. Is Abby a real person? Yes. She was, I don't know if you would say Darius's ex. She was like an old friend of mine, but she got in apparently a bad car accident, and now she's made like a bunch of Facebook accounts and YouTube accounts and like multiple GoFundMe. Like her shit is fucked. But also, I guess for more context too, in the leaked messages between her and Darius, she makes it sound like she was given an offer or something from Pixie's lawyers or from Pixie or Lauren themselves to ask her to cooperate, and that she was scared because she didn't know her stuff was going to get leaked because they fucked up all their sealings of her name. But she made it seem like she didn't really want to be involved, was the impression that I got reading the logs. Now, Justical and everybody else says that I was actually mind-fucking Abby behind the scenes on all this bullshit. There's never been a substantiation of literally any claim like this ever. It's all just stuff that they've invented in order to make their lives. She said that shit on stream too? Yeah. Like, it's so crazy that this old fucking retard was literally saying that I have like addiction, sex issues, and I need to be in a fucking prison or whatever bullshit. I think this is sapiosexual too. Also off topic, but she, confirms that she was still reading my emails after she stopped responding. And then Supreme says, be careful about making positive claims about things for which there isn't hard evidence. And then Saba says, she references an email I sent to her after her last response. And then Wicked Supreme says, no, I mean in general. Saba says, oh, sure. And then Wicked says, I'm not referring to your emails at all. Like the idea that anyone has Solo's information remains to be seen. Who he is or what he's done, other than what he's publicly done. Now he's like the ultimate fucking skeptic on everything. But of course, Pixie and everybody else, anybody that has anything against me, their claims are always to be believed, despite the fact that none of them can ever substantiate it. None of it ever materializes. It's all just like stories and narratives and Jesus. I don't know, man. Oh, Substance. Frequent Pisco chatter. Oh, it seems in the newly unsealed transcript of Rose's deposition, Rose says it was Destiny who publicized her personal identifying information, and she described it as him doxing her. Nice. That was his takeaway from this. Good one. Was Cherry not a part of this too? No, Cherry never wanted to be involved in this case. Neither did Melina, but Pixie kept roping them in and putting them in multiple filings, despite Cherry tweeting publicly, begging her to stop doing it. But Pixie doesn't give a fuck about anybody but herself and her own family's money, or her own, innocent reputation on the internet or whatever. Melina obviously didn't want to be fucking involved. And the most disgusting part was Pixie was literally in the court filings. I don't know if she gets off to this or what, but she was literally listing websites with search terms on where you can go and find my jerk-off leak material. Because again, and this is a statement I said at the very beginning, she never gave a fuck about any of her shit leaking. At some point, I'll publish probably most of the conversations I had with Pixie post everything. In the 3 or 4 weeks, I don't think I published all these, but in the, is it 2 or 3 weeks? I think it may be 2 or 3 weeks. And in the weeks between the leaks happening and then Lauren digging her fangs into Pixie by December 11th, there was no conversation that me and Pixie had about like, oh, like, why did you send these? You didn't have consent to send me these. Like, I can't believe blah, blah. That was never even a thing. But then on December 11th, out of nowhere, the same day that Lauren De Laguna messages me and says, you're so evil, Pixie starts her extortion racket. Oh, I think I'm going to kill myself. Like, but I'm not going to do it right now. And so maybe you can make things right. But like, I'm going to kill myself if you don't. And it's like, the fuck? Fuck you, dude. But then do it, bro. Get the fuck out of here. This stupid fucking shit. Did the solo guy ever meet Rose in person? To my understanding, no. Do you think Pixie's lawyer can or should be held accountable? I don't know what the standards are for fucking anything. In my mind, you would be disbarred for shit like this. But I mean, other lawyers have emailed me and told me like, there's a lot of retarded shit that goes on in court. Keep in mind that we've been spoiled. It's kind of like, imagine watching like the NFL for your entire life, and then you become like a coach for like a 4th or 5th grade football team, and you're screaming at these guys because they can't kick 50-yard field goals or whatever. I don't know what the normal thing, or they don't have like, they can't punt the ball 20 yards, or I don't know what a long snapper, like, and it's like, okay, well, it's a totally different standard. So, you know, we read Supreme Court cases. So these are the best of the world that are arguing in front of the Supreme Court when it comes to matters of law. Who the fuck knows? I'm sure legal shit can get ultra fucking retarded. And we're not even at litigant pro se stuff where people are just filing their own shit who aren't even lawyers, so. Like, I don't know why these guys have to keep making up their own fanfic. Well, I guess they just, because nothing I say can be true. Way to drop the ball, Joan. Unless who's in the redacted portions. Objection, speculation, lacking foundation. But I see an easy explanation is that she sent him a selfie of herself wearing a DGG shirt because she knew Solo was a fan of Destiny. Same with the image of the guy at the college. Supreme says, these are plausible, but did she buy the shirt herself? It isn't stated as far as I can see. Like, the guy ordered her shit to wear and then to have her take pictures of it to forward to me. Like, this is, but you don't have to believe me, I guess, whatever. If her family is loaded, why are her parents so bad? Because you can't buy intelligence. And because, actually, that's not true. The issue, the reason why, I'm sure Pixie could have had a really good lawyer. The reason why is because no good lawyer would have taken Pixie's case. That's why, and it was leaked from messages with Aaron, which I also don't have any copies of, by the way, and I'm never fucking getting them, ever. But that's fine, whatever. Who the fuck cares? It's all a big joke at the end of the day, right? The first 2 law firms that Pixie went to told her she had no case. If she wanted to sue somebody, she should sue the solo guy, because that would be a slam dunk case, which it would be. It would have been an unbelievably insane case. But instead, you've got the bimbo cunt Stacia and Justical server that posts about this shit all day because she has nothing else going on in her life. You've got Pixie, who's frolicking off to law school and besties with Lauren De Laguna, who rampages through life to life to life. And then, yeah, everything is just completely, it's just a joke and no one gives a fuck about any of the shit, so whatever. So are you sure that the solo guy is actually a guy? Do you know who he is and what he looks like, etc.? All of this is happening because of the solo character leaking your text, right? Yeah, I'm pretty sure I know who this is, yeah. Can you link the solo George guy to merch sales? Probably not at this point. My guess is those records don't exist. But I don't know if I don't know if that would even matter at this point. I feel like I have enough other stuff. Initially, when I tried to, it was kind of an informal conversation between my law firm in New York with the merch company that I sold that merch with. But the problem is that merch company didn't exist anymore. So we would have needed to basically subpoena like older records from like the new company. It was a kind of a convoluted thing, and they wouldn't. We talked to them, and they wouldn't really give it over to us legally or willingly because it was like payment info or whatever. So we would have had to actually have filed our case and done the subpoena, but we couldn't get that far because Pixie was so excited to do her extortion racket against me with Lauren riding her fucking ass on it. What is the reason you aren't doxing the ever-living shit out of Solo? Would it hurt a future case? Well, I mean, if you want the truth, Solo's, I'm pretty sure he already got doxed on Kiwi Friends. The reason why I don't want to dox Solo is because you don't get anything out of it. It doesn't do anything. All these fucking retards on the internet that cry about doxing and all this bullshit, it doesn't fucking matter. My shit, you can go search 1504 on Twitter and you can see my address posted 50 million fucking times. And I'm a famous person that people want to murder and nothing happens. So this idea that people are so afraid of doxing or so scared of doxing, blah, blah, is bullshit. It doesn't do anything. Nothing's going to happen to the guy getting doxed. Nothing's going to happen to the guy if you call the fucking FBI. People can do it now if they want, or they've been doing it before. They've been doing it against me. You can do and file all this shit and do everything. But like, if you really want to go after somebody, you really want to get somebody, the best way for the Solo guy would have been to build a big civil case and then to hand over anything that comes out of that case to law enforcement. That would have been the best way, because then you've done all the hard legwork and you've put all the pieces together yourself and you've basically finished like 80% of the investigatory pathway on it. But yeah. But hey, it's all just a meme at the end of the day. Who cares? Rape and pedophilia, I guess, are super based and all that, so whatever. The breakup has been confirmed. What? Oh, Gistigal? Yeah, Gistigal and Cherry broke up a while ago. They were yo-yoing for a while. Apparently he kept a bunch of her shit and she was asking for it back and he didn't return it, but I don't know. Can Doe just do a state case where Cardi doesn't break jurisdiction when/if this is dismissed at a federal level? She could refile a state case against me with the other 3 underlying claims, but I don't know. Maybe at this point, I don't even know. With how this court case is going, I feel like I could get that on a motion to dismiss. I don't even know what they could put in as evidence for any of that. So I haven't been able to pay full attention, but the Solo guy basically found this girl on an underage site and dated her long enough to be able to assume her identity to frame you for talking to a minor. Kind of, but he did a lot more than that. Destiny Post Talk, what do you think the justifications for even going through with this case is to begin with? I feel like someone has to be uniquely evil through all this to have missed this fucking hard. But I think that it'll be good, especially for an eventual manifesto, to kind of discern where the majority of that misdirection and coercion came from. Lauren is evil, I think. Lauren De Laguna she's like a Lav tier, but with more, she's more intelligently obsessive. I didn't realize this until my lawsuit especially, but after I shut her down when she was so pathetically and desperately trying to get me to date her after I broke up with Melina, and then 3 days later she decides, or a week later, whatever, she's like, oh, actually, I found out I hate you, and then started doing this in the background. I have a lot more stuff on Lauren. I'll get to that after, but Lauren is probably the main driver of all of this. Pixie's problem is she's just a weak individual with very little personal autonomy or anything. She's just not a very strong or intelligent person, and it's very easy to get kind of like led around on a leash by people with stronger personalities around her. And Lauren De Laguna has definitely sunk her teeth like as deeply into Pixie as she possibly can. Lauren has also a pretty strong personality though too. So even if Pixie wasn't a spineless fuck, it's possible she still could have been manipulated by her. I'm sure Pixie probably believed it in the beginning. I'm sure Pixie believed there were 15 women and all the Kiwi Farms accounts, whatever, that were messaging her probably were being truthful. And maybe she did think she had a case that maybe she could win. But at this point, she must know that it's bullshit. But Pixie's probably lied to herself in her mind and convinced herself that, well, even if all of these are lies, like, you know, Steven has still hurt me in some way and he should have to pay for that. So this is still technically justice. And it's, you know, even if it's not 100% correct, you know, like Ethan's lawsuits, like this is still the only way I can get justice because I'm so embarrassed that people found out that I like to fuck streamers now and I'm not an innocent little virgin. And so this is, I think it's actually worthwhile. That's probably something like that. That she has to have this story that she tells herself at this point. Did you see the DGG account that mentioned having that handle Rose of the Garden in 2019? Or is this a Nothing Burger? Who, the Dry Beam guy? It's probably him. That'd be my guess. But like I said, I'm like 99% sure I know who this person is at this point. But it's not much I can do yet about it. This was a failed money transfer operation. She wanted to date you and then sue you like she did with other men. And when you shut her down, she tried to use Doe as a proxy. For Lauren, no. Lauren's family is also rich as fuck. She posts pictures of them. They travel to like the islands that you can only get on if your family is like a 9-figure net worth or whatever. Like I'm pretty sure Lauren's family is loaded as fuck too. Please don't ban me for asking this, but does this case not have a special master for this case? Why would I ban you for asking that? I don't even know what that means. Well. And by no coincidence, Lauren is also on her 3rd career, isn't she? 3rd or 4th or something, yeah. I don't know. Like she's been fired from previous firms or what? That and everything else. People like Pixie, I think, and Lauren, there's like this middle class, I don't know how to explain it, but it's like when you're from a rich family and you're not like especially talented, I guess, you kind of like just cosplay different lifestyles to see what you like or enjoy. And so you just like bounce from thing to thing and you kind of see if you enjoy it or like it. And then, yeah. If we can even tell the case is fake, why can't the courts? If I didn't know better, I'd think this is staged at Destiny. That I'm staging things, or the court? I've read all my shit. I mean, you can go. There's a reason why one side fights to conceal everything, and I'm fighting to have everything opened. Number one. Number two, because everybody deserves to have their day in court, and then you have to go through the process. So, I mean, we're waiting on our motion to dismiss. If that doesn't get approved, then we do this motion for summary judgment, which I imagine should go through. If that doesn't, I don't know what. I have no idea why they would. I don't know what they would possibly do for trial in this case. It would just be an unbelievable. I just have no idea. Jesus. The person, if it is the person that we all think he is a prolific catfish. So I'd assume he was lying to Rose as well. Well, according to her, he is. I'm holding doubt on all testimony. What's the current timeline? Did things get extended? No, we're waiting. We're waiting on rulings for it. Technically, Discovery closed about a month ago, but maybe it'll be reopened. Who knows? Who knows? Uh-oh. DSP clip. Who's? Wait, what game is this? Oh.
Unreal. Unfucking real. All those bullets magically missed from point blank range.
Not point blank range.
Unreal. Unfucking real. All those bullets magically missed from point blank range.
At least you found out the type of people, all of them, because of the situation. Most of them were fake around you most of the time until this happened and their true colors came out. Yeah, maybe, I guess. But possible to go over how Wicked became such an anti-fan, like anything personal? No, it was just hanging out in that Discord server all day breaks people's minds. You just have to be careful where you hang out, I guess. I don't know. Let's see. Destiny. Couldn't this part be used to defend your community? Even if you doxed her, nobody from DGG. The only one who did was a Justical fan. It doesn't really matter. Like, the problem is you'll never win. There's no good faith conversation to have with these retards. The actual GigaChad answer is that, like, I wanted to dox this person prior to knowing anything about them. Like, from my perspective, this is an account that's leaked 27 explicit videos of me, a whole bunch of chat logs, and tried to extort me for money in order to get on my stream, you know, blackmailing me before leaking more shit. I had every right to know who this person was. I tried to find them off stream. I couldn't do it. I hired a PI to investigate. They couldn't find them. So of course I want to fucking find this person. I have every right to, though. But I want to find this person because I've been severely fucking injured and wronged by this person. But after, the other side just wanted to find them because they were praying to God that it was a minor. They also posted like 50 million more pictures, videos, maps of her city. I'm trying to link different parts of her fucking house or whatever to figure out who it was than I ever did. But, yeah, like, I mean, I think I had every right to find out who this was. The other people just wanted to find out so they could intervene with my court case and fuck with it to see if they could fuck with me. That was all they cared about. Supreme was dating Plaintiff or tried to for a while, yeah. Was trying to date Pixie, kind of, yeah. Although eventually she asked him to leave her the fuck alone, but he wouldn't do it. And he just kept being a creepy weirdo fuck. All right, what is this? Jesus, I have to be careful for my own mental health when I read this shit. Sorry, hold on, one more. Jesus. The thing that always just I can't understand is the stupidity. It's got to be like, there's got to be something that's like mind fucking people. Like, it can't just be a raw, I don't understand, I don't know, but hold on, what is this? I see so many DGGers constantly saying that what Saba did was wrong because he was interfering with the case, when all he actually did was inform a witness that a case even existed. Like at Deeds Barb and at Hussein, can you explain why exactly this is morally wrong? And please, without virtue signaling everyone's, like I can't tell if this is bad faith or like fucking retarded. Like, really? Like, that's how, seriously? Destiny, you should actually agree that Saba person fucked over Rose, but he helped your case. I mean, he did. That's what happened, but that was the opposite of what he wanted to happen. I also didn't email her saying that. I don't know what the fuck. Is this a transcript from my video, I guess? I don't know. And Wicked Screen says, why so much special interest in this server? I wonder. If there's another server where there are lawyers and other legal professionals discussing this case, I'd be happy to go there too. Like they're getting great legal insight. When Esports Batman and all these people have been wrong on every single part, these people are legally fucking retarded. Why the fact that they're lawyers, why the fuck would that matter for any of this? Like, look at that, the legal mindset guy completely fucking lied, remember? Because Lauren sucks and fucks her way through all these people. Nick Rekieta, who posted all this shit about me online, about, oh, Destiny did this and he's been doing all these things. Yeah, it's because she's literally dick riding in the background in order to get these people on her side for things. And a lot more streamers as well, by the way. But slut shaming when it's people we don't like, I will slut shame. But the person I'm slut shaming here are the guys that fucking fell for it. Especially when it's within your profession. You're gonna change as a lawyer, you're gonna stake your credibility. Cringe.
Minnesota. That's it. That's all we got. That's all that's going on today. My goodness. And everybody's talking about it all over the place. Jeez. All right. All right. All right. All right. You sure nothing else is happening? Yeah, well, I mean, sorry, there's nothing else people are talking about. There's another pseudo debate between Hassan and Asmongold. That's what I saw. Jonas, oh, you want to talk about Destiny's court case? Yeah, I don't care about that.
Where's the who was it? It wasn't Eva Sasha Grey? Is that the one? Which one? Where's the thing? Link me the clip. Sasha Grey, yeah. Link me the clip.
Asmongold, that's what I saw. Jonas, oh, you want to talk about Destiny's court case? Yeah, I don't care about that. Honestly, if you guys want to talk about that, I'm sure Destiny's talking about it. I'm going to talk about this.
I don't want to talk about that
if you guys want to talk about that,
anymore.
probably will ban you from the chat for today.
Oh, okay.
Maybe that'll be tomorrow or the next day once we have non-fun stuff to cover. Minnesota.
Yeah.
That's it.
I don't want to talk about it anymore. Also, just like Joan, these people just switched to full-on victim blaming too, based. Esports Batman, top legal professional in the Justical community. Okay.
Any more of this? Oh, I don't want to watch any more of this.
So, we know the videos were shared with Rose, but we don't know what videos, and that she never spoken with him, but was in the loop. So Destiny got played by an e-dating couple. An e-dating couple, right? This is the equivalent to saying something like, oh, Trump got played by Epstein and his young girlfriend. Not exactly the equivalent, but basically. Like, what a retarded fuck. These people are so beyond deranged. So Destiny got played by an e-dating couple. Seems like the guy used his relationship with Rose, that he met, by the way, on an underage app for children to make friends with each other, that he made a fake account, by the way. Seems like the guy used his relationship with Rose to proxy her in as a third under threats to get Destiny. 95-5 Solo and Rose responsibility here. More like a Tate type situation. This sort of answers the question about the t-shirt picture too. Bruh, so Destiny got catfished by a guy who was abusing his girlfriend. Good day not to be him. And then he protected that guy. Yeah, apparently he knew this dude's name for so long. You don't understand. He didn't have the bandwidth. Okay. That's the new cope that Destiny was protecting him. Yeah, Saba switched to like, well, why don't you publish all his info? Why don't you publish all his info? Because when you're on the internet, you think that like, again, like the doxing, all this shit doesn't matter. It's not going to do anything to him. Somebody has to like pursue some shit in order to actually do it. But I don't understand how you don't go insane for real. You know, some of us are just built Cuban. It's my Gusano engine. Why would Rose have any responsibility? Because she was I don't even want to joke about it. It's fucking disgusting. He's in the chat doing it?
Wait.
Hassan, the guy who decried and hated the idea of being a debater for so long, is so desperate for it that he's typing his chat. No shot, right? That's fucking hilarious.
Have done if you were in her situation and you were the one driving the car?
I would have driven away.
I'm not talking as the
as
opposite.
well, just as she was trying to do. Many people would have done the same. She was clearly
I
trying
told you already, the appropriate way of doing this by the LEO standards.
drive away.
You have. You've told me multiple times, but you haven't said what you would do. Because you know the answer to that, and it's obvious. You would have gotten out of the car like a normal person, and you would have said, okay, I'm going to comply with the police.
The person
That's what
who
you would have
has
But you don't
power
wanna answer
and
that because it paints her in a bad
responsibility
light.
to de-escalate.
What is Hassan's fan base thinking here? Because they were always like, "Isn't Destiny so fucking pathetic trying to debate these guys? Like, just go away. Nobody like." And like, here's Hassan with his whole stream, typing in Asmongold's chat, "Please." This is Twitch politics right now. While both of these guys also, and I think I've heard both of them say it somewhat recently. I think even Hassan was saying it, right? They're like, Asmongold is just scared to debate Destiny. And Asmongold is like, Hassan's just scared to debate Destiny. And then they're also scared to debate each other. Oh, my God.
Is the LEO in this situation?
I would have driven away as well. Oh, he said, oh, you would have driven away as well, just as she was trying to do. Many people would have done the same. She was clearly trying to drive away. The person in power has the responsibility to de-escalate and do the LEO. Listen, guys, anybody in the Assange chat, listen, I'm going to say this.
All right, let's hear it.
Please, guys, do not take this advice. This is such a bad idea. I promise you. Hassan's got a lot of money. He's got tons of money. He can afford this. It's okay.
I can afford being shot in the face? What the fuck are you talking about?
No. Again, we've seen this clip again, and there it is. Yes, obviously they hit him. Yeah, let's not even get into that.
You can
Please,
keep
guys,
posting
do
this
not take his
5-pixel
advice.
video
If a
for
law
Cope
enforcement officer
all
tells
you
you to
want.
stop the vehicle and to,
This
get out of the car,
dude
do not
clearly
randomly drive
had
away.
no
you will
right
ruin
to
your life.
shoot her.
They're going to find you. They'll run your plates. They're going to arrest you.
Well, listen, I did a lot today. Technically, I started streaming at 11. Okay, fuck you guys. What a day. Tomorrow we do the DGG Awards. Arc Raiders? Oh, I need to go for a fucking walk, okay? My brain needs to reset. That's a lot of shit, okay? All right, where are we at? Steak, star, wine, mirror, stripe, garlic, interest, cross, share, cider, double, trousers, crescent, clone, concern, and ringer. I feel like things that you mark things with? There's no way. Things that fight off vampires? Or warn you about vampires? Really? A stake through the heart, garlic scares them away, or they can't go near it, cross to do the thing, and then their reflections don't show in mirrors? That's a bait? It wasn't even one off? Good one. Okay. Wow. That was a real good one. Okay, mirror image, clone, a double, a ringer, a duplicate. Oh, wait, no. They have an interest in something. They've got a stake in something. They have a share of it. Or they have a concern. Oh my god. That's only the green one? Whatever. Okay. Cider and wine feel like they go together somehow. I don't know how though. Stripe. Garlic. Trousers. This is a Hail Mary. Do these things get better with age? Like older jeans are better? Does cider get better with age? Wine, kind of? Garlic? I don't think that's true. Crescent, star, cross, and stripe. These things look like they go together somehow, though. Oh my god. Obviously. I knew that, of course. How, you know? I obviously knew that. Pressed using a press. I don't even know what the fuck that means. How do you, I don't know what it means to press wine? To press cider? To press garlic? Oh, you push it down to break it, the cloves, I guess? Common flag symbols? Okay. Okay, 950 or more, then the case gets dismissed tomorrow, okay? Good luck. 960. Fuck! I fucked the last one up. That didn't matter, though. I didn't even fuck it up. Whatever. Alright, good luck. What do I have for tomorrow? Oh, the DG awards. Alright, I'll be back tomorrow. Be careful. Stay safe. Representative Cappuccino, Cappuccino, Cappuccino.